गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। फाइनली आप लोग पीटी दे चुके हैं। लाइक ऑलवेज we have come in context of the answer key. We are here with you. We'll be giving you all the explanation in terms of all the questions from all the sections. I'll show you in context of the subject wise also segregation. Now, in terms of subject-wise segregation, you can see the point here is बहुत सारे ऐसे questions होंगे जो कि शायद means crossover हो सकता है. There could be something in geography and that could be counted in maybe environment by some other, let's say, faculty also. But broadly ये इस type का calculation इस बार देखा गया है. Okay. So you can see that around current affairs, miscellaneous around 6 question, economy around 11 question, science and tech around 15 question, IR and security around 7 questions, environment around 14 question. यहाँ पे environment and geography का बहुत देखा जाता है कि कहीं पे कोई ज़्यादा बोलता है कि geography के हैं, कहीं कोई बोलते हैं environment के context में. Polity we can see this time 17 question, history, art and culture around 9 question. ठीक है, 9 to 10. See, sometime even in history, let's say the area जहाँ आप देखते हैं कि पीटी के context में जो history, let's say historical underpinnings जब हम पढ़ते हैं उस context में around different, let's say 1935 Act or anything related to that also, कभी-कभी वो history में कोई cover करते हैं, कोई polity में cover करते हैं. However, broadly it is, let's say around 9 to 10 questions. Geography we can say around 21 questions. Okay. Overall, the paper was on the expected pattern. Unlike the last year, जैसे बहुत ज़्यादा changes देखने को मिले थे. This year, again, current affairs is there. Current affairs के context में static portion has been linked with current affairs. And बहुत सारे questions में you had to know things in terms of with deep understanding you could solve it. Let's say if I tell you something about geography में आपको almost all the areas से आए थे questions. All मतलब conceptual हो, static question हो, mapping से related हो, world हो, Indian हो, physical हो, all the areas. If I talk about polity, you have current affairs का linkage के base पे static question के context में question आया था. जैसे if you talk about a lot of MPs को disqualify किया गया था. And इससे related let's say ethics committee के context में question है. Then we've seen that the Manipur incident or the Manipur issue, उस पे अगर आप notice करेंगे तो उसके basis में identification of the scheduled tribes से base पे question था. So I would not be going individually into all the areas. Every single faculty, all our faculties are actually there in different studios, so they'll be joining us from different studios. And every single faculty would take care of their areas. Subject experts जो हैं सब अपना areas की तरफ ध्यान देंगे और वो explain करेंगे. And on the top side you will see the all the 4 sets A B C D में कि आपके set का कौन सा question होता है. Okay, so we've even gone to that level so that we are not taking care of only one set, we are taking care of all the 4 set. Last year's answer key, it was seen that KSG's answer key was the most authentic answer key available in the market. Okay. Likewise, this year also we would like to continue with the same in terms of giving you the best, the most authentic answer key. Okay.
Next, a very interesting question again from climatology part. Statement, consider the following statement: the atmosphere is heated more by incoming solar radiation than by terrestrial radiation. My friends, from the sun we are getting short wave insolation. Incoming solar radiation is short wave. It strikes over the surface of the earth and reflected back, and subsequently it is in the long wave radiation known as terrestrial radiation. Earth atmosphere usually get heated up by terrestrial radiation and not by the incoming solar radiation. So the atmosphere is heated more by incoming solar radiation, it is wrong, than by terrestrial radiation. It is more by terrestrial radiation. More by terrestrial radiation. So this statement is here, statement 1 is incorrect here, right? Remember, the sunlight which is coming, sun rays is in short wave. short wave radiation, incoming solar radiation, insolation, strike over the surface of the earth and it again reflected back as terrestrial radiation. This is a long wave. This long wave terrestrial radiation generally absorbed by the atmosphere and atmosphere get heated off. First. Second statement here, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in atmosphere. Greenhouse gases, friends, you remember, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in atmosphere are good absorber of long wave radiation. Yes, it is correct. That's why we have a global warming. It is correct here. Second statement is correct. Definitely, it absorbs these long wave carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in atmosphere. They are good absorber of long wave radiation. Terrestrial radiation is absorbed by them. That's why temperature is more. Greenhouse effect also there. This is D will be the answer here. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. I hope it is clear to you all. Earth's atmosphere gets heated up due to the terrestrial radiation. We will see another question from climatology. So many questions from climatology part. So important this area in general studies for this year. You see that here is a question. Consider the following statement. Thickness of the troposphere at the equator is much greater as compared to the poles. Friends, you know our atmosphere is divided into different zones. Structurally, we can divide them into troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, exosphere like this. Troposphere, tropos mean mixing. Troposphere is the zone of mixing of different gases. And the upper limit of troposphere is known as tropopause. Pause means stop, where tropos means mixing stop. So, the tropopause is the outermost zone, outermost layer of the troposphere, and this troposphere thickness varies with respect to convectional instability, you remember. Now, what happened at, if this is the equator here 0 degree, this is 90 degree south, 90 degree north, you will find out that the height of the troposphere at the equator is more, here it is less. At the equator, in fact, if this is the equator L, so it will be like this. At the equator it is 18 kilometer, at the equator 18 kilometer, pole it is 8 kilometer. Here it is 18 kilometer, this is here is 8 kilometer thickness at the pole. In other way, another diagram which I have just shown, it's like 90 degree north, 90 degree south, 0 degree equator. This is the tropopause. The convectional instability is very high at these regions. That's why there is a rise in the height of tropopause. Troposphere height is also more for that region. Tropopause means the outermost layer. Now, convectional instability is very high because high temperature, but here sinking of the air is there because cold condition, so height is less. So, our statement here is thickness of the troposphere at the equator is much greater as compared to the poles. This is correct statement. At the equator, heat is transported to greater height by strong convectional instability, convectional current. Yes, because of high temperature, it goes up to a greater height, there is more temperature. It is correct, absolutely correct, 100% correct. Both statements are correct here, and this statement second is explaining the first statement here. So, this is A will be the A alpha is the correct answer here. It is very simple, very easy. The questions are very easy in geography this year, you see. And I hope if you have some basic understanding, you will be able to appreciate this, that high temperature leads to convectional instability at the equator and upward rising of the air parcel. So that's why more mixing to a greater height, and this leads to the at the equatorial region the height of the tropopause is more, means troposphere is more, and at the pole because of the cold conditions sinking of the air, and this leads to lower height of the tropopause or troposphere. So 18 kilometer at the equator and 8 kilometer nearly at the poles. It is thermally direct, thermally induced these are. Okay, I hope you got it. The convectional instability is for a greater height here. So you know that mixing of gases is up to a greater height as a result of what is this? Convectional instability, as a result of convectional instability. Now, here is one more question. It is from geomorphology. It is from volcano and volcanism. Friends, whenever an volcanic eruption takes place, if it is comprising acidic lava, there are two types of lava, you know, acidic and basaltic, or basic lava and acidic lava. Acidic lava are more explosive. Acidic lava cannot flow quickly, so they usually develop, you know, cone shaped volcano, and the lava, while it erupts, after some time even it cool down and block this pipe in which the lava is coming, and explosion takes place. This is because of huge explosion, the material which ejected out is known as pyroclastic material. What you call? Pyroclastic materials. Pyroclastic material. These are the material which thrown up to greater height due to explosion of a volcano, mostly acidic lava cone volcano, and it forms a huge mouth at its upper part known as caldera. Pyroclastic material, ash and the dust particles also is thrown. Definitely you will have volcanic dust and ashes and all. Nitrogen compound, sulfur compound, all these things they eject out, and subsequently whenever there is rainfall, even acid rain takes place, and huge quantity of these volcanic dust and ashes and all these, you know, because of heavy rainfalls, sometimes mud flow also takes place. Friends, all the above products are volcanic eruption during which you will have. So all the four are correct here. Pyroclastic mean fire and clastic material. The glowing tephra, volcanic dust, volcanic, you know, dust particle, ashes and nitrogen, sulfur components and its compounds, they will thrown out to a greater height. Okay, so and this is a very beautiful scenario it gives in fact in volcanic eruption. So this is about the explosive volcano from geomorphology part. I hope you got it, right? One more very interesting question, it is from oceanography part. Temperature and salinity in the ocean, you must have studied this. So a direct question you can see, will get this from the NCERT also, fundamentals of physical geography. You will find out very simple thing it is given, and you can see in the atmosphere chapter also it is given both the statements. You can see which of the following statement, which the following is are correct inferences or inference from the isothermal map month of January. January mean it is winter in northern hemisphere, summer in southern hemisphere. The isotherm deviate to the north over the ocean and the south over the continent. If you look at the isotherm map of the world, you will find out there is a great deviation. There is a great deviation. Let me draw a map here of northern hemisphere, or let us talk about one ocean, Atlantic Ocean we can see. Okay. This is the North America, South America, and here you have, let us say, Africa is here. This is here is Europe. If it is Atlantic Ocean and here it is the equator, let us say, you will find out that the isotherm they usually, they are here, it is like this, it will go like this. Isotherm, let us say it is 20 degrees Celsius, this will be 0 degrees Celsius, this will be here, let us say 23 degrees Celsius in winter. And this is here, this type of deviation you will find that it is correct because of differential heating and cooling of ocean and continent. This is the major cause. Isotherm deviates to the north over the ocean and over south over the continents. Continents, if you will see in south over the continents, yes, it is there because of the differential heating and cooling of continent and the ocean. The presence of cold ocean current, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift makes the North Atlantic Ocean colder than the isotherm bend toward the north. No, ये colder नहीं होगा. It cannot be. It cannot be because these are warm currents. Gulf Stream is a warm current. North Atlantic drift is a warm current. It is warmer it should be. It cannot be cold. So, this is a wrong statement. Statement 1 is correct one. So, A for alpha, this is the correct answer here. I hope you got it now. Because this North Atlantic Ocean, in which North Atlantic drift and Gulf Stream, these are warm oceanic current, they are not cold ocean currents. These are warm oceanic current, please remember. And isotherm deviates towards north over the ocean and south over the continent due to differential heating and cooling of continent and the ocean. Is it clear? I hope it is clear to you. It is from again economic geography of the world, and here the question is about which of the following countries are well known as the 2 largest cocoa producers in the world. Friends, you remember cocoa is a plantation crop and tropical climate is more suitable for it. Tropical climate with high temperature of consistently high temperature throughout the year is good, so as heavy rainfall 150 to 200 centimeter of rainfall in a year, and temperature should not be less than 18 to 15 degrees Celsius. Cocoa crop cannot be grown in the region where we have frost is there. Frost, it should be frost free, free from frost and very cold condition, because it is a tropical crop. So, for which Africa is the best, in fact, place here, tropical Africa. But Algeria and Morocco, Botswana and Namibia, though they are also in Africa, but they are less producer. Cote d'Ivoire, it is nearly, this Ivory Coast, 30% of the world's production is from only Ivory Coast, and Ghana around 20%. Both the countries are nearly 50% of the world production is from here. And all these options, whatever is given is less. So, C will be the correct answer here. Because of the news of shortage of cocoa and its demand, rising demand, I think this question is asked. So, it is related with the current affairs, but with part of geography. Okay, let us go for the next. Now, here is a question from Geography of India. With reference to the Himalayan river joining the Ganga downstream of Prayagraj from west to east, which one of the following sequence is correct? Now, one need to know about the path of Ganga. This is the Ganga, and as you know, here is the Yamuna. If it is Yamuna, this is the Ram Ganga here, Ram Ganga. Ganga and Yamuna meets at Prayagraj. This is the Prayagraj. Prayagraj. Now, south of Prayagraj, if you will see here, the river Gomti, then we have Ghagra, then you have Gandak, then you have Koshi and Mahananda. Mahananda river they are meeting. Between Gandak and Koshi, here you have the river Son is finally joining here. If you will see the map of India, you will find out this. Our question here is, the question is about downstream of Prayagraj from west to east. West to east means this is the west here, this is east. Downstream from Prayagraj west to east, which one of the following sequence? So this is Prayagraj, so first is Gomti, then you have Ghagra, then you have Gandak, then you have Koshi. So this is the correct answer here. Now for any map related work, I will request you all, you must know the geographic grid first. This is the north, south, east and west. So west to east from left hand side to right hand side. Okay, and a schematic map if you will prepare of the river valley, you will find out this. This is the place where at Prayagraj, Ganga and Yamuna they are meeting, and south of this Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak and Koshi they are located, right. So in this way answer will be B, Bombay, Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak and Koshi. I hope it is clear, right. Another question here, it is from Geomorphology. It's about rainfall is one of the reason for weathering of rocks. Statement second is rainwater contains carbon dioxide in solution. Statement 3 is rainwater contains atmospheric oxygen. My friends, first we should know what is weathering. Weathering is the disintegration and decomposition of the rocks in a fixed place. Again I am saying weathering is the disintegration and decomposition of rocks in situ. In situ means in a fixed place. Now there are three types of weathering: physical weathering, chemical and biological weathering. Because of physical factor like moisture, humidity, temperature, pressure etc., if weathering is there, this is known as physical weathering. And because of chemical action, hydraulic in fact due to the presence of water, due to chemical reaction, like it can be hydrolysis, it can be carbonation, oxidation. For any such type of action, chemical process is there, so it is known as chemical weathering. Remember, this is like our composition of the rainwater. Rainwater contains what is there? Water, H2O, 99.9% H2O it by volume if you see, then nitrogen, then you have oxygen also there, then you have the carbon dioxide also. Dissolve aerosol you will find here with the water, dissolve aerosol also there. So what happened? Because of this we have carbonic acid and hydrolysis, both will be there. Hydrolysis is the process through which weathering is possible in these regions. Also you have the carbonic acid is there, carbonic acid. So these two leads to what? Chemical weathering. Chemical weathering. My friends, you remember rainfall is one of the reason for weathering of rock. Yes, because of carbonic acid there. Weathering is there because of the carbonic acid. Rainwater contains carbon dioxide in solution. Whether it is second, you see second statement if you will see carefully, it is also correct. Second statement also correct. Third statement, rainwater contains atmospheric oxygen. It contains oxygen but not atmospheric oxygen. For that reason this is wrong. So among these, if you will see the option here, among these, one statement among these two, that is C will be the appropriate one, only one of the statements second and third is correct, and that explain the statement 1, it is correct here. C will be the most appropriate among all. Please look at here. If you look at the option carefully, you will find out C is the most appropriate among all. Is it clear to you? Is it clear? I hope it is clear to you all. So what I am saying is, this type of the question, it is a composite question. From weathering it is there, as well as it is talking about composition, rainwater is composition and its processes. So this is a very interesting question. I hope you got the answer now. I am saying again, statement 1 is correct and it is the statement 2 is correct, 3 is wrong and 2 is explaining the another one. So first, so that's why in fact only one of the statement, second and third is correct and explain the statement. It is the answer here. C is the correct answer here. Next one, you find out, this is a map question. I did mention in our classes even this year, very important is the North Sea area, Red Sea area, Baltic Sea regions. I did mention this in the KSG classes. Friends, you see we got a question here. Consider following countries: Finland, Germany, Norway, Russia. How many of these above countries have border with North Sea? If you have done any map work, you might be knowing about this. But let me tell you, North Sea is bordering which country? United Kingdom. Yes, it is United Kingdom, Belgium. You can see your atlas, you will find out Belgium. Then you have Netherlands. Then you have Denmark. It is bordering Denmark. Fifth one, you can see your atlas, you will find out Germany is there. Sixth one, you have your Sweden. Seventh is Norway. All these countries are there. If it is true, now, if it is true, then as per the choice given here, Germany is here and Norway is here. You refer your atlas, you will find out Norway and Germany, they are in the bordering North Sea. So it is the correct answer here, only 2 are here. So it is related to the current affairs again, mapping point, atlas work. I hope most of you must have done. Correct answer this one. Okay, fine. So I hope you got it. Map based question is very easy question. Well, let me go for the next question here. See here, my friends, consider the following information. This is from Geography of India, Drainage chapter. Question is, consider the following. 1. Waterfall, Dhuandhar, Malwa region, Narmada. Dhuandhar is a Narmada river near Jabalpur. It is not in Malwa. Okay, it is not in Malwa. So it is wrong here. Malwa, in fact, from north of Indore it ends. Indore, Ratlam, these regions we have the Malwa plateau, and that's why it is wrong here. Dhuandhar is near Jabalpur. Hundru, Chotnagpur plateau, Subarnarekha is correct. Jarsopa, Western Ghat, correct. Netravati, it's not Netravati, Saravati. Saravati river. So here it is wrong. In this case it is wrong. Bandeje waterfall is in Netravati. Or Netravati, Bandeje waterfall, this is in the Netravati river, but this one Saravati, on which Saravati we have the Jarsopa or Jogfall is located. Friends, so here only one information is correct here. Among these, only one, that is Hundru, Chotanagpur plateau, Subarnarekha river, which is originated from Chotanagpur plateau, and from there Jharkhand to Odisha, Odisha to West Bengal, again to Odisha, and finally drains into the Bay of Bengal. And this particular Subarnarekha river, Subarna Rekha, this river sand has gold, placer gold deposits, that's one known as Subarnarekha river. This river, we have Hundru, that beautiful waterfall is located near Ranchi, as you know. So this is something about this particular question. I hope you got it. Question number. Let us look at now this question here. It's on world geography physical part. but is related with one area of your crustal deformation, folding and faulting, mountain building. Look at here, question is Central Asia Vosges Mountain, Fold Mountain. My friends, Vosges Mountain is located in Europe, not in Central Asia, it is in Europe. France-Germany border, near this is located. Europe Alps block mountain, Alps is not a block mountain, it is a fold mountain. It is a young fold mountain, alpine orogeny during which it was developed. So it is wrong again, first statement is wrong, second statement is wrong. Third, North America Appalachian fold mountain. Yes, it is correct. Appalachian is a old fold mountain. South America Andes fold mountain. Yes, it is correct. Andes is also a young fold mountain. So how many of above these rows is the given information correctly match? Only 2. So Europe Alps block it is given, Alps should be fold mountain, Central Asia it should be Europe, then Vosges fold mountain will be there. Okay. So in this way the most appropriate answer is B for Bombay, only 2 are correct here, right. Consider the following airport: Donapalli Airport, Kushinagar International Airport, Vijayawada International Airport. In the recent past, which one above have been constructed as a greenfield airport, greenfield project? Friends, there are 2 types of airport, greenfield and brownfield. Greenfield projects are those where in a completely new geographical area, new setup of airport, completely new places, newly constructed airport, they are greenfield airport. And among these you have this Donapalli Airport. It is in fact a greenfield airport which are constructed. This airport was constructed in a new place, and this is completely greenfield. It is in Itanagar. And the Kushinagar International Airport of Uttar Pradesh is also a new one. Both are greenfield airport. On the contrary, Vijayawada International Airport is not a greenfield airport. So the correct answer will be 1 and 2 are correct. So this is the correct answer here. Yes friends, here is a question from Climatology about the atmospheric composition and the characteristics of gases and its composition. You see here the question is with reference to water vapor. Question is with reference to water vapor, which of the following statements are correct? It is a gas, yes, the amount of which decreases with altitude. It is a gas which the amount of which decreases with altitude. Which one is correct? See, with increasing height, there is a decrease in temperature. And because there is decrease in temperature, the density of air also decreases significantly. And very interestingly, because of decrease in the temperature, which you call as lapse rate, because of decrease in temperature, the moisture holding capacity of the air parcel also decreases. Now, the amount of gases decreases with altitude, altitude means height, it is correct. This is correct. Definitely it is correct. But if you look at the higher latitude, like at the pole has cold air, cold and dry air. Because it is cold air, the moisture holding capacity of the air is also less. Now, percentage is maximum at the pole, it is wrong. There is less moisture in the water vapor in the air in the polar regions. So, it is a wrong statement here. So, statement 1 is correct only. So, A is the correct answer. I hope you got it.
There are so many greenhouse gases whose proportion or concentration is going to change with height. And these greenhouse gases are those which are trapping, absorbing the heat, and that's why the heat absorbing capacity is going to decrease with height. जब तक कोई ऑब्जेक्ट या मॉलिक्यूल हीट को एब्जॉर्ब नहीं करेगा तब तक वो गर्म नहीं हो सकता, वार्म नहीं हो सकता. और हीट को एब्जॉर्ब CO2 वाटर वेपर कर रही है किस मैनर में? कंसंट्रिक मैनर में. और इनका प्रोपोर्शन हाइट के साथ लगातार क्या हो रहा है, कम हो रहा है। और जब हाइट के साथ प्रोपोर्शन कम हो रहा है तो टेम्परेचर भी हाइट के साथ क्या होगा, कम होगा।
General geography, climatology part, you see here, consider the following description, not statement, description. Annual and daily range of temperature. Annual and daily range of temperature is low. Precipitation occurs throughout the year. Precipitation varies between 50 to 250 centimeter. My friends, very interesting question, very confusing one. I know that most of you must be thinking about equatorial climate. It is fit with the equatorial climate, no doubt, but this statement is not fitting with the equatorial type of climate. But it is most suitable for this option. Why and how? Let us see. See here, if this is an idealized continent, right? If this is an idealized continent, 0 degree, 10 degree latitude, 30 degree latitude, 45 degree, 60 degree and 90 degree latitude, right? And here you are having this different climatic type. Let us say this is the equatorial climate here. This is the equatorial climate. This is polar climate. And in between these climates, this is tropical climate. Tropical. This is warm temperate climate. I hope you are well aware about this. This will be cool temperate climate. I did discuss these things even in our preliminary classes in KSG, and we have detailed discussion about this, like climatic characteristics and all. Now you look at this particular regions. This region is known as the British climate here. This region is British climate. This is the Mediterranean climate. British and Mediterranean climate. Humid subtropical climate, then marine west coast climate. Marine west coast climate is these regions. Marine west coast climate has influence of your warm oceanic current. In most of the cases, we have influence of warm oceanic current. If you look at in Asiatic part, it is Kuroshio current is in the eastern part. In the western part, you are having, in the western part, Eurasia. What is that current? North Atlantic drift and Norwegian current. They are influencing these regions, right? In North America, you have the North Pacific drift or North Pacific current. It is striking near Alaska, known as Alaskan current. That is also warm current. So they are giving, in the west coast, giving more rainfall because of the influence of warm oceanic currents. So the rainfall here is comparatively more, 50 to 50 cm. Among these, if you look at, most appropriate one will be marine west coast climate. Here, annual and daily range of temperature, if you see, it is there but less. As I can say from all these, equatorial climate is fit only these two, but this precipitation is not fitting. China type, it will not fit because of what? Because China type climate, summer maximum rainfall and range of temperature is there. Humid subtropical will never be, because humid subtropical area, they are like, again temperature range is much high, but marine west coast climate has moderating effect, and that's the cause this will be the most appropriate answer. I hope you got it. Again I am saying, due to the influence of ocean current, warm oceanic current at the western coast, it is known as marine west coast climate. Westerly wind also is there. Westerly wind is coming from the ocean. It is bringing warm marine water vapor and marine ocean current, warm oceanic current influence. This leads to more rainfall here. Please do remember this. with reference to Coriolis force, which of the following statement are correct? My friends, you remember Coriolis force is a false force. It is not a true force. Coriolis force, it is in fact directly proportional to the wind velocity and sign of the latitude. Wind velocity, because directly proportional to wind velocity, I said it is Coriolis force is directly proportional to wind velocity. So, because of which if the wind velocity increases, it get influence, it increases with increase in the wind velocity. And I said sign of the latitude. I mean, if there is increase in the latitude, there is increase in the velocity of increase in the impact of Coriolis force. So, it is maximum at the pole. Pole is 90 degree and absent of the equator 0 degree. So, with increasing latitude, there is an increase in Coriolis effect. Because of this cause only, at the equator will not get cyclone. No doubt there is a convectional instability, but there is an absence of cyclone because there is no Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect increases from the equator toward the poles. With increasing latitude, it will increase. So, the answer will be correct answer. Both are correct. It is maximum at the poles and the absent. This is both are correct. This is the C. Charlie is the answer here. I hope it is clear to all of you. This is very interesting, very good question here.
This deviation mainly takes place by the rotation of Earth and decrease in the linear velocity of Earth with ever increasing latitudes from equator towards polar areas.
Now, another question from climatology here. It is about on June 21st every year, which of the following latitude experiences sunlight of more than 12 hours? Sunlight of more than 12 hours. I mean 12 hours or more. So, 12 hours to 6 months even duration will be there. So, June 21st mean the, as all of us were aware, is equator here. This is the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, 23.5 degree north, 23.5 degree south. The sun, apparent movement of the sun is from here to here. You know it. It is in December, March, June, September and December. 21st of June it is here. It is known as the summer solstice. The sun is at the northern hemisphere at the Tropic of Cancer. So, 21st of June latitude, it is at the Tropic of Cancer. So, definitely Tropic of Cancer you will have 12 hours or more time, 12 hours daylight, definitely you will have. And again in the northern hemisphere, that is Arctic circle here, 66.5 degree north, Arctic circle also will have more than 12 hours of sunlight. And this means both 2 and 4 are correct here, but at the equator at that time will not have 12 hours because equinox is not there. It is in the summer solstice, Tropic of Capricorn completely. Here you will also very less sunlight, will have 12 hours only at two places, Tropic of Cancer and Arctic circle. Okay. So, 2 and 4 are the correct explanation here and the answer is D for delta. Okay. Right. ये रीजन में 6 महीने के लिए नाइट हो सकते हैं और ये रीजन में 6 महीने के लिए उसी टाइम पे ही डे हो सकता है, यहाँ डे होगा.
See the question number. First of all, the question number 26. Set B we are discussing. The question number is 26. One of the following regions has the world's largest tropical peatland, which holds about 3 years worth of global carbon emissions from fossil fuel and possible destruction of which can exert detrimental impact on global climate. Which one of the following denotes that region? The answer is Congo Basin. You can search it out. The answer is Congo Basin. But in class, we have discussed about ecological productivity and a video would be shared with you, and in that we have discussed that As far as wetlands is concerned, wetlands also act as big carbon sink, and they are natural carbon sink. After oceans and forests, they would be considered as the biggest carbon sink, wetlands. And wetlands can be classified into 4 types. It can be classified into 4 types, which includes the mangrove swamps, the marshes which are near the rivers or lakes. Then it also includes the fens which has been formed due to accumulation of underground water or the surface water, and then also it includes peat bogs or peatlands. So we can see that peatlands is nothing but a type of wetland only, and the biggest concentration of this wetland is present in the Congo Basin. So that's the answer for question number 26. Let's see the next question.
Rainwater accumulation. Peat bogs, which has been formed due to melting of snow, or rainwater accumulation. And this is one of the purest form of water that we can talk about. Clear lack of nutrients will be there, so the ecological productivity of peat bogs would be very less. Clear? So we can see 4 different types of wetlands.
Now, with reference to perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances that are used in making many consumer products. They are used in making consumer products like mattresses, furnitures. So all these consider the following statements. PFAs are found to be widespread in drinking water, food and food packaging materials. PFAs not easily degraded in the environment. Persistent exposure to PFAs can lead to bioaccumulation in animal bodies. Certainly, this we can see the correct answer in this case would be D. The correct answer would be D. And why we are saying that? Because these synthetic chemicals which are found in many of the products, which includes clothing, carpets, and also includes fabrics, adhesives. Now, these are responsible for what? These are responsible for changes in the cholesterol level of humans and also in liver enzyme levels. So, they are certainly bioaccumulative in nature, and they also affect the birth of infants. In fact, we can see the newly born infant would be having low weight, so that can be one of the adverse impact of PFAs, and the correct answer would be D. So 1, 2, 3, all the 3 statements are correct. It was much in the news also, because you can see in the journals this was mentioned. And now we can see, consider the following question number 28 as far as set B is concerned. Question number 28, and here it has been mentioned. Consider the following: carabid beetles, centipedes, flies, termites, wasps. And they have asked you, parasitoid species are found in how many of the above kind of organisms? Now, there's a difference between parasites. When you talk about animal classification, some of the animals would be called as what? They would be called scavengers. Some would be called as parasites. Parasites means they would be deriving their nutrition from the host and would be responsible for causing disease to them. So they would be called as parasites. But when we talk about parasitoids, they are small insects and whose immature stages develop either within or attached to the outside of other insects, and they are also responsible for killing their host. So we can see only 3 would be the B answer would be the correct option, only 3. And in that we can see, we can put what? We can put carabid beetles are there, flies are there, and also wasps are there. But centipedes won't be classified as parasitoid, or termites won't be classified as parasitoid. Although they can ask you question on termites also. Termites are responsible for methane emission, we have discussed in the class, and they contribute greater in methane emission. They can ask you question on that also sometime in examination, but this would be the correct answer as such. So we can see 1, 3 and 5 would be the correct answers. Only 3 is the correct option.
Next question is actually biology questions, and here I'll tell you directly, guys. It is a question from NCERT book. In NCERT book, whenever you read, guys, pulses group of the plant name is mentioned, and same UPSC asked which one belong from pea family. It's totally biology based and NCERT based questions. This is the reason I spoken every time, even at least 6 to 10 standard of NCERT science book you should have to read, because sometime UPSC asks a question from these NCERT books. But I just want to tell you guys, in science generally NCERT book have a biology, physics and chemistry, but there is no technology. This is the reason NCERT not more fruitful in the case of UPSC, but somehow sometime question UPSC asks like these questions. Okay, so here question is like consider the following plants, option like a groundnut, horse gram, soya bean, bean, and how many of above belongs to the pea family. Pea family means legume groups. Yeah, pulses crop. Actually, I just want to tell you, groundnut, horse gram and soybean all are actually coming under the example of leguminous crop. Yeah, Fabaceae family. Okay, and this is the reason here. How many of the above belong to the pea family? All three. All three will be the correct answer. But again, I am telling you, NCERT book, general questions. Even this question you can connect with the interdisciplinary nature, like agriculture, like environment. In the case of nitrogen cycle, you can consider this pulses crop. Agriculture, because of this pulses crop, they increases the nitrogen fertility in the soil. But I will prefer this question as a part of botany, as a plant and general studies, guys. And again, I will repeat everyone, guys. If you have done this mistake, so kindly read the 6 to 10 standard of NCERT book, because NCERT book is a biology, physics and chemistry. Somehow 1 or 2 questions UPSC as in your paper. 2-3 years back, I have seen one of the question of pressure cooker that UPSC has from the physics. It was also from the NCERT book.
Now see, consider the following statement. Statement 1 is that Indian flying foxes is placed under the vermin category in the Wildlife Protection Act 1970. There's no dispute about this statement. Now, when you talk about Indian flying foxes are also referred to as mega bats. They are also called as fruit bats. They are also called as mega bats. They are also called as fruit bats. And they have been categorized as vermin in the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. And the second statement is what? That Indian flying fox feeds on the blood of other animals. That's exactly wrong. Because we can see that they are responsible for feeding on what? They are responsible for feeding on plants. They are responsible for feeding on foods. For example, Nipah virus disease. Nipah virus disease spread in Kerala due to the fruit bats, which are also called as flying foxes, and they were responsible for feeding on mangoes. Clear? Although they have been classified as vermins, which would be responsible for destroying plants and foods, but it would be better to classify them as chimera. Chimera means what? Chimera means any organism which would be having multitude of genomes, more than one genetic makeup, because the feature of a flying fox or mega bat is that like of a mouse or a rat, and the wings are like that of birds. So they should have been classified as also chimera. So that's, and these things we have discussed in the class when we discussed the chapter on diseases, that what are flying foxes. A question pertaining to this has been asked in your current affairs 2023 set 2 question number 4 in the class, that what are flying foxes. We have asked that in the class itself. You can see the test, the reference will be given to you. Now the organism Cicada, frog hopper and Ponasclator are nothing but they are a type of insects. So it's a very simple question. So they fall under the category of insect. So the correct statement would be C. So that's a factual. Now, next question is, consider the following statement and obviously select the correct code. Many chewing gums found in the market are considered as a source of environmental pollution. Definitely they are a source of environmental pollution. And why they are a source of environmental pollution? When you talk about chewing gums, they are made of synthetic rubber. They are made up of plasticizers. They are made up of artificial flavors also. So they are sticky and they do not disintegrate easily. Clear? So they happen to be a source of nothing but gum pollution, and it's a type of plastic pollution only. Second statement is, many chewing gums contain plastic as gum base. That's true. Nothing wrong in that. So we can see, as far as the answer to this question is concerned, the answer would be A. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 correctly explains statement 1. Clear? So this is a part of plastic pollution. We have discussed in the class that there are many forms of plastic pollution. Not only this, but textiles that we wear, 70% of them are nothing but plastics only. Plastics only. Clear? They are polymer based and they are plastics only. Now, let's see question number 43 of set B. Now, they have given you some animals and matched them with some countries where they are endemic as such. One animal is Indri. Now, it has been wrongly matched with Brazil because Indri is found where? It is found in Madagascar. And this is the largest of the lemurs. Lemurs are just like monkeys. Lemurs we have discussed in the class as one of the keystone species because seeds of some vegetation have to pass through the digestive tract of lemur in order to germinate. As far as elk is concerned, it's found in North America and central land. And as far as bonobo is concerned, bonobo is not found in Madagascar. We can see bonobos are found in Congo only, and they are endangered species which are found in Congo. So all the three options which have been given are incorrect. Nothing is correct. So D option would be the correct. Now consider the following statements regarding World Toilet Organization. Now, it is one of the agencies of the United Nations, not an agency of the United Nations. It has a consultative status with UNESCO, but it cannot be called as the agencies of United Nations. And the second option, World Toilet Summit, World Toilet Day, and World Toilet College are the initiatives of this organization to inspire action to tackle the global sanitation crisis. That's definitely correct. And the third option, the main focus of its function is to grant funds to least developed. Funding is not one of the main focus. So, you can see the correct option is what? The correct option is A. That's 2 only. It's not 2 only would be the correct option. First statement is incorrect. Third statement is incorrect, and only 2 would be the correct option. So option number A would be the correct answer as such. Now let's see the next question. In set for B, it is 45 that we said I have, and lions do not have a particular breeding season. That's true about lions. Unlike most other big cats, cheetahs do not roar. And that's also true about all the three statements, in fact, are nothing but correct. Unlike male lions, male leopards do not proclaim their territory by scent making. They are responsible for giving some sound calls through which they proclaim their territory. So all the three statements are correct. And this we have discussed as one of the questions in contemporary, just like a question like this has been discussed as one of the questions in contemporary issues in the class, and that's set A4 2020 current affairs environment 2024-2025, and question number is 5. Just like similar to this question, we have discussed a question in the class. Which one of the following is the correct description of 100 million farmers? Now you can see first option would be the correct option. It's a platform for accelerating the transition towards food and water system that are net zero, nature positive, and that aim to increase farmers' resilience. That would be the correct option. Now, India has one of the largest number of farmers in the world, and resilience for farmers is essential in the limelight of global warming and climate change. So, this initiative has been taken. So, first option is the correct option. And certainly net zero would be our target.
Next question is set B, question number 47. Consider the following like battery storage, biomass generators, fuel cell, rooftop solar photovoltaic units, and how many of the above are considered distributed energy resources. Okay, before examinations I have discussed one of the concepts that is called mini solar grid, even battery energy storage supply. So mini grid system, battery energy storage supply, actually these two examples that I used before examination in the discussion of the part of current affairs, I discussed on the YouTube platform. You already have listened earlier. Okay, here few example I already given you. So solar rooftop photovoltaic units, as it is a part of distributed energy resources. First of all, again I repeat, what is the meaning of distributed energy resources? Then easily you can understand what kind of example will be the part of them. By the here, all other examples and even all examples are definitely right. Okay, what is the meaning of distributed energy resources? So actually, distributed energy resources are actually a small modular level of energy generations. Mini solar grid, battery energy storage system, those I discussed before examination. They all are what? A small level of power generation capacity. And here the sources of power generation is what? Solar energy, wind energy, like this kind of energy sources you can use here, guys. It's a storage technology. It's a storage technology. And this kind of storage technology will provide electric capacity or energy wherever you need it. So definitely, guys, you install the battery storage system. Battery BESS, before examination I discussed with this. Okay, battery energy storage system. Okay, and I use it, guys, like one of the state has been started this kind of energy storage system. Biomass generators, any generator, guys, diesel generator, biomass generator, any generator, but yes, at a small level, that power generation you can do. Okay, at the remote areas, this is also one of the example. Fuel cell, battery, it's a common example. Okay, for remote areas as a part of distributed energy resources. Of course, guys, it's a portable and easily energy can be generated in your area and you can distribute from one to other areas. And definitely how it is possible when the all power generation and supply will be a small scale. So this is the reason distributed energy resources where fuel cell also be correct. And solar rooftop, solar photovoltaic units. Of course, this one you can understand very well, mini solar grid system. In that way, mini solar grid system, and that I discussed with it. So BESS and mini solar grid system, I already discussed before examination as a part of current affairs. But the generator and fuel cell is also a small level. Okay, so here all answers should be the correct statement. So all four will be the correct answer here in this case.
Now, next question, which one of the following shows a unique relationship with an insect that has co-evolved with it and that is the only insect that can pollinate this tree? See, the correct option is what? This question number 48. The correct option would be nothing but some wasp. Some wasps are responsible for, and the correct option is what? The correct option is fig plant. So some wasps are responsible for this, and A would be the correct answer in this. Now there are some questions in biodiversity or species which usually in the books they are not mentioned. One or two questions like this definitely would figure in your examination, for which the answers are not very easy as such. Now consider the following: butterflies, fish, frogs. How many of the above have poisonous species among them? All have poisonous species among them. For example, butterflies, if you consider, so we can see African giant swallow would be considered as one of the varieties. Fish, when we talk about fish, triggerfish, parrotfish are poisonous in nature, and frogs, there are many frogs which are poisonous in nature. For example, the golden frogs would be considered as poisonous in nature.
Okay. Now look at here, one more very interesting question. Consider the following: cashew, papaya, red sanders. Friends, as very popular cashew nut which you are eating, cashew. Cashew, how many of above trees are actually native to India? Cashews are not native to India. Cashew nuts, as you will know, it is good and most suitable for the laterite soil. If you go to Goa, you will find out more and more cashew nuts there. In laterite soil regions of India, you will find out cashew nuts, right? Cashew nuts are native to Brazil, and the Portuguese, it is native to Brazil. It was brought to India by the Portuguese. Portuguese people, they brought to India. So cashew nut is a wrong things, like it is not actually native to India. Papaya is native to southern part of Mexico, okay, and the Central America. Southern part of Mexico and Central America, in which it is native to that region. It was brought to South Asia and Southeast Asia by the people from Europe. Specifically, these are by the Spanish people, Spanish explorer, they brought it, okay, and from there to India it came. So papaya is not, but red sanders are, yes, this is correct one. Red sanders are actually endemic, and it is related with our Eastern Ghat, southern part of Eastern Ghat. in Andhra Pradesh, southern part of Eastern Ghat in Andhra Pradesh. So this is otherwise in red center known as red sanders, red sandalwood. I hope we are well aware about this. It's from Andhra Pradesh. So only one is correct here. How many of above trees are actual native? Only one, that is red sanders. I hope it is correct to all of you. You got it? Okay.
Now come toward the next question, and next question is very interesting, and it's a miscellaneous type with reference to radioisotopes, thermoelectric generators. So radioisotopes, thermoelectric generators. Consider the following statement. Okay, actually this topic is connecting with the nuclear energy and space technology. Okay, it is a kind of interdisciplinary nature of questions. Even I discussed inside the class regarding the certain space mission like Voyager, okay, like Changi 4, and I spoken there inside the class, guys. There are few missions even sent with the help of nuclear energy, because these are so much far based distances and it is not easy to carry with the help of conventional fuels those people use into the launch vehicles. Okay, but here I want to tell you guys, just for the small level of power generation if you want inside the satellites. So for that purposes, guys, RTGS is the best technology. Yeah, it's a technology that is developed where we people utilize radioactive elements, their own isotopes, as a source of energy. Okay, now listen, what is the examples? I just want to tell you guys, if you people are going to send any of the mission in the space, okay, and from the space, guys, it is going to send certain signals. So from space to send a certain signal, and suppose this spacecraft is up to that area where there is no effect of solar radiations. Reason I discussed inside the class, like with the help of solar panel, a group of solar panel is used inside the satellites. Those solar panel is going to receive the solar radiation and charge the battery. Okay, and then with the help of this battery, you know, the signal is coming towards Earth. But the problem is there, if you people are going to send any mission where the solar radiation is not going to reach. Suppose you across the our solar system, you across the Neptune wala area, across the Pluto Kuiper belt wala area. In that area there is not a presence of the solar lights. In that area, if you want to do any experiment, so how it will work. So simple in that cases, guys, we people can utilize this kind of technology, this kind of generators. Generator means it is a place where people can generate something. Okay, and this is the thermoelectric, the temperature electric process. But here those temperature is generating for the electricity generation. Okay, through the help of heat generation, here some radioactive isotope is used. So that is the reason the name is radioisotope thermoelectric generators. Now question is here. Okay, consider the following statement. The first statement, RTGS are miniature of fission reactor. One. Second, RTGS are used for powering the onboard system of a spacecraft. So onboard system of spacecraft I already told you guys. Okay, onboard spacecraft, from that where you people are going to send a spacecraft, guys, from there they will send the signals. Okay, you people, it is right according to this. RTGS can use the plutonium-238 and which is byproduct of the weapons development. Of course, guys, plutonium-238 is the byproduct of the first generation. Whenever you people even listen nuclear energy development program of India, 3-stage nuclear energy development program of India, that is developed by Homi Sahagir Bhabha, I discussed the first generation of the fuels, that is uranium. Those who people use 235 and 238. This waste have a presence of plutonium-238, and this plutonium-238 we people can use here in this case of RTGS. So this is right. This is right, and this plutonium-238 is what? It is a byproduct. Yeah, it's a kind of waste of the weapons development program. About the first stage of nuclear energy development program, this waste is a plutonium. And this plutonium, we can use it as a source of energy in the RTGS system, is right. But this kind of energy is just a miniature of energy. Small level of energy is here, guys. Okay, and another one, guys. So I just want to tell you, this statement is right and this statement is right. In this case of miniature fission reactor, okay, I just want to tell you guys, actually, our nuclear energy program is based on nuclear fission. Again, I repeat, our nuclear energy development program means I'm telling you in the reference of India is based on nuclear fission. In the case of nuclear fission experiment, okay, we people are using uranium, we people are using plutonium as a nuclear fuel for the power generation. Even you can use them also for the destructive purposes, means for the atom bomb. But I just want to tell you guys, in this case of miniature fission reactor, miniature means at very small level of fission reaction performed with the help of plutonium as a source of power, and then so much distance, plutonium based spacecraft, plutonium running spacecraft, means the power sources of plutonium, they will charge the they are getting the power, and through the help of power the signal is going to come. Okay, but I just want to tell you guys, here have some doubts, because according to some research papers, okay, they mentioned it like those plutonium is there, okay, inside the spacecraft and all, just as a small source of energy to send a signal from so much distance. Okay, so here the answer is what? According to that generals, actually they are not involving in the fission reaction for the power generation. Okay, even plutonium involved in fission reaction, but in this case of miniature fission reactor, guys, actually they are not going to involve in the fission reaction. Okay, here they have a passive emission of radioactive elements, and in this cases of passive emissions, not active means not directly fission reaction is going to happen. They are emitting some of the radiations, and in this process, guys, during emission of radioactive elements, they are creating heat or energy, and this heat or energy is few of amount of heat or energy. Okay, and that way people use as to run the spacecraft. Okay, and this power will utilize to send a signal toward the earth. Okay, so ultimately in this case, second and third is 100% right. Okay, second and third have no doubt, but first one statement have little bit doubt. Okay, and this is the reason I told you, but still I will tell you guys, B statement, this is the B statement. B statement is second and third only. Okay, this is more accurate, but still in a small level there is a possibility one may be right. But again I am telling you, those people have ticked the B answer, more accuracy is here. Okay, more accuracy is here. Least options is the D option is possible. Okay, so this is the statement, kindly remember. So those people have ticked the B options, so there is a maximum chances to have a correct answer. Okay, D possibilities are very least.
Now, one more question here. It's from general geography. After so many years, we are getting this type of questions here from the universe, and it's about your different type of star, galaxy and the star. So it's about the giant star live much longer than the dwarf star. What is a star? As of all of us are well aware about this, that star is a huge gaseous spindle with hydrogen and helium. Mostly the stars, with respect to time, they changes its structure, they changes its function. In fact, a huge star, when it get explosion, there is a term known as a red shift, red giant star will develop, and the subsequently after explosion it reduces to a smaller one, and this is known as dwarf star. In case of giant star, what happened, because it is the internal part, the composition of this in a giant star, it burns fuel at a much faster rate due to the higher core temperature. At the middle part of this star, we have higher temperature, that's why it burnt more hydrogen. But on the contrary, in case of a dwarf star or otherwise called as after explosion, post explosion of a giant star, this dwarf star develops, they burn fuel slowly, and due to the lower core temperature, they are more denser. Dwarf star is more denser, and it will have this dwarf star as it is more denser, it is cooler. This is giant star as you see, its a temperature is more, so it will burn out quickly. So the statement number 1, giant star is much longer than the dwarf star, it is wrong. On the contrary, this one, compared to dwarf star, giant stars have greater rate of nuclear reaction because it lives long time. So this statement D is correct here. I mean, as per this statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. This will be the correct answer here. I hope you got it. In our PT marathon classes, I did mention about this, that from this galaxy and the universe, there is possibility of question. It is a predictive question, in fact. I hope it is clear to you. Next.
Go toward the next question. Next question should be question number 14. What is the question? Consider the following activities. One option, identification of narcotics on passengers at airports or in aircrafts. Second option in statement, monitoring of precipitation, means weather kind of activities. Third, tracking the migration of animals. In how many of the above activities can the radars be used? Okay, so where the radar can be used? Radar is using with the help of radio waves. Okay, radar work with the help of radio waves, and radio waves is a non-directional wave and not line of sight, and this is the reason radio waves are going everywhere. Okay, and if anywhere upside guys have a presence of fighter plane, so because of radar nature, okay, the waves are going everywhere. Okay, waves are going everywhere. Okay, it's going to strike on the aeroplanes, yeah, fighter plane, yeah, missiles, and then after it is going to reflect back. And through the help of radar stations, we can identify the reflection of the radio waves and we identify about the airborne objects. But this radar, through the help of airborne object, not only the work is this, like to identify the airborne object, but this radar can be also used for many other purposes. And it's a very generalized question, guys. It's not a current related and all. It's a very generalized questions. Here I want to tell you guys, like identification of narcotics on the passenger airport or aircraft is possible or not. I just want to tell you guys, less amount of radio waves. Those radio waves is very small in frequencies overall. Okay, so this is, by the way, radio waves have a very less frequency. In this all very less frequency, those are the least frequency of radio waves. It can be used for the detection of narcotics. So this is the right answer. Even I mentioned the low frequency of the radio waves, okay, can be used to detect the narcotics and even explosive also. If anybody have a bumps or arsenals and all, it can be possible to detect. So this is the correct statement. Monitoring of precipitation, 100% right. Okay, not only the monitoring of precipitation, guys, because weather phenomena can be detected with the help of radio waves, and a part of this, guys, a part of this, okay, those birds are moving, yeah, insects are moving, okay, that positions, that migrations can also be checked, but in the case of flying birds, and this is the flying insects, flying animals, okay, and that is the reason, guys, here in these cases all answers should be correct. So here UPSC has how many answer above activities can radar be used? Only one right, 2, yeah, 3 and none. So of course guys, here all 3 option will be the correct option. Okay. Now the next question also came from the classroom discussion and during the discussion of defense technology. Even this year UPSC has 2 questions in your paper from defense technology, and both 2 questions came from the classroom discussion as a part of static. Okay, the one question those UPSC has in your paper, that is consider the following aircrafts. And UPSC asked the question about Rafale, about MiG-29 and Tejas Mk1. During classroom discussion, I discussed with you about the generation of fighter plane. Generation of fighter plane. Okay, and during the discussion of fighter plane, I discussed with you first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, 4.5 generation and 5 generation fighter planes. Okay, and 5 generation fighter planes. This is a worldwide, guys. This is the worldwide about the first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, 4.5 generation, and 5 generations. And after this discussion inside the class, I discussed with you about which fighter plane India have. Okay, in the reference of India, which kind of fighter plane we have. Okay, so here in that case, I told you guys, Rafale we have taken from other country. You know very well. Some political debates also happen earlier. But I'll tell you guys, Rafale is considered in 4 and 4.5 generations. Rafale is considered in 4.5 generations. And those Tejas India have, this is the indigenous fighter planes. India itself developed. Okay, it's a kind of LCA, light combat aircraft. It is also considered as a part of 4.5 generations. So Rafale is 4.5, somewhere is called as a 4, but more accurate I told in the class 4.5. Even Tejas I also said in the class it is a 4.5. But MiG-29 is a kind of 4 generation. And then at last I told you guys, Russia, China, US, they have a 5 generation fighter plane. But still India did not have a fighter planes, 5th generation fighter planes. And here UPSC is asking you, how many of the above are considered 5th generation fighter aircrafts? Even India have all these 3. This one got other country, this one comes from Russia, and this one indigenous. But all are not of 5th generation fighter planes. And this is the reason, guys, in many ways, you people can guess this answer very easily. And this is the question that UPSC has directed from the classroom discussion, those I have done here, guys, in the static part. So finally you people understood here, the correct answer is none. Don't go on third generation, directly come on fourth generation, and Pakistan carry F-16 fighter plane, and F-16 fighter plane, F means it's a US. Okay, and that was a fourth generation fighter plane. So how interesting it is, guys. The second generation of fighter plane of MiG-21 destroy fourth generation of US based F-16 in the case of Abhinandan. And Abhinandan, by mistake, you know what happened? His plane also crashed. Okay, and enter in Pakistan. And this is because of thanks to Geneva and all protocol and all. Okay, Abhinandan returned back to India. Actually, you know, here you should very thanks to Imran Khan. In India, some other advertisement is going on that the Prime Minister is there, yeah, some Home Minister is there, and that's why this Abhinandan came. But actually, the mistake Imran Khan has done. Imran Khan already have disclosed with their own military man, with the General Mandalal, I have already captured this person, whom? Abhinandan. Okay, so India has no need to give them any proof, because you are already giving a proof, na? And in that way, if any of the soldier will enter in any other country, then within 48 hours you must have to return back. Geneva Protocol benefit. India is the member, Pakistan is a member. See, many of the people of Indians, Navy, Indian and all, they enter in the Pakistan. India is giving the example. See, this is the sabut and all, but they are not ready. What happened suddenly in the case of Abhinandan? Within 48 hours they return back, because their own mistake those Imran Khan already have done. Understood? Yes, if you made them hide, in that cases that will have a difficulty. India will give the proof. Pakistan not ready. Here though Pakistan already given the proof now. A dump country, a dump prime minister. This is the reason I'm telling you education is very important. A 4.5 generation, I just want to tell you, this is that fighter plane generation wherein fighter plane, one of the interesting technology introduced, and the technology is called stealth technology. Stealth technology introduced in fighter plane from 4.5 generations. Okay, somebodies are telling Rafale that India have, it's a 4.5 generations. In our defense system, it is also called Tejas. Those India has developed own fighter plane. It is also 4.5 generations. But here have a many doubts at the international level. But India have two 4.5 generation fighter plane. The one is the Tejas that India itself developed, and second is what? Second is the Rafale. Okay, everyone, fine. What is the stealth technology? Stealth technology is later on will come. I'll tell you. Here I'm telling you, it is a technology through the help of it you can make any fighter plane, any submarines invisible in front of radar system and sonar system. So in your country, any of the fighter planes, a missile can come, and even submarine will come. You cannot detect through the help of radar and sonar system. Stealth technology make them invisible. And in that case, all the missiles and fighter plane and submarine become very dangerous for any countries. If you cannot detect, they are coming. Even in drone, etc., maybe we people use a stealth technology, and that is the reason drones, if a kind of UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. Okay, they are coming in your country. Okay, with the help of stealth technology, and you cannot detect them. Same thing America has done in the case of Laden. Laden was entered in Pakistan. In Pakistan areas, America has used their own drone system as a kind of UAVs. Advanced UAVs are drones, and here you can make them invisible also. Okay, in Pakistan, through the help of drone system, America is watching on Pakistan, where is the Laden. Okay, when it becomes sure, okay, through the help of the drone system, enter in Pakistan, kill Laden and carry them back outside from the Pakistan, his dead body, and where it buried, nobody knows, inside the oceans. Okay, fine. So what is that? But I'm just telling you guys, stealth technology, how much it is beneficial. It can be used even in the case of drone system also. And drone you can also use as for spy purposes. You can use for war purposes. Laden ke case mein the drone system was used. In that way it can be used. The stealth technology, at last I will tell you how they will work. 5th generation fighter plane India did not have, and that is the reason 5th generation fighter plane will never come in your paper. Yes, in 2012 UPSC has one of the question F-22. Where is it? F-22. F-22 Raptor aircraft is a 5th generation fighter plane that India has demand from America. But America Parliament has taken a decision, F-22 will never sell by America to any other nation. But that time it was a news, so 2012 में F-22 came in UPSC mains question paper. उसके बाद से till now have not even the single question UPSC has in your paper from fighter planes. Last time when UPSC asked the question for fighter plane, it was F-22, and that was in 2012, and you people know very well 2012 was the old pattern, new pattern started from 2013 onwards. Clear? Okay. See, India's have a many of the fighter planes that India got from other countries, and they carry the nuclear warheads. So nuclear capable aircrafts. Nuclear capable, those can carry atom bomb. And you know very well those atom bomb drop, it was dropped by B-29 super faster bomber US fighter plane. Everybody remember? Okay, this is here guys. Nuclear capable aircraft, Sukhoi 30, Su-30. Su-30 UPSC means 2010. Up 2010 में this kind of question was a standard, not today. Okay, Mirage India got France, MiG 29, 27 India got from Russia, Hawk Europe, Tejas. Agar today you will go on the newses, some more fighter plane list you will also got it. Now come toward the next questions. And next question that UPSC has, it is based on hydrogel. Hydrogel concept I discussed with you at the time of discussion of 4D printer. Okay, at the time of 4D printer. Okay, this discussion I have done at the time of 4D printers. But UPSC has the many other option of hydrogel. Hydrogel, what is the question? First to listen the nature of questions. It's a set B question number 60. In which one of the following are hydrogel used? Means application of hydrogel. Control the drug delivery in the patient, mobile air conditioning system, and preparation of industrial lubricants. This is the question those UPSC asked. Select the correct answer using the code given below. Only 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and 1, 2 and 3. Okay, 1, 2 and 3. Now hydrogel. Hydrogel is a kind of synthetic compounds. Even naturally it is also available. So there are two sources, natural sources, synthetic sources, both are available. Hydrogel actually it's a kind of polymer materials and they are cross linked. Okay, मतलब उलझे हुए धागे समझ जाओ, बहुत है ना जुड़े हो as a polymers. Okay, there are the cross link polymers networks and they have a nature guys, they absorb water and they swell up. This kind of property is there in the case of hydrogel. But hydrogel materials have a very specific nature. Whenever they will come in different atmospheric conditions, different type of weather. Yeah, I just want to tell you pressure, temperature, humidity. Their structure is going to change. And further, if you keep it to the original kind of conditions, atmosphere, then again they will come in the original form. It's a nature that you will see in the case of what? In the case of hydrogel. Okay, and they're very soft in nature. And I told you guys, water retention capacity is there. They contain water. That is a property there, guys. Okay, and people can use them. People can use them, this hydrogel, in many kind of applications. Okay, and in many field, guys, biomedical engineering, like soft robotics, environmental studies, everywhere we can use it. Okay, but I just want to connect with that. Those UPSC as the option in your examinations. Control drug delivery in the patient. So of course it is right. Okay, drug delivery system it can control, and even it can. This is the reason hydrogel we can use to provide the medicine at the targeted site. So targeted drug therapy is being possible. Okay, like in certain cancer cases where we can use the hydrogel, as the one statement is right. Second one, mobile air conditioning system. Mobile term defined as a movement kind of air conditioning. Yes, guys. Actually, hydrogel kind of material if used in the mobile air conditioning, so there is a property. They are water retention capacity. They have water retention capacity, and I think you people know very well. When July, August, September kind of months in Delhi. Okay, when you see guys in this period of time have a massive humidity. Okay, and humidity is more and more irritating for the metabolic activities of the plant and animal both. In this condition, if hydrogel kind of material will be there, guys, they absorb all the moisture, humidity, and this is the reason it will be very fruitful inside the air conditioning system. So air conditioning system with the help of hydrogel materials, they solve the humidity problems, and that is the reason inside the room, guys, there is no humidity. They absorb all the humidity, and the room become humidity free conditions. So this is also a correct statement. Third statement, preparation of industrial lubricants. Exactly, guys. Hydrogel kind of material if you use there, so no rusting is there. So it work as a lubricant. Okay, so this is the statement. As a anti-wear properties, excellent anti-frictions. So there is no wearing and tearing in that cases. So in that way, guys, all three options right. So 1, 2, 3 should be the correct answer. So D should be right answer here in this case. Go toward the next questions. Next question, those UPSC asked, which one of the following is the exhaust pipe emission from fuel cell electric vehicle powered by the hydrogens? It's very simple questions. It's a direct questions, and it is also came from the classroom discussion. Even if you have a McGraw-Hill book, and even current updates, maybe whenever I have taken a class of fuel cell, I discuss in some of the where current affairs, even videos available. In that way, you can find out, guys, fuel cell, why it is safe. Because fuel cell, if you people use a hydrogen as a fuel, You know what is a byproduct here in these cases? Water. Okay, water and water vapor. And that is the reason, guys, it is not problem. The fuel cell, it generates heat. Okay, it generates heat. And what about the emission is there in the case of fuel cell? When hydrogen burn in the presence of oxygen, they generate the water vapor, guys. So that is the reason hydrogen fuel is not a problem. Problem in the case of hydrogen technology, though not very advanced. But problem in the case of when you use the hydrogen fuel is not a problem, because in that case water vapor generates. And water vapor is not the problem. Even in the case of you people, guys, like you are going to take a smoke and something like it, carbon dioxide, SO2, noxious. No, this kind of problem is not there. It's a very direct questions. And one thing more I'll tell you, guys, it's a repeated questions. Long back, UPSC also asked this question in your examinations, but long back. 10 years back, I'm telling you guys, this was the question UPSC also asked earlier. It is for the repeating questions. So here the correct answer should be what? D options. And even I spoken always, guys, inside the class, kindly solve the previous year's question papers. Previous year question paper always important. And here this is the example, those questions directly you people got further in this year of examination. Set B question number 17. Next questions. Next question is UPSC questions, and set B question number 18. Okay. Recently the term pumped storage hydropower is actually and appropriately discussed in the context of which one of the following? So the question background is actually based on pumped storage hydropower. Okay, and see the option is irrigation of terraced crop fields, lift irrigation of cereal crops, long duration energy storage, and the rainwater harvesting system. It's option. Actually, for this 2024, I discussed in the current affairs part, even the static part also in the last duration of time, about the gravity battery. About the gravity battery. Okay, about the gravity battery. Actually, those principle used in the case of gravity battery, similar principle also used in the case of pumped storage hydropower. Again, I repeat, similar principle also follow in the case of pumped storage hydropower. What is a pumped storage hydropower? Very simple, guys. Even I discussed with you like those energy requirement is you people have. Okay, throughout the period of time, means I'm just going to consider 24 hours. Every moment of time, same energy requirement is not there. Sometimes the energy demand is high, sometimes energy demand is very low. Okay, when the energy demand is very low, in that time, those surplus electricity you have, it will be used to keep a water through the help of pump up to certain height. And then when you people have a need of electricity generation, then you fall down the water that you people have accumulated to certain height, and when it fall down, guys, it is used to move the turbine. And when the turbine move, what happen? Mechanical energy generate. And this mechanical energy will utilize for the what? Through the help of dynamo, you can convert it to electricity. So it is the procedure that you people can use it. Again, I repeat, it is a procedure that you people can use it. So this is my statement. I just want to tell you, this kind of hydroelectricity system is called pumped storage hydropower. Means through the help of pump, you people can store the water up to certain height somewhere, guys, and accumulate there. Okay, and when you people are going to store the water up to certain height, accumulate there, it's a kind of energy, and that is called what? That is called as a potential energy. Okay, and whenever you want electricity, okay, you just fall down, and here because of this fall down of water, you just connect with the turbine. Turbine is going to move, and when the turbine move, what happen, guys? Mechanical energy generate, and through the help of dynamo, mechanical energy convert into electricity. This is the part, guys, one part. So in that way, guys, you are going to save the energy. So irrigation of terrace crop fields, lift irrigation of cereal crops, long duration energy storage, and rainwater harvesting system. So answer which is correct, long duration energy storage. Explain here about it. The global pumped hydro capacity worldwide is more, guys. And so this is the overall whatever I discussed with you, it is written here. Fine, this answer is right. It is somehow it is connecting with the gravity type of battery. But gravity battery mein EV companies, EVs, I think you people have listened my earlier classes of the current affairs. But here we are going to develop everything in the form of water storations. When the electricity is not required more, okay, through the help of this less energy requirement, those extra electricity you have, this electricity we use to pump the water up to certain height. Okay, this is here in this system. So one pumped storage hydropower, I think I explained with you, and here I just came here to discuss the answer, not like about the concepts, but little bit I just introduced. If you never listen it, so you should have to listen first. Next, membrane bioreactors are often discussed in the context of. Actually, it's a topic. Even one of my friend even work on this topic. When I have done my PhD in IIT Delhi, he has done the work in IIT Delhi in microbiology sector. And membrane bioreactors he used it, and practically I have seen it. Okay, and what is actually this? It is a mode of water purification. It's a kind of water treatment system. Okay, actually we people use certain filter here in this case. Okay, some ultra thin filters, micro filters used there to solve the water impurities. And here in these cases, guys, some bacteria, microorganism also used in this filter. And this bacteria will do the decomposition of organic waste in this filter area. Okay, and this is the reason we people are going to disintegrate the waste material, Okay, and this is the concept here, guys. Membrane bioreactors are the combination of membrane processes like microfiltration and ultrafiltration. It's a different kind of filter we people use. And side by side, some biological wastewater treatment process. Acha, in this cases, some biological means just like any sewage, any kind of waste is there. Okay, and organic waste is there. And here, just like where this kind of waste is very common, you can see very well, guys. Municipal and industrial waste widely used for the treatments. Okay, and some bacterial activity also happen. So membrane for the filtration of water, and bio means living organism there. Living organism is microorganism, bacteria and all. Reactor means is a kind of place where we are doing the entire process. Okay, so this is the reason membrane bioreactors is the procedure is used generally even in the case of water treatment technology. The answer should be D here in this case.
With reference to the Indian economy, collateral borrowing and lending obligation are the instrument of. Now, although this term again remain in the news, CBLO, okay, CBLO, that is collateral borrowing and lending obligation. Okay, so if I go with the statements, or you can say options, stock market. So ultimately, first I'll tell you some concept, then you can say, then you will better understand. Although to be very honest, I does not use this term directly in my class. Okay, but I cover this concept in my class. In what way? Normally, I used to tell my students that there are three types of funds. Number one, your fund is investment. Number two, that is borrowing, or you can call it debt. And number three is donation. So companies used to look for, you can say, funds. So you have to clarify which type of fund you are looking for. So ultimately in banking and capital market, money market, there are only two types of funds which we deal with, that is borrowing and investments. Now, if I talk about borrowing and investment, okay, so if you see, stock market deals with, you can say, investments. Okay, that is investments. Okay, forex market, okay, so it deals with, you can say, exchange rate. Clear? Now bond market, okay, so in bond market, you can say there is no concept of collateral. Clear? But in money market, there is a concept of collateral and lending obligation. So you study about the topic of like call money, notice money, term money, okay, you can say treasury bills, cash management bill. So there is a concept of that. Clear? Ways and means advances. So that is why answer will be C. Okay, so again in the video proof, I have not used this term, but when I cover the topics of types of funds that are in our economy, so there I talk about these things, that banks can only give borrowing, whereas money market, okay, gives or deals only with borrowing, whereas capital market deals with both borrowing and investment. But in capital market, you read this term that they are subject to market risk. Clear? So यहाँ पर बात हो रही है, in this question they are talking about collateral borrowing and lending obligation. Clear? Lending obligation. So anyone or both. Clear? So if you see bond market, part of capital market, forex market, part of capital market, stock market, part of capital market. So if you eliminate these three, that is bond market, forex market and stock market, they deals with, or you can say they are subject to market risk. So ultimately this concept does not apply here. So only money market will be left, and that will be your answer. So again, you can see that this question is on concept. So in video, I have covered about types of funds. So with that, okay, if you have, you can say my class students can easily solve this question if you know, or you can say able to recall that concept in exam. In an economy, there are three types of funds. in an economy there are three types of funds. Number one, borrowing. Number one, borrowing, also known as, you can say, debt, or you can say loan, also known as debt, or you can say loan. Number two, investment. Investment, also known as equity. Equity. And number three, donation. Donation, and also known as, you can say, grants, or you can say charity. Clear? So ultimately there are three types of funds. Okay, borrowing, investment, and donation. Clear? So this is in an economy. Okay, so you know that whenever you give someone as a borrowing, so in return they will give you rate of interest. Yes or no? So whatever borrowing they you have given, so in return they will give you what? You can say this amount back plus with rate of interest. So अगर मैंने आपको 10 lakh rupees दिए at a rate of 10%, it means you will return me 11 lakh. Clear? So ultimately 10 lakh is my principal amount. Okay, 1 lakh is my return which I earned from you. Clear? So ultimately here you will get rate of interest. Now if I give someone as an investment, there you will get, you can say, shares. Sorry, there you will get shares. तो अगर आपकी suppose 10 करोड़ की कंपनी है and in that I invested 1 crore, okay, so you have to give me 10% share of the company. Now ultimately if your company is in profit, so I'll have a 10% share in that profit. If loss, then it is my loss also. Clear? So ultimately this is what investment के अंदर you get shares of the company. Clear? So ultimately donation. So in donation, whatever your relatives give you, सब गया, वापस थोड़ी दोगे यार. वो अलग बात है कि आपको लगता है he has given me or she has given me this much amount, तो मेरे को भी इतना अमाउंट देना है. क्लियर? कई नहीं भी देते कि भाई मैंने कहा था देने के लिए मुझे. Yes. So ultimately that is called donation. So in donation, whatever money you have given, okay, it will not come. So return or returns तो भूल जाओ. Clear? So this is what you have to understood. So there are three types of funds in an economy. तो आपने देखा होगा sometime in newspaper the term come that this company is looking for funds. So आपका सबसे पहला सवाल यही बनता है, which funds you are looking for? Which funds you are looking for? Borrowing, investment, or donation? Clear? Because when you use only the word funds, so it is not clear कि आप किस funds की बात कर रहे हो, इसकी. Clear? So this is what. Okay, but if I talk about in the context of banking and financial market, there is no place for donation. तो कभी आप बैंक में जाके ये नहीं बोलोगे मेरे को डोनेशन चाहिए. ओके, बैंक मना कर देगा आपको कि आई डोंट डील विद दिस. क्लियर? यही आप कैपिटल मार्केट, मनी मार्केट में जाके ये नहीं बोलोगे आई नीड अ डोनेशन. सो दे विल डिनाई यू. So they will say that we does not deal with donations. So right, in the context of banking, as well as financial market, we deal only with two types of funds. That is borrowing and investment. Clear? That is borrowing and investment. Clear? So ultimately there is no place for donations. There is no place for donation in this context. मैंने अब देखो इसमें क्या लिखा है, in economy there are three types of funds. But जब हम बैंकिंग और इसकी फाइनेंशियल मार्केट की बात कर रहे हैं, so in that there is no place for donation. We have only or we deal only with this. Clear? क्योंकि जो भी इसके अंदर players हैं, means stakeholders हैं in bank and this, they are only interested in earning money. Okay, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो फ्री में काम नहीं कर रहे. Okay, they are only interested in earning money. So this is what you have to remember. Next, if I talk about banks, I am talking only about banks. So banks can give only borrowings. तो आप कभी भी किसी भी इंडिया के बैंक में जाओगे, चाहे एसबीआई में जाओ, चाहे पीएनबी में जाओ, चाहे आईसीआईसीआई, एचडीएफसी, सो इफ यू आस्क देम कि आई वांट इन्वेस्टमेंट, तो भी मना कर देगा. तो बैंक्स डील करते हैं सिर्फ बोरिंग से. Banks only deals with, you can say, providing loans or you can say borrowing. So right. In India, in India, banks only deals with, in India, banks only deals with borrowing. Okay. That is they provide loans only. That is they provide loans only.
Here is one question from human geography. The total fertility rate in an economy is defined as which one among the following? Now, fertility rate, as all of us were well aware, fertility rate is a demographic measurement. It is a demographic measurement, in fact, which indicate the average number of children a woman will have in her lifetime. Okay. So, this is where fertility rate. Now, the fertility rate are of different type, like it is similar to crude birth rate, total fertility rate, general fertility rate. So many measurement themes are there. Now, the number of children born per 1,000 people in the population in a year. This particular thing represents, if you will see this in human geography, you can say that's crude birth rate. This is the crude birth rate, right? The exact destination for this one is the average number of live birth. Look at here, live births a woman would have by the end of her childbearing age. Okay. So, this will be the most appropriate, though the B option here, the number of children born to a couple in their lifetime in a given population, approximately this will be okay, but most appropriate one will be D, delta. This one will be the correct answer here. We will see these things even in your NCERT, it is given. Of course, NCERT of Sociology book, class 11th. My friends, total fertility rate in an economy determines many things, which is the soul of your demographic dividend and demographic structure of a country, and country's economy depends on this. It plays a very important, very vital role. All the population policy, demographic policy is dependent on this particular theme, right? So, this is all about these questions. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now, the next question is,
Consider the following statements. In India, non-banking financial companies can access the liquidity adjustment facility window of the Reserve Bank of India. Now, normally, if you search on Google, you will get an article of Economic Times. There you can say that key, or you can say some of you may get confused that this statement is correct, but I'll say that this statement is wrong. Why? Because if you read that article properly, they have mentioned this thing that NBFCs, okay, NBFCs cannot take a, you can say, loan or you can say borrowing under repo rate from RBI. Okay, so ultimately this is not, you can say the statement is wrong. And you can understand in this way also that NBFCs are of two type, deposit and non-deposit, and NBFCs comes under Companies Act. Clear? So if you can apply this logic also that they come under Companies Act, so it means Banking Regulation Act does not apply over it. So those entities on which Banking Regulation Act applies, they have to or they can enjoy the privilege under liquidity adjustment facility. So here you have to understood this way that NBFCs are under Companies Act. So that is why statement 1 is, you can say, wrong. So if you eliminate the option, so A and C cannot be the answer. Now we are left with B and D. Okay. So if you see second, in India, foreign institutional investor can hold the government securities. Yes, they can hold. They can hold dated government securities also. They can hold, you can say, T-bills also, that is treasury bills. They can hold cash management bill, as well as they can hold, you can say, state development loans. Okay, SDL. So it means they can invest in, you can say, government securities, but they can invest up to certain limit. Clear? Although they have not asked about this thing. So this thing I also covered when I covered the topic of T-bill in my class. Okay. So there I talk about that FII, okay, can invest in government securities. Okay. So you will get the proof of the video. Okay. So second statement is correct. So automatically, without going to the third statement, you can say answer will be D only. Okay, but third statement is also correct. In India, stock exchange can offer a separate trading platform for debts. So you know about the concept of debentures, okay, which I used to cover in my class. Debentures. So debentures are issued by listed companies only, and for that there is a separate portal. Okay, separate portal. So ultimately, this also I covered. So, but in, you can say, two different topics or classes I covered. So you will get a access to the video, so you can see the proof of the video. Foreign investors, okay, but foreign investors के साथ में bracket में लिखना, they can invest or they can lend up to certain limit only. Debentures are the borrowing instrument, are the borrowing instrument issued by listed companies, to raise borrowing for long term, In India, which of the following can trade in the corporate bonds and government securities? Now, no doubt, this is a topic which I used to cover in money market and capital market. Like when it comes to government securities, we talk about treasury bills, we talk about cash management bill, we talk about dated government securities, we talk about state development loans. Okay, so in the topic of treasury bills, okay, which comes under, you can say, government securities, there I mention that who are eligible to invest in government, or you can say T-bills. Similarly, in government securities, okay, so if you see, banks can invest, retail investors means people like you and me, or you can say individuals can invest. Okay, similarly, if you see, insurance company, pension companies, NBFC, even foreign investors can also invest. Okay, that is in corporate bond and government securities. Clear? So as a proof, I'll give you that this topic I have covered when I covered the T-bills topic in my class, that is treasury bill. Okay, so there you can see this thing, but the answer for this will be that all, that is D will be the answer, 1, 2 and 3. So you can see in the video that I have covered in under the topic of T-bills, and the same applies for corporate bonds also. So you can see the video where I talked about T-bills, okay, which is, you can say, a government security. So you can see in the video. Eligible lenders of T-bill are number one banks. तो आप देखो बैंक्स का काम क्या है, लोन देना. तो बैंक्स भी यही ढूंढता है कि कौन मुझे ज्यादा रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट दे रहा है. तो अगर सपोज देयर इज नो borrower in the market, you can say borrower is there but not ready to give this much loan rate, so they will try here कि क्या पता ये ज्यादा दे दे. Clear? So ultimately this is what you have to understand, that banks can also put money here. Second, insurance and pension companies, right? Second is insurance and pension companies. बायर वर्ड इसलिए यूज नहीं किया ना, बिकॉज दे आर एक तरह से इसमें अपना पैसा बोरिंग के लिए दे रहे हैं ना, लेंड कर रहे हैं ना पैसा. ओके, दे आर गिविंग देयर मनी एज अ बोरिंग, तो दैट इज व्हाई लेंडर वर्ड इज यूज्ड. बायर वर्ड इज नॉट राइट वर्ड टू यूज, क्योंकि इसमें कर क्या रही है, थ्रू टी बिल्स गवर्नमेंट इज टेकिंग बोरिंग एंड हु आर एलिजिबल दे आर गिविंग बोरिंग. ओके, तो मैकेनिज्म एक ऐसा लग रहा है आपको कि खरीद रहे हैं, बट हाँ वो खरीद ही रहे हैं, बट इस मैकेनिज्म के अंदर वो कर क्या रहे हैं, सरकार बोरिंग ले रही है ना शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए. ओके, और जिनके पास एक्सेस पैसा है लेंडर्स ही हो गए वो. तो दिस इज व्हाट. ओके, सो सेकंड इज इंश्योरेंस एंड पेंशन कंपनीज. तो अगर आप देखोगे इंश्योरेंस पेंशन कंपनीज के पास भी बहुत पैसा होता है, यस और नो. सो इंश्योरेंस एंड पेंशन कंपनीज. थर्ड एनबीएफसीज, नॉन बैंकिंग फाइनेंशियल कंपनीज, तो इनके पास भी पैसा रहता है अच्छा खासा. फोर्थ, रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स. नाउ रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स बेसिकली इंक्लूड इन इंडिविजुअल इन्वेस्टर्स लाइक यू एंड मी, तो हम लोग भी इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं. तो रिटेल इन्वेस्टर मींस इंडिविजुअल. Okay, retail investors. Next, foreign investors. Okay, but foreign investors के साथ में ब्रैकेट में लिखना they can invest or they can lend up to certain limit only. Okay, they can lend up to certain limit only. Now why? Because India is not fully convertible. तो जहां पर भी कन्वर्टेबिलिटी हमने पढ़ा था कॉन्सेप्ट बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट में, क्लियर. सो दे आर नॉट फुल्ली कन्वर्टेबल. दैट इज वाई फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर जब भी इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, ओके, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर जब भी इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो अल्टीमेटली देयर इज अ लिमिट कि कितने अमाउंट तक आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हो, क्लियर, मतलब अंडर टी बिल्स. ओके, एंड लास्ट इज आरबीआई. आरबीआई, consider the following. Now, when this topic I talk about financial instruments, so I'll say that this topic is again from capital market and money market. Now, whenever I start in my class the topic of capital market and money market, so my student, those who have attended my class, so they will agree with this. So whenever I start, so I used to tell them that one of the simplest question that UPSC used to ask from this topic, that they will ask you which of the following is or are part of capital market or money market or both. So ultimately last to last year they ask a question on money market. This time they ask a financial instrument, which means they are talking about that is which are the part of, you can say, capital market and money market both. Clear? Now if you see exchange traded fund, so it is nothing but, you can say, similar to shares only. Okay, so ETF is similar to shares. So I talked about this topic of ETF when I cover you can say disinvestment topic in my class. Okay, that is under topic of public sector unit. Okay, now currency swap. Now currency swap is a part of derivatives. So you know derivatives are of three types, that is forward, futures, and you can say options. And within options we also talk about currency swap. Clear? So there I talked about this topic. Okay, motor vehicle act or motor vehicle, sorry, motor vehicle is nothing, you can say, not regarded as financial instrument. So if you see, the answer will be D. So you can see in the video that I talk about ETF in one of my lecture. Okay, when I talk about this investment topic, that what is ETF. So ultimately whenever it comes to shares, no doubt shares are part of your, you can say, capital market. So similarly ETF, in ETF we are pooling the shares. So ultimately it is a part of capital market, and this is financial instrument. Okay, and currency swap I covered in the topic of derivatives. So you can have a proof of that this topic I covered in my class. Regulated by SEBI. ऐसी आपका एक और टर्म चलती है, ऑप्शंस का ही आगे पार्ट है, करेंसी स्वैप. तो कोई बता सकते हैं करेंसी स्वैप क्या होगी? खैर यूपीएससी ने अभी तक क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछा इसमें से, बट स्टिल आपको पता होना चाहिए टर्म क्या है, करेंसी स्वैप. एनीवन? करेंसी स्वैप देखो, आपको पता है एक्सचेंज रेट क्या हमारा फ्लक्चुएट होता है. यू नो $1 या कोई और भी करेंसी ले लो, यू नो दैट फॉरेन करेंसी गेट, you can say either, you can say Indian currency depreciate or appreciate with respect to these foreign currency. Clear? अब अगर सपोज कर लो कि मेरे को नहीं पता फ्यूचर में हमारी करेंसी, मतलब इंडियन करेंसी विल एप्रिशिएट और डेप्रिशिएट, दैट आई डोंट नो, बट हो सकता है कि डेप्रिशिएट भी हो जाए, हो सकता है एप्रिशिएट भी हो जाए, दैट डिपेंड्स. क्लियर? दैट डिपेंड्स. अब यहाँ पर अगर हम करेंसी को लेके बेट कर दें, ओके, या फिर मैं अगर आपके साथ कोई डील कर रहा हूँ, ओके, मतलब आपसे कोई एक्सपोर्ट या इंपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर हमने अगर डिसाइड कर लिया कि इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ वट एवर इज द एक्सचेंज रेट, हम अपनी करेंसी को एक्सचेंज करेंगे इस रेट पे, उसको कहते हैं हम करेंसी स्वैप. तो अगर आज जैसे $1 83 समथिंग का है, क्लियर, अब हो सकता है कि फ्यूचर में और डेप्रिशिएट कर दे या एप्रिशिएट कर दे, क्लियर, बट हमने क्या किया, हमने एक एग्रीमेंट ले लिया कि हम $1 80 में ही एक्सचेंज करेंगे. क्लियर? इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ इन फ्यूचर वट एवर इज द एक्सचेंज रेट. तो जो एक्चुअल एक्सचेंज रेट होगा उसको हम कंसीडर ही नहीं कर रहे. वी हैव आवर ओन एक्सचेंज रेट, ओके, एंड दिस इज नोन एज करेंसी स्वैप. क्लियर? तो हम अपनी करेंसी का एक्सचेंज रेट फिक्स कर रहे हैं, दिस कॉल्ड एज करेंसी स्वैप. क्लियर? तो नॉर्मली जो लोग फॉरेन करेंसी में ज़्यादा खेलते हैं, सो दे फॉलो दिस करेंसी स्वैप. अब इसमें हो सकता है एक पार्टी को लॉस हो, दूसरे को प्रॉफिट हो. क्लियर, एक पार्टी को लॉस हो, दूसरे को प्रॉफिट हो, क्लियर। तो अल्टीमेटली जिसने पैसे देने हैं मीन्स द पर्सन हु हैज टू गिव फॉरेन करेंसी, और अगर फॉरेन करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट हो गई, ओके, तो मतलब इंडियन करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट हो गई, तो जिसने फॉरेन करेंसी देनी है उसको बेनिफिट होगा, ओके, और अगर एप्रिशिएट हो गई तो देन ही हैज अ लॉस, क्लियर। तो करेंसी स्वैप में रिस्क भी चलता है, ओके, करेंसी स्वैप में रिस्क भी चलता है। सो अल्टीमेटली व्हाट गवर्नमेंट डिड, सो इन 2014-15 गवर्नमेंट केम विद द कांसेप्ट ऑफ ETF, exchange traded fund, okay, so right.
About with reference to sectors of the Indian economy, consider the following pair. This is from economic geography part. Friends, as all of us were well aware that the primary sector, secondary and tertiary sector, quaternary, quinary sector you are having. Primary sector in our economy represents all those activities, all those occupation which are associated with exploitation of the nature and the natural system, directly what depend on the nature here. So it includes mostly agriculture, animal husbandry, dairy farming or dairy, then you have fishing, mining, quarrying, etc. All these things directly associated with this. So here in this case primary sector dairy farm is correct one. This one is correct here. This option here is correct, right? And mineral exploration, it should be a primary one, mineral exploration, because directly related with the nature. So it is a wrong one here. This one is correct. Storage of agricultural produce, it should be in the tertiary one, tertiary sector, because it is storage of agricultural produce. Agriculture is in primary, but service sector, storage, trading and all these things will be under the tertiary sector. Secondary cannot be, so it is wrong here, this is wrong. Weaving cloth, this is manufacturing, so definitely it will also secondary. You remember primary sectors activities are those activities directly related with the nature and natural system. Secondary sector is manufacturing sector, industries, manufacturing of different products. By exploiting the primary resources and all things, you know, whatever we are getting is, it is in the secondary sector. So the correct answer will be only 2 here as per this, right?
Question those UPSC as it is the consider the following materials: agriculture residues, corn grain, wastewater treatment sludge, wood meal waste. Okay, this is the option those UPSC asked, and the actual question is which of the above can be used as a feedstock for producing the sustainable aviation fuel. Okay, so which statement right? Actually, this is the topic. It directly came from the current affairs class, even updated class, those I covered in the marathon batch. In this class, I discussed with you about what is the meaning of sustainable aviation fuel. What was the news, like current affairs updates here. In the last year, those questions directly came from the current affairs, like National Biofuel Coordination Committee has brought some targets for the blending of sustainable aviation fuel with aviation turbine fuel. What is the meaning of sustainable? Sustainable I defined with you guys earlier. It is safe for the environment and for the human health, for animals, everyone. Even neither have a problem for today, even not for the coming future. It's a meaning of sustainable. So this is the reason those fuel, as UPSC asked the question, we can use them as a sustainable aviation fuel. Okay, here many options are there, and which option we can use it. So I just told you guys, biomasses derived fuel are environmental friendly because they burn effectively, and this is the reason the emission of pollution are very, very low, and this is the reason they are considering as a sustainable. So biomasses like agriculture residues, corn grain, wastewater treatment sludge and wood mill waste. Even whenever I have taken your current affairs classes, I have given you the lot of examples. Sustainable aviation fuel, it is produced from biomass sources. That is the news in the case of SAF. In this case of SAF, there is a news guys, like many of the example we can use like cooking oil, waste animal fat, manure, sewage, Various type of organic waste include maize, food grains, waste food, waste wood, wet wood. And see the option is the last waste mill, wood mill paste, matlab waste, wood waste. So this option to directly you can got. But rest of the option, how you will get it, for this purpose I will help you. Agricultural residues are the lignocellulose material. Even corn grain was the news in the case of sustainable aviation fuel in 2023, it was a part of current affairs. Wastewater treatment sludge still have a organic waste. Organic waste, lignocellulose compound, organic waste, wood meal is still organic waste. Through the help of various microbial activity, we can convert them into the biodiesel. We can convert it into bioethanol. And this bioethanol and biodiesel we can use as a biofuel. Okay, and corn still is the main source of carbohydrates that we can also convert into ethanol with the help of certain fermentation process with the help of microbial activities. And these all example we can use as for the formation of biofuel and the sources of biomasses. And this all the biofuel we can do the mixing with the normal aviation turbine fuel, and then in the sustainable manner we use it. So this is the result in this option. The correct answer should be what? So current answer should be C here, guys, because 1, 2, 3, 4 all will be correct. So kindly remember, if you people have ticked the C option, there's a maximum chances of accuracy here in this case. Fine. First of all, I'll discuss with you what about the sustainable aviation fuel and coal gasification and coal leak. I think coal gasification liquefaction I discussed in the static portion also, but still it is the important question for your current affairs. And one thing more, this question still not came in UPSC examinations. Green hydrogen and many concepts I will discuss here in this part. Sustainable aviation fuel. Actually, India have a national biofuel coordination committee. Okay, in the case of sustainable aviation fuel, you come here, guys. India have a national biofuel coordination committee. This is one of the committee that is in India, guys. National Biofuel Coordination Committee, NBCC. Okay, and they have made a targets. They have made a targets of SAF. Okay, they have made a target of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, mixing with aviation turbine fuel. So those aeroplane turbine fuels we people are using, in that cases we people do the mixing of sustainable aviation fuel. Okay, actually at international level, you know, this one will start by 2027 onwards. It's a initiative of ICAO. It is an initiative of ICAO. What is the ICAO, guys? ICAO is the International Civil Aviation Organization. It is what? International Civil Aviation Organization. Okay, so International Civil Aviation Organization has set up a target. Okay, actually I want to tell you, it is one of the UN agency, guys. It is one of the UN agency. It's set up in the same year when India got independent, 1947. Okay, and its headquarters is in Canada. Okay, actually the purpose of this is what? Those aeroplane is going to move in the sky, okay, at some height. They're making some rule and regulations on the aviation sector. So rule and regulation on aviation sector, it's a purpose of them. Rule and regulation in aviation sector. So the purpose is what? Rule and regulation in aviation sector. Okay, so actually they are trying to make a air transport system much more safe for the environment. And for that purposes, this organization had make a target like okay, we will start to use this kind of mixing of fuel effective from 2027 onwards. Okay, and this is the international UN agency parameters that India follow, and here India brought the SAF. And why these kind of things are very, very important, guys? Because I just want to tell you guys, when the aeroplane is going to move in the sky, guys, they also creating a lot of environmental pollutions. So in that cases, the carbon footprints and this kind of problems there. So that is reason to save this. Okay, the environmental conditional to make them safe. Okay, this is the ICAO body. Okay, they are working, and India also adopted a National Biofuel Coordination Committee. Okay, they have set up it. Actually, this committee was established. This committee was established in 1960. This committee was established in 1960 under what? Under MOEF and CC. This is the main leading ministry. MOEF and CC is the main leading ministry of India. MOEF and CC. Okay, and what about the decision has been taken? I want to tell you guys. See, so what about the decision has been taken? And this decision, you just remember, guys. At international level, this kind of fuel should be sustainable fuel. We should have to start in the aviation sector from 2027 onwards. Okay, this is according to ICAO. This is according to ICAO. But what about the India saying under their own National Biofuel Coordination Committee? Okay, so what about the decision here? Some factual data, and see, current space, some factual data are there, and wherever concept is required, the previous discussion I will connect from there. See, the one is there, guys, like 1% mixing, 1% SAF blending, 1% SAF blending, those India will start. Okay, as a target. Okay, 1% SAF blending target 2027. Okay, but firstly it will start from initially at international flight. Actually, at international flights. Okay, international flights. And second one, 2% sustainable aviation fuel will start. Okay, mixing from 2028 onwards, and initially into the international flights. Okay, into the international flights. Now the question is actually, what is the sustainable aviation fuel? Those mixing that India has also made a target according to own decision, like 1% mixing of sustainable aviation fuel by 2027 onward India will start, and 2% sustainable aviation fuel blending target 2028 India will start. Sustainable aviation fuel are actually those fuel produced from biomass sources. The best part, do you remember? Okay, they are generating from the biomass sources. Okay, sustainable aviation fuel generate from biomass sources. They generate from biomass sources. A biomass source like cooking oil, waste, manure, sewage, that kind of maize, food grains, that kind of things are there. Okay, and these biomass based fuel that is going there, guys, they will be the substitutes. They will be the substitute of jet fuels. Okay, so there will be substitute of jet fuels. Those will generate here from the food grains, rice, food grains, rice. I think you know very well. I'm telling you biofuel here, biomass. Now you people know very well those biomasses fuel you people have seen. Okay, now I am planning to do the mixing into the aviation sector. Okay, in the case of aviation sector. Definitely you will ask me, what about the benefit of it? Okay, what about the benefit of it? The benefit of it, biofuel, there are environmental benefits, but sustainable in the nature. So emission reduction will be there. Pollution will be not there. So the one is the emission reduction will be there. Okay, the one is what? Emission reduction will be there. Second one, carbon footprint reduced. Of course, carbon footprint means the emission of carbon content will reduced. Second part. Third one, waste recycling also become very easy. Okay, those biomasses are going to generate. In the case of biomass gasification, you've seen, guys, people are doing the open burning of biomass. They create the massive environmental pollutions. So these kind of benefits are here in this case. Okay, what is a synthetic petrol? I'll discuss. Just wait. But what is actually SAF? Sustainable aviation fuel. This is the entire informations, or I think you will not miss it. And you mentioned this is the first topic of current issues. Okay, so synthetic aviation fuel, kindly remember. It's a fuel mixing of biomass that you will do. I think you people very clear. It's a international organization, you people remember. Okay, those are working and India is following the same. And this is the reason India said like we will start to do the mixing at least 1% from 2027 onwards. And they have given the suggestion also 27 onwards the people start. So India is going to start from 2027 also. Okay, India is going to start from 2027 also.
Next, with reference to physical capital in India, Indian economy, consider the following pair. Now, this question is again on you can say concept. So, to attend this question, you must know working capital as well as fixed capital. Clear? Now, working capital is means whatever you or you can say expenditure you have to do on day-to-day expenditure. Okay, fixed capital is one-time investment. So, for example, you purchase a car. So car is a fixed capital. Okay. Now to run the car, you need a petrol. So that is working capital. Clear. So if you understood this concept, so in that way, farmers plow. So means plow used by the farmer to till the land. Okay, that is soil tilling. So ultimately for soil tilling, that whatever equipments you need, that is a one-time investment. Okay. So it cannot be a working capital. Clear. So it means first is wrong. Okay. Computer. Yes, computer is a fixed capital. So this is correct. Yarn used by weavers. So yarn you have to purchase again and again. Clear? So it cannot be fixed. Petrol is a working capital. So in this way 2 and 4 are only correct. So answer will be only 2. Clear? Clear? So with respect to this topic, I will say honestly that in class notes I have not made it right. But in general, when I cover the topic of infrastructure, okay, when I cover the topic of banking, so there I used to talk about that. Clear? There I used to talk about that. So with you can say some examples. So there I use this term working capital and fixed capital. Clear? But ultimately if you want, I'll arrange a video for you for this, but I need a time. But this I have covered in my class. Okay. But right now it's difficult to arrange a video, but this topic has been covered. Clear?
Now come toward the next questions. What is the next question? Next question is that UPSC has in your paper. This is still you even came from the classroom discussions. But listen first about the nature of questions. What is the question here? This is a set B and question number 8. In this question, UPSC asked, which one of the following words, phrases is most appropriately used to denote an interoperable network of 3D virtual worlds that can be accessed simultaneously by millions of the users who can exert property rights over virtual items? Option: big data analytics, cryptography, metaverse, and virtual matrix. During classroom discussion, I spoken you guys about the metaverse, and I told you in that discussion, like just after the discussion of VR, AR, MR, and XR, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and extended reality, I have discussed inside the class about the metaverse. Meta means beyond. Beyond. That is not easy to expectation, guys. And I think you people know very well from the long many years, Facebook has given the name of their own platform as a Meta, and the symbol is something like infinite type of symbol that Facebook is written on their own platforms. So this is a Meta, because in the coming future, through the help of metaverse technology, Facebook will give you a access. Maybe in the coming future, those Facebook chat and all you people are using, will use in the coming future. It will be based on the metaverse concepts. In the case of metaverse, I think you people remember one of the story I told you, like in the COVID, like how we people connect with the WhatsApp video calling with our family members. But whenever we people connect with the family members, it is looking like that all the family members are connecting through WhatsApp calling, Google Meet from different locations. But metaverse give you a kind of 3D images. And all information is like a virtual words. And we all people find out we all people are sitting together and we are connecting together. In that way, we people found like we people can play Ludos and chess together. We all the cousins and all. So it's a beyond of this. So it's a 3D but virtually connected words. And one of the very interesting term that is called interoperable network. If you people read the McGraw-Hill book, so in that book even I have also mentioned about the interoperability network. Many of the people were very happy after the examination and they sent me the message. Sir, only because of interoperability nature. Okay, because I read your book, McGraw-Hill book. It was written there in the McGraw-Hill book, metaverse interoperable, and because of this word only they find out the answer is what? Metaverse, and metaverse is the correct answer. Okay, so this is also a question those UPSC has directly from the classroom discussion, and those content you people got it. मेटावर्स थोड़ा बताता हूँ, है ना. नाउ विल कम टुवर्ड अ डिस्कशन ऑफ मेटावर्स. ठीक है, एक मिनट. ये वाले टॉपिक्स के पीपीटीज हैं या नहीं? नहीं है. है, नहीं है ना, बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो कोई बात नहीं ना, मैं आपको मेटावर्स करा के फिर आज आपका क्वेश्चन पेपर करा देता हूँ. 3 days more have classes and then class over. देखो मेटावर्स क्या होता है. मेटावर्स के केस में एक बात बताता हूँ, जैसे मैं समझाऊंगा उसी तरह समझना. इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. ओके, एक मिनट जरा मेरे को थोड़ा नोट्स भी खोलने दो. ठीक है, कोशिश करता हूँ कि यहाँ पे आपको कुछ लिखाना ना पड़े, लेकिन कुछ लगा ऐसा अर्जेंट है तो लिखा दूंगा, नहीं तो मैं आपको चीज़ों को समझा देता हूँ. जस्ट अ मिनट. आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ यू पीपल नो वेरी वेल. हाँ सर, असल में पिछले कई सालों से, है ना, जो फेसबुक है वो अपना नाम मेटा लिखता है, ओनर ऑफ मेटा. आप समझ गए मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ? वो कई सालों से अपना नाम जो है वो मेटा लिखता है. मेटा में जो टर्म है वो मेटावर्स का ही मेटा है, और कमिंग फ्यूचर में ऐसा कहते हैं कि मेटावर्स के कंसेप्ट पर ही, मेटावर्स के कंसेप्ट पर ही नई टेक्नोलॉजी होगी, या कह लो फेसबुक होगा जो हम लोग एक्सेस कर रहे होंगे बाय 2027 और 28. ओके, अच्छा यू टेल मी गाइस, जनरली जब हम इंटरनेट वगैरह यूज करते हैं, ठीक है, नहीं, यू जस्ट स्टार्ट कंसेप्ट्स विद द हेल्प ऑफ कोविड वाला एग्जांपल लेता हूँ. अच्छा, यू गाइस नो वेरी वेल, इस फनी एग्जांपल बनाकर आई एम सिंप्लीफाइंग द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ द मेटावर्स. जरा समझना. अच्छा एक बात बताओ, जब हम लोग का जैसे यू पीपल हैव अ सम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप, तो हम लोग के फैमिली का भी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप होता है ना. मेरा तो होता है. जैसे हम जो है, हम लोग के अपने कजिन वजिन जो है ना, सारे के सारे, उनका अपना एक ग्रुप है, और एक ग्रुप है व्हाट्सएप है जहाँ पे सिर्फ कजिन्स ही नहीं है, उसके अलावा गार्जियन वार्जियन पेरेंट्स भी जुड़े हैं. ठीक है, उस वाले में थोड़ा हम लोग डिसिप्लिन पे रहते हैं, और जो है ना हमारा अपना पर्सनल वाला ग्रुप है, उसमें हम लोग जरा खुराफात अपने नेचर पे रहते हैं. ठीक है, अब सपोज गाइस, है ना, कोविड में वी ऑल कजिन हैज बीन डिसाइडेड कि वी ऑल पीपल विल कनेक्ट टुगेदर. ठीक है, जुड़ जाओ. तो जब कनेक्ट टुगेदर वाला केस है, उसमें दिक्कत क्या है? दिक्कत कुछ नहीं है, उसमें हम लोग अपने अपने मूड में रहते हैं, अपना, है ना, अपना फनी, अपना बचपन वाला सब बदमाशी, वी पीपल डिस्कस एंड शेयर इट. आई थिंक आप समझ रहे मैं कहना क्या चाह रहा हूँ. ठीक है, अब सपोज वी पीपल हैव टेकन अ डिसीजन कि इन द नाइट अराउंड 8 o'clock हम सब एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ेंगे, 10 बजे रात में एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ेंगे. उसमें से कुछ कजिन की शादियां हो गई हैं, कुछ के बच्चे हो गए हैं, मतलब ऐसे कुछ विदेश में बैठे हैं, कुछ जयपुर में बैठे हैं, कुछ यूएस में है, कुछ यूरोप में है, कुछ दिल्ली में भी है, नोएडा में भी. ऐसे करते करते सारे के सारे कजिन वजिन, कुछ कोलकाता में है, कुछ जयपुर में, कुछ देहरादून में है ना. तो आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू गाइस कि वी ऑल कजिन्स आर गोइंग टू कनेक्ट विद दिस ऑन द वीडियो कॉल. समझो, अभी मेटावर्स तभी समझा दूंगा. ठीक है, एवरी कजिन्स ऑन द वीडियो कॉलिंग्स आर कनेक्टिंग टुगेदर. तब तक चला मेरे कजिन जो बाथरूम गया हुआ है, तब तक पता चला कि हमारे ताऊ जी ने भी फोन. ओ माय गॉड. ओके, sorry, oh my god, I told you because he is very irritating in my family group. तो वो कभी भी रहते हैं तो बस कहीं भी हो तो डांटते रहते हैं ना. अब जैसे वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स ने अपने वो रिबन उबन बांध रखा था, ऐसा नहीं एक होता है आजकल लड़के उड़ के बांधते हैं ना, वो बांध रखा है, उसको डांट रहे, ओए लड़की बन के घूम रहा है, मतलब है वही, है ना. हमने सोचा थोड़ा सा दाढ़ी बड़ी मेरी बड़ी थी, है ना, बाल बाल कोविड में बड़े हो गए थे, तो बोले राक्षस की तरह थी, मतलब सबको डांटते ही रहते हैं ना. अब बाई मिस्टेक ही एंटर इन द ग्रुप, क्योंकि वो कजिन वाला फोन गलती से उठा ले. अब हम क्या बोले, अब बड़े हैं हम, मी ओनली आई एम नॉट देयर, है ना, बहुत सारे हैं, 15-20 है सब कजिन, एवरीथिंग सर, अब सब चुपचाप बैठे हैं. एंड व्हेन वी ऑल द कजिन्स वर, अब इस स्टोरी को जरा समझना, सम अनवांटेड पर्सन आल्सो केम देयर. एक्चुअली आई वांटेड टू टेल यू दिस वन, बट डायरेक्टली आई डू नॉट लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस इन दैट वे, तो इनडायरेक्टली आई टोल्ड यू. बट अब मैंने बोल दिया. अच्छा, वो पूरे ग्रुप में, मतलब समझ गए, उनसे कोई बच्चा के साथ बैठ बातचीत नहीं करता. एवरीबडी इन योर हाउसेस हैज समबडी इज लाइक दैट, जो पूरे घर को इरिटेट करते होंगे, है ना. हाँ, तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट पार्ट. ओके, सेकंड पार्ट हियर आई वांट टू टेल यू कि हाँ ठीक है। अच्छा, और एवरीबडीज आर जस्ट लाइक, कोई यूएस में है तो उसके पीछे का पोस्टर दिख रहा है वॉल में क्या है, कोई है तो उसके पीछे आसाराम बापू जी का फोटो दिख रहा है जो फरीदाबाद में है। मतलब आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू गाइस कि हर किसी के पीछे कुछ ना कुछ है, या दीवार है या क्या है, ऐसे कुछ है, एंड देन वी ऑल पीपल आर कनेक्टिंग टुगेदर। इट्स हैपन जनरली इन द केस ऑफ गूगल मीट या इन द केस ऑफ व्हाट्सएप वीडियो कॉलिंग्स, यू पीपल नो इट वेरी वेल। लेकिन वहीं पर एक और प्रोसेस भी होता है, वहीं पर एक और प्रोसेस भी होता है, एंड द अनदर प्रोसेस दैट इज गोइंग टू बी हैपन, उसको हम कहते हैं मेटावर्स। अगर मेटावर्स काइंड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी विल कम, तो उसमें बहुत कुछ अलग होने वाला है, बहुत कुछ नया होने वाला है, बहुत कुछ रियल होने वाला है। मतलब ऐसा कह लो कि अब अगर मेटावर्स होगा, इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी अगर होगी जो बन रही है, तो वी ऑल पीपल विल लुक लाइक दैट वी आर कनेक्टिंग टुगेदर, और हम एक दूसरे के साथ ही बैठे हैं, एक दूसरे के सामने ही बैठे हैं। और ऐसा नहीं कि पीछे दीवार है, अरे जब सामने बैठे हो तो पीछे दीवार कहाँ दिखेगा, ये तो दिखेगा तुम ही हो ना, और इस कमरे के अंदर का सारा इमेजेस है ना, तो इट इज लुकिंग लाइक दैट वी ऑल पीपल आर सिटिंग टुगेदर एंड मोर रियल। और यहाँ तक कि बच्चा हो सकता है साथ बैठ के चार भाई बहन ना, अपना हम लोग रात को 2 बजे लूडो खेले। पता नहीं, 1 मिनट बना नहीं है, थियोरेटिकली बता रहा हूँ, बोल दो हाँ यू अंडरस्टूड। Clear everyone? So this is the overall about the concept of metaverse. Are unwanted people, if you want to deny, अगर अनवांटेड पीपल यू वांट टू मूव फ्रॉम देयर, तो आप क्या मेटावर्स के केस में है ना, अगर किसी अनवांटेड पर्सन को वहां से हटाना चाहते हैं, तो उसको पता भी नहीं चलेगा और आप उसको वहां से हटा सकते हैं। दिस इज एक्चुअली अ टेक्नोलॉजी कॉल्ड एज मेटा, और इसी पे बना है प्रिंसिपल, है ना, मेटावर्स, और उसी से बना है मेटा नेम। ओके, एंड दैट इज द रीजन आजकल क्या पिछले कई सालों से इन्होंने अपना नाम फेसबुक का दे हैव चेंज एज अ मेटा। क्लियर एवरीवन? ठीक है, तो ये चीज थी मेटावर्स में। तो सर ये तो बहुत अच्छी चीज है, कमिंग फ्यूचर में बड़ा अच्छा रहेगा, जिसको चाहो निकाल लो, जिसको चाहो रख लो। सुनो, कल को ऑफिसेज कंपनीज वगैरह में कितना अच्छा है। पहले जब अच्छा तुम लोग को पता चल, देखो पहले कंपनियों के लिए लोग जगह लेते थे, अब लेते ही नहीं है, सब घर में बैठे काम कर लेते हैं मिनिमम रिसोर्सेस पे। और सही है, इसीलिए अब जो मॉल वाला नई नई चीजें बन रही है ना, खत्म है ये सब, कैरियर खत्म है, सब ऑनलाइन मंगा लेते हैं और ऑफिस घर में बैठ के करते हैं, इनका कोई कैरियर नहीं है, कोई कैरियर नहीं है। अभी हमको बोले लो एक दुकान ले लो, काहे ले ले भाई, दुकान तो बकवास है, काहे ले लें दुकान। यू अंडरस्टूड और नॉट? ओके, कुछ नहीं चलना वलना, समय के साथ साथ और कम होना है ये। डिड यू अंडरस्टैंड? सो आई नो वेरी वेल व्हाट इज द फ्यूचर, तो व्हाई आई विल वेस्ट माय मनी एंड ऑल। Yes sir, all clear, understood metaverse sir, yes sir, clear sir, yes sir, clear, कोमल understood sir, yes sir, बाकी लोग करण ने नाम लिख दिया, बहुत बढ़िया है ना, मानसिका बहुत बढ़िया, ओके बहुत बढ़िया। तो मेटावर्स इज व्हाट हियर, बट यू पीपल विल नॉट बीइंग कनेक्ट रियली, आप अलग अलग जगह पे हैं, आप कनेक्ट होंगे वर्चुअल इन्वायरमेंट में। ओके, एक लाइन में चाहो तो लिख लो, मैं लिखा लेता हूं, मेटावर्स इज अ नेटवर्क, मेटावर्स इज अ नेटवर्क, is always, metaverse is a network of always of always of always on virtual environments। एक बच्चे ने पूछा है मुझसे, सर ये वर्चुअल रियलिटी से अलग है? एकदम अलग है, इसमें कोई चश्मा उस्मा लगा के नहीं बैठना है अभी। ओके रुको अभी, ठीक है, इधर आओ, पहले लिखो, द मेटावर्स इज अ नेटवर्क ऑफ ऑलवेज ऑन वर्चुअल environments in which always on virtual environments in which many people can interact, in which many people can interact with one another, many people can interact with one another and digital objects, with one another and digital objects while operating, and digital objects while operating virtual representations of virtual representations, while operating virtual representations are avatars, virtual representation are avatars, avatars, avatars of themselves, of themselves। Next point, the metaverse is an extension, the metaverse is an extension The metaverse is an extension of our real world, into the digital realms, into the digital realm, 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 providing an immersive multi-user experience, for anyone accessing it around the globe. So it's look like as a more and more real here in this case. बाकी वो दो चीजें आप
With reference to the rules imposed by the Reserve Bank of India while treating foreign banks, consider the following statement. Now, if you see foreign banks in India, they are part of scheduled commercial banks. Okay, and all the scheduled commercial banks need to have at least some minimum paid up capital. Okay, so this you can see that I have this with respect to first statement I covered in my class. Okay, so there they are saying that there is no minimum capital requirement. Yes, you need a capital requirement. Clear? So if you go by this, so you can say first statement is wrong. Okay, so automatically if you see that one, you can say A and C cannot be the option. Okay, now we have to see for wholly owned bank subsidiaries in India, at least 50% of the board members should be Indian nationals. Now here I would like to say that if you have attended my classes, so I have covered this point particularly with respect to small finance bank. Okay, so when I covered small finance bank, so there I talked about that FDI is allowed. Okay, FDI is allowed up to 74% in small finance bank. Okay, the same you can say is applicable for your foreign scheduled commercial banks, but their FDI limit is not 74%, it is more. Okay, now what you have to remember here, that they are saying at least 50% of the board members. So yes, you need, you can say minimum 50% of the board members. Clear? So if you see, B will be the answer of this question. Clear? So you can see in the video that I have talked about the statement number 1, the minimum paid up capital needed for scheduled commercial banks. So it is minimum I am talking about. Minimum paid up capital needed for scheduled commercial bank is rupees 5 lakh. That one question is on CSR, corporate social responsibility. Now if you see, with reference to the CSR rules in India, consider the following statements. So you know that CSR is a part of Indian Company Act. Now you can say it was introduced in 2013. So the first question says that CSR rules specify that expenditure that benefits the company directly or its employee will not be considered as CSR activities. So ultimately under CSR, money has to be spent on environmental projects, or you can say social sector projects. Clear? So if you are using for the company's employees or on company, that is not a part of CSR. So this statement, if you see, says that will not be considered as CSR activity. Yes. Now I can give you a link with current affair also, like in the COVID time period. So you know that there is a COVID vaccine and it is mandatory to have everyone COVID vaccine. So companies were demanding that why not, you can say, if we provide vaccines to our employees, that should be a part of CSR. But government deny, they says no. Okay, it should not be a part of CSR. Clear? So ultimately, even if companies spend on advertisements also, that is not regarded as a part of CSR. So if you see, first statement is correct. Okay. CSR rules do not specify minimum spending on CSR activities. So there is a condition that you have to spend at least 2% of your average profit. Okay, so this is what you have to spend. So you can see the answer will be, that is A. Okay, so the answer is A. So you can see in the video that I have covered in the class the topic of CSR, corporate social responsibility. Okay, so right in under CSR, comma, it is mandatory that certain eligible companies, must invest certain amount of profit in some particular sectors, in some particular sectors. क्लियर? तो अगर आप देखोगे हैंडआउट में आपको एक CSR का डेफिनेशन दिया हुआ है मैंने. अब देखो यहाँ पर what I have made you write eligible companies. So first of all, basically what is the role of CSR? CSR says that now some companies have to take social responsibility. That is why corporate social responsibility. Some companies have to take what? Social responsibility. And social responsibility in terms of what? That in some areas like you can say poverty, environment, hunger, etc. Clear? So some list is given to you. So अगर आप देखोगे, first of all companies does not have to go for CSR. So it is only few companies. Okay, वो कौन सी companies होंगी जिनका या तो turnover, okay, annual turnover is 1000 crore, okay, net worth, okay, is 500 crore or profit. So if any one of this condition is there, it means that company has to go for CSR. Or, so I am using a word or, okay, anyone, okay, anyone. तो अगर आप ये देखोगे, if we talk about, you can say MSME, okay, MSME, हो सकता है कि उनका प्रॉफिट हो 5 करोड़, 5 करोड़, ओके, तो हमने देखा 1 करोड़ इन्वेस्टमेंट, 10 करोड़ टर्नओवर. तो अल्टीमेटली माइक्रो तो होगी नहीं, स्मॉल भी नहीं हो सकती. क्लियर? स्मॉल भी नहीं हो सकती. जिनका टर्नओवर ही अगर 10 करोड़ है तो उसका अगर 10% भी बचा रही है तो मतलब 1 करोड़ के अराउंड ही बचा पा रहा है. क्लियर? स्मॉल भी नहीं हो सकता, मीडियम हो सकती है. क्लियर? मीडियम या उससे बड़ी. ओके, सो अल्टीमेटली ईदर योर टर्नओवर is 1000 crore. Turnover means, already I told you that whatever sales you are doing. Net worth is means when you sell the company, so there is some market capitalization of the company, that is net worth. Okay, जो change होती रहती है आपके turnover के हिसाब से. If you are performing more or good, your net worth will increase. If not, then it will fall. Okay, and this is your profit. Now you know profit. So any one of these three conditions are there. Any one. So you have to go for CSR. You have to go for CSR. Number one. Number two. Now, how much amount you have to spend? Okay, so whatever is your profit in last 3 years, okay, you have to take an average of that. Okay, so whatever is your profit in last 3 years, you have to take average of that, and whatever value comes, 2% of that, minimum, at least 2% or more. तो 2% तो आपको spend करना ही करना है, वो भी आपके handout में दिया है. And where you have to spend it? Okay, so there are some areas like education, gender equality, women empowerment. So you can say all social sector, environment and all those things. Clear? So this is about, you can say, CSR. Clear? तो ये factual information है. Okay. अब right in 2018, in 2018, comma, Government of India appointed NJT, name of the person, ENJETI, NJT Srinivas Committee, to review CSR. Clear? अब इसके अंदर एक चीज याद रखना, right now this same person is the chairperson of, you can say, IFSC. Now what is IFSC? International IFSC. Yes, in Gift City we talk about International Financial Service Center. Okay, so I told you that this is the core of Gift City. भूल गए ना? नहीं, IFSC बोला था ना मैंने. Okay, IFSC. Okay, so अगर आप देखोगे गिफ्ट सिटी, so it is a part of, you can say, गिफ्ट सिटी. So IFSC के जो टॉप पोस्ट पे चेयरपर्सन है वो इस समय यही है, एनजेटी श्रीनिवास. क्लियर? तो आप भी देखोगे यार, देखो कभी भी कोई, वेन एवर यू सी एनी टॉपिक, अब नॉर्मली क्या है कि आलतू फालतू वीडियोस पे व्यूज होते हैं. ओके, इनकी एक ही वीडियो पड़ी थी, आई थिंक CNBC पे. सो ही हैज गिवन वन इंटरव्यू. So he has talked about what actually Gift City IFSC is. Clear? तो जब आप authentic source सुनते हो ना, and that directly from the person who is directly involved in that, okay, you'll understand. Okay, you'll understand. Clear? तो ये चीज important है कि आप credible source को सुनो. Okay, non credible source को सुनोगे, उनका क्या है यार, उनको तो आधी information देगी. Yes or no? Yes or no? तो हाफ इंफॉर्मेशन में मत जाओ, इनको सुनोगे तो देन यू विल अंडरस्टैंड. आपको जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में मैंने बताया था पूरा, तो अगर आप वो भी क्रेडिबल सोर्स सुनोगे, नितिन गडकरी, सो दैट इज अ क्रेडिबल सोर्स बिकॉज ही इज द वन हु इज डूइंग फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ना. ओके, सो वट एवर वी टॉक अबाउट इन इन्वेस्टमेंट मॉडल्स, BOT एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स, तो आप देखो कुछ दिन पहले न्यूज में भी आया था कि दे आर नाउ प्रमोटिंग. सो इन दैट टाइम आई टोल्ड यू दैट वी आर यूजिंग HM मॉडल एंड EPC मॉडल नॉर्मली. ओके, अब जैसे कोल गैसिफिकेशन का भी प्रोजेक्ट आ रहा है. ओके, सो कोल गैसिफिकेशन, फ्यू डेज बैक दे हैव गिवन दैट वी विल गो विद PPP मॉडल एंड इन दैट वी विल गो विद EPC मॉडल. क्लियर? अभी सारी चीजें हैं कि आपको पता होनी चाहिए. नाउ गवर्नमेंट इज इंटरेस्टेड दैट प्राइवेट सेक्टर यू हैव गुड मनी इन योर पॉकेट. सो अल्टीमेटली दिस इज व्हाट गडकरी जी ऑल्सो सेज दैट बैंकिंग सेक्टर इज नाउ परफॉर्मिंग वेल, जब से हमने राइट ऑफ वगैरह वो कर दिए. क्लियर? So ultimately banks are in profit. You also have money in your hand. Okay. Now we want, or we request you can say private companies that you must shift to BOT model. क्योंकि HM मॉडल और EPC मॉडल में कहीं ना कहीं गवर्नमेंट के कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर पे बर्डन आता है. ओके, मींस गवर्नमेंट के एक्सपेंडिचर पे बर्डन आता है, वैसे भी कह सकते हो. सो अल्टीमेटली इफ यू शिफ्ट टू BOT मॉडल, आवर बर्डन विल गेट रिड्यूस. Our burden will get reduced. So this is what you can say they talk about. Clear? तो अब ये सारी चीजें हैं कि अगर आप देखोगे अभी BOT मॉडल का परसेंटेज बहुत कम है, 2-3% के अराउंड ही है. क्लियर? जितने भी हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट बने हैं इन लास्ट सो मेनी ईयर्स, दैट इज वेरी लेस. सो वी वांट टू शिफ्ट दिस सिचुएशन. तो अब इसके ऊपर आपको काम करना है. तो अगर आप देखोगे तो गवर्नमेंट इसके ऊपर काम कर रही है, तभी तो और प्रोजेक्ट्स बनेंगे ना आपके. Yes or no? So this is what government is working. Next, okay. तो अगर आप देखोगे this committee has been, you can say, created by the government. Okay, that is in Jyoti Srinivas committee with respect to CSR. Now what he recommended, basically, if you see before 2018, if any company is not able to utilize the CSR amount, then that company, you can say, promoter of that company will be criminalized. Okay, or treated as a criminal. Clear? तो उस समय में companies used to raise this concern that see, we are running a company, okay, and we have a lot of work to do. You want that 2%, minimum 2% of your last 3 years profit must be spent on these activities. So they said, you do one thing, we will give you money, you do yourself. मेरे पास इतना टाइम ही नहीं है ना कि मैं CSR पे काम करूंगा या फिर इस पे काम करूंगा. Yes or no? So this is the concern. So then this N. Jyoti Srinivasan committee recommended that this clause of criminalizing, that those who not able to spend money, that you criminalize it, it should be decriminalized. Okay, it should be decriminalized, and you can say this is one of the steps taken for ease of doing business reforms. Clear? So right. Before 2018, comma, if any company is not able to spend if any company is not able to spend CSR amount, comma, then such company will face criminal charges. Then such company will face criminal charges. Full criminal action हो जाएगा ना. Okay, you have civil case चलेगा. Civil case में जेल नहीं होती ना. But in criminal case there is a jail. Yes or no? Criminal case में arrest हो गए. Civil case में क्या कि शायद फाइन लग के बाहर रहोगे. फाइन लगेगा, केस चलता रहेगा. क्लियर? जेल वाली बात नहीं आएगी. क्लियर? बट क्रिमिनल केस में तो यू हैव टू गो टू जेल. यस और नो? अभी जेल का कल्चर भी बनता ही जा रहा है. क्लियर? क्लियर? सो राइट. नेक्स्ट, this committee recommended that government must remove this clause from the Companies Act okay, and Government of India accepted this recommendation of the committee, and government accepted the recommendation of this committee. Okay, तो अब देखो कि अगर आप देखोगे जीएसटी में भी ऐसे कई सारे वो थे. There were some clause कि like if person will not or if person files a wrong GST, क्योंकि कंपनी से हो जाती है कभी कभार गलती यार. अब लगा आप ये लगा के चलो ना, कंपनी विच इज डूइंग अ बिजनेस इन यू कैन से 10,000 30,000 करोड़ और मोर, तो उसके लिए यार ये कॉमन है कि मतलब हो सकता है कि आइडियली जीएसटी बन रहा है 2-3 हजार करोड़ का. ओके, बट दे हैव पेड ओनली 1500 करोड़. सो इट इज ओनली बाय मिस्टेक. अब कंपनी ये थोड़ी बोल रही कि हम नहीं दे रहे आपको. तो उसके अंदर एक ये था कि अगर कोई कंपनी इतना जीएसटी मिस कैलकुलेशन करता है एक अमाउंट से ऊपर, okay, that should be criminal one. Okay, that should be criminal one. So this government has removed that also. तो 2017 में इंट्रोड्यूस किया था. then government realized this thing कि यार ये क्लॉज ही गलत बनाया है. ये क्लॉज ही गलत बनाया क्योंकि कंपनीज बोलती है कि यार मे बी इट्स अ पार्ट यू कैन से मिस्टेक ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ सीए. अब मिस्टेक तो हो सकती है ना, दैट कैन बी जेन्युइन ऑल्सो. अब हर मिस्टेक को आप ये तो नहीं बोलोगे ना डेलिबरेटली हुई है. ये सुनो, तो सम मिस्टेक्स आर जेन्युइन. ये सर, तो अल्टीमेटली उस चीज को देखते हुए वी रिमूव्ड इट. ओके, अब जैसे कई लोगों को सॉरी कहने की आदत रहती है हमेशा. ये सुनो, तो अल्टीमेटली वो हमेशा सॉरी कहते रहेंगे. ये सुनो, व्हाई सॉरी? बिकॉज दे डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द मीनिंग ऑफ सॉरी. ये सुनो, उनको कहेंगे कि यार एक बारी सॉरी का सम मिस्टेक वी कमिट, सॉरी का सामने वाला नाराज था, सेटल डाउन हो गया, दोबारा मिस्टेक करेंगे फिर सॉरी कह देंगे. सो दे टेक दिस फॉर ग्रांटेड. बट यहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट को लगता है कि हाँ, अगर ये चीज आप रिपीटेड ऑफेंस है आपका, तभी आपने देखा कई ऑफेंस ऐसे भी होते हैं कि फर्स्ट ऑफेंस पे इतना फाइन, सेकंड ऑफेंस पे इतना फाइन, थर्ड ऑफेंस पे सीधा जेल. दैट इज व्हाई दे आर गिविंग यू अ टाइम दैट नो डाउट फर्स्ट टाइम यू कमिट अ मिस्टेक, सो फॉर दैट यू कैन फील सॉरी, विल लीव यू. सेकेंड टाइम ऑल्सो विल लीव यू. बट अगर थर्ड टाइम सेम मिस्टेक हो रही है, then it means you are doing it deliberately. Okay, तो बेसिकली यहाँ से गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि आप सॉरी का मतलब समझो. ओके, सॉरी का मतलब समझो कि व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ सॉरी. ओके, तो जो लोग सॉरी वर्ड यूज करते हैं तो दे शुड एक्चुअली फील सॉरी. ओके, इट शुड नॉट लाइक कि अभी चल सॉरी कह के बात खत्म कर ली, फिर कल फिर कर लेंगे, फिर दोबारा वही इशू. ओके, सो इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक दैट. क्लियर? तो यहाँ पर भी यही चीज है. वी हैव decriminalized it. Government realized this thing that it's a mistake. Okay, so companies are involved in so many important, you can say, businesses. So mistake can be there. So it should be decriminalized. So we can impose fine, penalty we can impose, but not, you can say, they will be put behind the bars. तो पहले वो परेशान चल रहे हैं अपने बिजनेस को लेके, और परेशान चल रहे हैं. ओके, बिकॉज आप देखो यार, सीधी से एक बात बोलूंगा, अ पर्सन हु इज गेटिंग सैलरी, ओके, वो एक रिलैक्स लाइफ जीता है. उसको पता है कि यार 2, 3, 4 तारीख को मेरी सैलरी आ जाएगी. ओके, टेंशन फ्री लाइफ है. द पर्सन हु हैज टू अर्न मनी प्लस दैट पर्सन हैज टेकन लोन्स ऑल्सो, क्योंकि जो फिक्स सैलरी वाला है उसको तो पता है ठीक है इतना लोन ले रहा हूँ, इतने सैलरी आ रही है, उसमें से इतना दे दूंगा, इतना बच जाएगा. बट जिसको पता ही नहीं है मेरे को कितने कमाने हैं, ओके, हाउ मच मनी आई हैव टू अर्न, क्लियर, उससे पूछा रहा. एंड ऑलरेडी लोन ही हैज टेकन, इन्वेस्टमेंट इज देयर, सो दैट पर्सन विल वर्क डे एंड नाइट. नींद नहीं आएगी भाई उसको. यस और नो? क्लियर? सो दिस इज द थिंग. ओके, नेक्स्ट challenges in CSR are number one, अगर आप देखोगे अब क्या करती है मोस्ट ऑफ द कंपनी, ओके, दे यूज टू, यू कैन से, डिले in spending the CSR amount. Okay, so right, number one, most of the companies used to delay the spending of CSR amount. Number two, second concern क्या है? Delay the CSR amount. Second concern क्या है? If you see the second concern, like when we talk about CSR, okay, when we talk about CSR, so some companies what they used to do, they, although in actual CSR is meant for, you can say, upliftment of social sector, social as well as environmental sector. Consider the following statement: if the United States of America were to default on its debt, holders of the US Treasury bond will not be able to exercise their claims to receive payments. Now, no doubt why this question was, or you can say, asked by UPSC in 2024, because IMF has given a report on the public debt of all the governments in a country or in the world. Now, this topic I discussed in my class with respect to Indian government, that whenever any Indian government, or you can say whenever Indian government take a borrowing, okay, that is by either issuing T-bills, or you can say dated government securities or state development loan. So there, so we call them you can say zero risk, okay, or you can say risk free bonds, okay, or zero risk in that. So it means that government can never default. The same logic if you applies, okay, here also, that if in the first statement, that if USA were to default on its debt, holders of US Treasury bond will not be able to exercise their claim to receive payment. So it means this statement is wrong. This statement is wrong. So if you see this statement, okay, if you see this statement, so this is incorrect. And if you go by elimination method, so D will be the answer. Okay, D will be the answer. Now, in case of India, whenever Indian government take a borrowing, okay, so consolidated fund of India becomes a guarantee. Okay, or you can say we are giving on the faith of the government. Clear? So if you go by that statement, USA government is not backed by any hard asset, okay, but only by the faith of the government. Okay, so now no doubt the word only is there, so many of you are confused here also. Okay, but there is only the full faith of the government. So even whenever we are giving money to Indian government also, so there is a only, you can say, faith of the government. We have a trust on the government that government can never default. Okay, and if default also, government will give the money back to us in case of default also. So if you see, so this statement 2 is correct. So hence the answer will be statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Syndicated lending spreads the risk of borrower default across multiple lenders. Okay. Now, again, I'll say that in class, I don't use this term syndicated lending, but I covered this concept in what way? So, like my students, those who are listening me, okay. So, in my class, I used to tell that scheduled commercial bank does not provide borrowing to all the classes, but you can say NBFCs, okay, they used to serve super rich. Okay, why super rich means? You can say infrastructure companies. So if any infrastructure company is going to a bank, okay, going to a bank or any financial organization, so they will not get a loan from one organization. they used to get loan from multiple organizations. Clear? Because no one is going to take a risk on infrastructure projects, because infrastructure projects, whatever money they need a money for long term, number one, and the returns will be also, or you can say returns will be available after long term, and number two, they need a large amount of money. So that large amount of money for long term is not available with one, for you can say one financial organization, so they have to depend on multiple organization. So ultimately I use a term that they used to take loan from multiple organization. Okay, so syndicate word itself, so if you recall that concept, so then you will understand what is syndicate. Okay, syndicated means a group of lenders are giving loan. Okay, group of lenders giving loan. Even in my class, indirectly I talked about one topic, project Sashakt. Okay, so there also you can see that there is, you can say, syndicate lending term is there. So agar aap relate kar sakte ho, to you can understand it. Clear? So syndicate lending spreads the risk of borrower default across multiple lenders. Yes, this is correct. Okay, syndicated loan can be fixed amount or lump sum of funds, but cannot be a credit line. So this is wrong. Okay, so basically they give the borrowing with, you can say, rate of interest, so it is a credit line, so it is not a lump sum amount. Clear? So if you see, statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect, so answer will be C. Clear? Consider the following statement in respect of digital rupee. Okay, although the question is on digital rupee, but again a conceptual clarity is there. Okay, so you can solve in this way. Like if you, in your class you have talked about, you can say, printing of currency by RBI. Okay, then also you can solve this topic. Okay, so I covered this topic in my class, that is printing of currency by RBI and what is its impact. Clear? So if you talk about printing of currency by RBI, clear? So first, it is a sovereign currency issued by the RBI in alignment with its monetary policy. So yes, this is correct, because if it is a digital rupee or printing of currency, one and same thing. Clear? So you can say whatever cash you have, so digital format is known as digital rupee. So either it is a digital rupee or you can say physical cash that you have. So both are, you can say, sovereign currency issued by RBI. No doubt in that. So this question is correct. Okay. It appears as a liability on the RBI's balance sheet. Yes, this is also correct. Clear? Because if you see the note, okay, so this question is not on digital rupee. This is on printing of currency by RBI. Clear? So if you see the note, so on note, RBI governor has given a sign that where they have mentioned that RBI is liable to pay you. Clear? So ultimately it means they are taking liability. So second statement is correct. It is insured against inflation by its very design. No, because either if you release digital rupee or physical currency also, no doubt it is going to increase money supply and inflation. So it means, say, third statement is wrong. Clear? It is freely convertible against commercial bank money and cash. So yes, we can exchange it. Means if I have a digital rupee, I give it to the bank and in return I can get a cash of same amount. So it means fourth is also correct. So answer will be D. 1, 2 and 4. So in my class I talked about printing of currency. Okay, so that you can have a reference, but this question is not on digital rupee. So again a conceptual question that you have to understood. Clear?
The next question is related to Buddhism, very favorite topic of UPSC. With reference to ancient India, Gautam Buddha was generally known by which of the following epithets or titles? Clear? There are 10 titles given to Gautam Buddha. Clear? Among those 10 titles, they have asked some titles to be identified here. One is Nayaputta. Clear? Nayaputta is wrong. This is a title or epithet used by Mahavir. Clear? Who was contemporary of Gautam Buddha and who founded the religion of Jainism. Clear? At the same time, clear, two other titles, that is Shakya Muni and Tathagat, are related to Gautam Buddha. Not Shakya Muni because Gautam Buddha belonged to the Shakya clan in the region of Nepal Tarai. His father was the ruler of Shakya clan. And therefore, Gautam Buddha was also known as Shakya Muni. Tathagat was also given title, which was considered to be a very pure title given to Gautam Buddha. So answer would be 2 and 3. That is 2 and 3. Answer would be the B option. B option is the right option. Clear? In fact, clear, we had discussed these titles related to Buddhism off and on, and it has always been a very popular topic among UPSC aspirants and UPSC examiners. Clear? Now let us move to the next question. Next question is, consider the following information: archaeological site, state, description. Coming to first, Chandraketugarh, Odisha, trading port town. It is a trading port town, but not in Odisha. It is in West Bengal. That is a wrong thing. Clear? Second is Inamgaon, Maharashtra, Chalcolithic site. Clear? Perfectly right. The two major sites in Maharashtra, Inamgaon and Damabad, located in the district of Ahmednagar. This is perfectly right. Clear? Mangru is in Kerala. It's a megalithic site. Mangru is in Tamil Nadu also, but it is not a megalithic site. Megalithic site in Kerala. This is also right. Salihundan is in Andhra Pradesh. Rock cut cave signs. We have chaityas and viharas at this place, but we don't have any caves. That would be a wrong option. So 4 would be wrong, 1 would be wrong. Clear? Chandraketugarh in West Bengal, and Salihundan does not have any rock cut cave. So answer would be 2 and 3. Inamgaon and Mangru. 2 and 3 is B. So the correct option would be B to this question. Clear? This is very much important. And in fact, I have discussed about Inamgaon, I have discussed about Chandraketugarh, I have discussed about Daimabad in our class. I want to show a short clipping from our class directly. This culture is spread from Rajasthan. This culture spread from Rajasthan to the adjoining region. To the adjoining region of present Maharashtra. To the adjoining region of present Maharashtra. Where adjoining region of present Maharashtra, where two most prominent sites of Daimabad, two most prominent sites of Daimabad and Inamgaon, both located in Ahmednagar district. Okay, let us move to the next question. Next question is again a very expected question. Clear? Who of the following rulers of medieval India gave permission to the Portuguese to build a fort at Bhatkal on the western side of India? Last year also, if you remember, similar question was related to establishment of Portuguese settlement at Diu, which was given by Bahadur Shah of Gujarat. Clear? This time, this question is related to which of the following rulers of medieval India gave permission to the Portuguese to build a fort at Bhatkal? The ruler was Krishna Dev Raya. He was the ruler of Vijayanagar kingdom, and Vijayanagar kingdom, he permitted the Portuguese governor Albuquerque to establish the Portuguese headquarters at Goa along with Bhatkal. Clear? Portuguese headquarters was established at Goa, followed by Bhatkal, and this permission was given by the Vijayanagar ruler Krishna Dev Raya, who ruled from 1509 to 1529, and he shared healthy relationship with the Portuguese. So answer would be A. Even this has been discussed by B in the class directly, and let us have a short glimpse of the clipping from the class directly related to this topic. Krishna Dev Raya, Portuguese established their trading headquarters. Portuguese established the trading headquarters at Goa. Trading headquarters at Goa. Now let us move to the next one. The question from modern India and economic history. I keep on saying in the class, you will get questions on economic history, which is very important. We have got question on land revenue settlement. Clear? With reference to revenue collection by Cornwallis, consider the following statements. 1. Clear. Under the Rayotwari settlement of revenue collection, the peasants were exempted from revenue payments in case of bad harvest or natural calamities. First of all, clear, Rayotwari settlement was not implemented by Lord Cornwallis. Rayotwari settlement in provinces of Bombay and Madras were implemented by Reed and Monroe. So as soon as you read Rayotwari settlement, the option is wrong here. Clear? And moreover, peasants were not given exemption from revenue payment in case of bad harvest or natural calamity. So first statement is obviously wrong. Clear? Coming to the second one, under the permanent settlement in Bengal, if the zamindar failed to pay his revenues to the state on or before the fixed date, he would be removed from his zamindari. Perfectly right. Clear? In fact, they introduced the concept of sunset clause even on old zamindars as well. And just because of strict collection of land revenue, old zamindars were replaced by new zamindars in province of Bengal, and permanent settlement therefore also came to known as zamindari settlement. So this statement is perfectly right. That is 2 only. So answer would be B, as first statement is wrong. In fact, I had elaborately discussed about these features of permanent settlement in the class itself. We'll have a short clipping for you to understand how I had discussed permanent settlement, from where the question has been asked. Confiscated and sold through the process of auctioning. Clear? So in case any peasant failed to pay land revenue on time. Now, moving to the next question, consider the following statements related to Upanishads. Clear? There are no parables in Upanishads. Clear? Parables. If you understand the meaning of the parables, you will easily correct the answer. Clear? Parables are basically stories with moral lessons. Clear? But as you all know, in the class also I've discussed, Upanishads always contain moral lessons written by the Brahmins to realize what is the real major value of religion. So Upanishads contain moral stories because Brahmins ask questions from themselves that what is the validity of complex rituals. One of the most important parables of Upanishads is a story of 2 words. Clear? One word eating the grain, another word watching that. Clear? That indicate that the moral stories also which are mentioned in Upanishads. So Upanishads contain parables. Clear? So there are no parables in Upanishads. It is a wrong statement. So first statement is wrong. Clear? Second is Upanishads were composed earlier than the Puranas. Yeah, Upanishads were composed around 6th century BC by the end of Vedic age. Even though it was given a written form much later in South India, but the word is composed. So obviously Upanishads were composed by the end of Vedic age, and therefore Upanishads are also known as Vedanta. Clear? And Puranas were written much later, around 10th century, much later, and this Puranas mentioned mythological stories and genealogical history up to the Gupta period. So Puranas were written much later than the Upanishads. Upanishads were composed much earlier. Since the word is composed here, so Upanishads were composed earlier than the Puranas, because Upanishads were composed by the end of Vedic age, around 6th century BC. Puranas much later, that covered the genealogical history up to Gupta period. So second statement would be right. That is 2 only. Clear? So answer would be 2 only. That is B. Clear? First statement is wrong. We had discussed this in class also. I just want to show a small clipping from the class directly related to this topic. Therefore, these 2 texts combined together, they are known as Gyan Kand. Clear? So it is known as Gyan Kand. Okay. Now let us move to the...
Now, consider the following statement. That's question number 89. India is a member of the International Grains Council, and a country needs to be a member of the International Grains Council for exporting or importing rice and wheat. The correct option is what? The correct option is only 1. Statement 1. We can see membership of the International Grains Council consists of all the parties of grains trade convention, and this convention is of 1995. The GTC is a The GTC is the only international treaty covering trade in grains, and also the latest in a series of multilateral cooperation that has operated since 1949. So first option is correct, but the second would be absolutely.
Next question is, which one of the following was the latest inclusion in the Intangible Cultural Heritage List of UNESCO? UNESCO releases list on tangible cultural heritage site, intangible cultural heritage site, and natural sites as well. Clear? And in all the 3 categories, we have representation in the list. Clear? Till now, we have 15 major intangible cultural heritage included in the list of World Heritage Site. And in this category, the 15th and the latest one, which has been included recently, is the Garba dance from Gujarat, clear, which worships goddess Durga, and it is celebrated in the festival of Navratri. Clear. So in the festival of Navratri, Garba is celebrated in Gujarat, which has been included recently as the 15th and the latest intangible item in the list of World Heritage Site. Clear. So questions has been asked from tangible list also, intangible list also. Clear. So Garba dance from Gujarat. Last year we had the dance from Durga Puja from West Bengal. Even Kumbh Mela has been included in the list of intangible category. So latest inclusion is Garba dance from Gujarat, and I had an elaborate discussion on Garba dance in the class itself earlier, and I just want, and I've told that the class also, this is an expected question, clear? I just want to show you a clipping from the class to realize that how much importance I had given in the class on this topic, which has appeared in the paper in 2024. Let us have glimpse of this small clipping. Intangible cultural heritage, clear? So it was added, Garba has been added in the list of intangible cultural heritage stars under the provisions of 2003, under the provision of convention, for the safeguarding of Convention on the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, 2003. Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, 2003, during the 18th meeting, 2003, during the 18th meeting, of Intergovernmental Committee, during the meeting of 18th Intergovernmental Committee, IGC, clear? Intergovernmental Committee, which was held at Kasan in Botswana. Recently, clear? And at the same time, Garba is the 15th, 14 has already been included. Garba is the 15th intangible cultural heritage, from India. Garba is the 15th intangible cultural heritage from India to join this list, clear? So obviously out of intangible cultural heritage, clear? So 42 from India for under tangible category, 15 from India in intangible category. So this is the 51. We'll come to 14 also that are included from India under intangible cultural heritage side, clear? That's one thing. Now coming to about Garba, clear? Garba is a ritualistic and devotional folk dance that is performed during the festival of Navratri. One of the question which was asked in Prelims 2024 today, that question was, who was the provisional president of the Constituent Assembly before Dr. Rajendra Prasad took over? Clear? Dr. Rajendra Prasad was the permanent president of the Constituent Assembly, but this assembly was first preceded by a temporary president who was also the senior most member of the Constituent Assembly, and this person was Dr. Sachidanand Sinha, and he was elected on 9th of December 1946 when the first meeting of Constituent Assembly was held at New Delhi. So answer to this question would be Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. That is, the D option is the right option. Clear? In fact, I have discussed this thing elaborately in the class, and I'll show you a clipping from the class directly where we have discussed this topic in modern Indian history. At Delhi, the members of Constituent Assembly met for the first time on 9th of December 1946, and on this day only they elected the temporary president or pro tem speaker, and the temporary president was the senior most member, and the senior most member was Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. He became the first temporary head of the Constituent Assembly. After 2 days, on 11th of December, the members of Constituent Assembly elected the permanent president, and the permanent president of Constituent Assembly was Dr. Rajendra Prasad.
With reference to the Govt of India Act 1935, consider the following statements. It's a very simple question. It provided for the establishment of an all India federation based on the union of the British and Indian provinces and princely states. It is absolutely correct. This was the principal aim of the Govt of India Act. Defense and foreign affairs were kept under the control of the federal legislature. This is incorrect. The concept of diarchy was introduced, and that is the answer to this part. That makes basically point number 2 incorrect. So the correct answer is 1 only. Question taken from constitutional underpinnings or historical underpinnings.
Which one of the following is a work attributed to playwright Bhash? Clear? Bhash was a playwright writer who wrote 2 major works in ancient India. One popular work of Bhash is known as Swapna Vasvadatta, and another work written by Bhash is Madhyam Vyayog. Clear? And therefore the answer to this question would be Madhyam Vyayog. Clear? In fact, even this information I had shared in the class, and we have class notes also and discussion as well, where I was discussing about the major dramas written by Kalidas and major works written by Shudrak. There at the same time I have discussed about the works of Bhash also. So answer to this question would be Madhyam Vyayog. I want to show you a small clipping related to this information which I had discussed in the class. Then at the same time, clear? Another major literary personality during Gupta period was Bhasha or was Bhash, who wrote a work Swapna Vasva Datta. For the work Swapna Vasvadatta. Clear? The next question which has been asked in prelims today is Sanghabhuti, an Indian Buddhist monk who traveled to China at the end of the 4th century AD, was the author of a commentary on, the answer is Sarvashti Vada Vinay. That is, answer would be C. So answer to this question would be answer C, that is Madhyam Vinay. In fact, clear, you must be knowing that several Chinese pilgrims came to India also to study Buddhist scriptures, especially at Nalanda University, which included scholars like Fahian and then Yuan Sang. Clear? Some Indian scholars also went to China, and he was a very popular one known as Sanghabhuti, and at the same time wrote a commentary. This commentary is titled as Sarvasti Vada Vinay. The next question is very important, which has been asked, expected in fact. Clear? Consider the following properties included in the World Heritage List released by UNESCO. All these sites are included in tangible category of World Heritage Site released by UNESCO. From India, 42 sites has been included, which I had been discussing in the class regularly. Clear? And in the year 2023, the complex which were included are Shanti Niketan in West Bengal, and second is Sacred Ensembles of the Hoysalas. Clear? So this has been included recently in the world list of UNESCO. Clear? Rani Ka Vav Mahabodhi Temple has also been included, but not in this year 2023. We had Shanti Niketan from West Bengal, and we had sacred symbols of the Hoysalas, that is temples constructed like Chenna Kesava and Keshava temple in the state of Karnataka. So obviously answer would be 1 and 3, that is 2 options would be right. Answer would be B to this question. Clear? 42 sites included. 43rd has also been proposed, that is 12 sites of Marathas in the western part of India. Very much information, very much expected this time. The question is on expected line. Clear? Okay, and I have discussed this in our classes also, and I want to show a small clipping from the class where I have discussed this topic. Tangible category after Sundarban National Park and Darjeeling Mountain Railways. Clear? Now this university, that is Shanti Niketan, this University of Shanti Niketan was established by Rabindranath Tagore. Clear? So Rabindranath Tagore established Shanti Niketan as a very prominent institution, and Shanti Niketan was established in the district of Birbhum in West Bengal. Clear? So it is presently located in the district of Birbhum. Nataraj structure. Keshava temple is also constructed, devoted to Lord Vishnu. Keshava basically means Lord Vishnu, constructed by Somnath. All these temples constructed in soapstone, and all these temples has been recently included as the 42nd World Heritage Site declared by UNESCO.
Underpinnings of the Indian Constitution. Again, a very easy question. Article 368 of the Constitution of India. The Parliament may amend any provision of the Constitution. Of course, the power of the Parliament to amend the provisions of the Constitution is what is known as constituent powers. The ones who have attended the classes here would understand the constituent powers are given to the Parliament by the Constituent Assembly itself to be able to amend the Constitution almost in entirety without any limitations. And the mode in which the Constitution can be amended by the Parliament is by adding something to the Constitution, modifying something within the Constitution, or repealing something from the Constitution. So, addition, modification, and deletion. Addition, variation, and repeal. These are the three modes by which Constitution can be amended, and therefore the correct answer is 1, 2, and 3. A direct statement taken from Article 368, Clause 1 of the Constitution of India. Take a look at this video of how we have covered extensively Article 368, including the content of this question. Right? It can change the fabric of the entire society altogether. You create a GST and you completely alter the fabric of the Indian society. So, to put that foundational block at the center of things is to alter the Constitution or to start the Constitution making in the first place. And those powers are known as constituent power. अब आप Article 368 Clause 1 पढ़िए दोबारा. Notwithstanding anything in this Constitution, Parliament may, it is not shall, it may or it may not, in exercise of its constituent power, amend by way of addition, variation, or repeal any provision of the Constitution of India according to the procedure laid out over here. Now, Article 368 Clause 1 is very categorically, very simply direct. It says this, that the Parliament can make laws, but also the Parliament can make amendments to the Constitution, right? And if a question is asked, what kind of amending powers are given to the Parliament to amend the Constitution? The answer is Article 368 Clause 1. Think of it like this. Just imagine something like this. Imagine there is a pen. Think of it in a kind of a half magic sense, okay? Imagine there's a magical story going on. Some wizard had made a pen, okay? Out of this pen could be written the basic reality of life. So anyone who would write something with this pen, that would become real. Think of that wizard to be the Constituent Assembly and this pen to be the constituent power. Now, the Constituent Assembly wrote the Constitution of India with this pen. What is the name of this pen? Constituent power. After the Constitution of India was written by the Constituent Assembly by this pen, they had two options. Either they could break this pen so that the Constitution could not be rewritten ever again. But what has been written has been written. Okay? Or after having written the Constitution, they would say that this pen is now going to be handed over to the Parliament. And Parliament can rewrite the Constitution. This pen is the constituent power. So what Article 368 Clause 1 mein, what the Constituent Assembly does it, after having written the Constitution from this pen, they could have broken this pen. Right? For example, in the American Constitution, the pen is very hard to move. Okay? But what they did was, they made the Constitution and they created an entity out of this Constitution and they gave the pen to this entity itself to rewrite it entirely if it wants to. And this pen is constituent power. You see? So, the Constituent Assembly in India did not break the pen. That no one can, let's say for example, one day you wake up and you find this magic pen, anything that you will write on a piece of paper will be true about your life. Right? And you write something out of it. And then you think that this is going to be the reality of your life. And you feel that this is the best that you understand. You have two options. One, whatever you have written, you can't undo it. Right? So, सोच समझ के लिखना, आपके पास 2 दिन है, आप अपनी रियलिटी के बारे में लिख सकते हैं, जो भी आपको चाहिए आपको सब मिल जाएगा, सोच समझ के लिखना, ठीक है? अब आपने लिख दिया, 2 दिन हो गए, अब आपसे प्रश्न पूछा जाएगा, 2 options are there. Either you can keep this pen and maybe 10 years down the line you would want to change something, or you break this pen and this is going to be the reality of your life. The Constituent Assembly chose the first option. It gave the pen to the Parliament under Article 368 Clause 1. Which is to state that the amending powers of the Constitution of the Parliament are equal to the Constitution making powers of the Constituent Assembly. It can take the pen, cross out everything and write new things. This was what Article 368 Clause 1 had instituted. John, read this again once. Do we understand it clearly, word by word? Nothing in this constitution may stop the parliament from exercising its constituent powers. Amend by way of addition, variation or repeal any provision of this constitution. So, what does it mean? If there's a provision of the constitution, with the help of this pen, parliament can amend it. Let's say it can say comma and this and this. Okay? Or let's say vary it, modify it somewhat, or repeal it. I can completely take out Article 15 Clause 5 from the Constitution entirely. So let's say, for example, if a day comes and people says EWS judgment is wrong, maybe a parliament can come and take out Article 15 clauses of the Constitution. It can repeal it. So by way of adding, by way of modifying, or by way of deleting, any provision of the Constitution can be amended by the parliament by the use of its constituent powers.
Next one, you can see a very interesting question of human geography. It is also related to the currently, it is in news in fact. This particular theme is in news. Remember, consider the following countries: Italy, Japan, Nigeria, South Korea, South Africa. Which of the above countries are frequently mentioned in the media for low birth rate or aging population, declining population? My friends, if you look at the demographic profile of this region, very different. Italy has nearly 23% of total population. They are aging population. Italy. Japan has nearly 28% of the total population of that country. They are aging population. Another one is South Korea, 17.5% of the total population, they are aging population. But in case of these two countries, one is you have your Nigeria and South Africa, the young population is more here. So if you look at the population pyramid of this region, population pyramid of these regions, if you will see South Africa and Nigeria, base is more wider. Population pyramid will be like this. In case of your, this is female, this is male, like population age group wise, if you will see, it is comparatively like this, South Africa and Nigeria. But in case of South Korea, Japan, Italy, it is not like this, it is like this. So it shows that the aging population is also more, and this leads to, in fact in some cases bell shaped, ऐसा है, bell shaped aging population is more, and this is this particular thing 23%, 28%, 17.5 is much high. So these countries are in news because of the aging population. So 1, 2 and 4, these two countries are mostly in news because of this, like dependency rate is much high, it is increasing, and the productive population is less, young population is declining, and there is no demographic dividend. They are facing a lot of problem because of this. We Indians are really blessed that we have better demographic dividend. We have like young population is more, 64.8% of total population is less than 35 years. So it is not Hindustan, it is Youngistan. Okay, fine. So the answer here will be of course A alpha, correct answer.
Okay, question number 78. Which of the following statements are correct in respect of a money bill in the parliament? You see again the parliamentary procedure part is coming back. Money bill was a question even last time with regard to money bill and finance bill, but this time also you have a question. Article 109 mentions special procedure in respect of money bills, right? Now see again, this is another point to note. It is not correct to state that in the constitution or polity paper you don't have to read or memorize the number of article, the digit which is attached to the article. It is not correct to state that it is not needed in memorization. You are very clearly seeing a question in which a concept has been placed, an article has been placed, and they're asking you, do these two relate with each other, right? So it's a very mechanical and a very, even to the point of saying a rote memorization question. And therefore the point that you have to take from this is that Increasingly, we get the evidence from the prelims paper that you have to memorize at least certain article numbers in the constitution. Article 109 does indeed put the special procedure for the money bill. Article 110 describes or defines the money bill. Article 109 gives a special procedure for passing the money bill, which basically in a way structures how the Lok Sabha has been given a superiority over the Rajya Sabha in matters specific to money bills. So Article 109 gives the special procedure in respect of money bills is the correct statement. Point number 2. A money bill shall not be introduced in the Council of States. Again, very logically and very simply, it is a correct statement. Also, this point is mentioned under Article 109. Point number 3. The Rajya Sabha can either approve the bill or suggest changes but cannot reject it. This statement is absolutely correct. Point number 4. Amendments to a money bill suggested by the Rajya Sabha have to be accepted by the Lok Sabha. The suggestions or the recommendations are not binding on the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha can accept it or reject it. It is not bound by these recommendations, right? These are all items which are given under Article 109 of the Constitution itself, and the correct answer to this is 1, 2, 3. Point number C. Take a look at how we have discussed the concept of money bill and the larger parliamentary procedure from Article 107 and 117 within our classroom. Let's take a look at what is written on the board. It's a very simple kind of a multiple choice question format in which we are writing the procedure for passing a money bill. Now, don't look at the board. Let's take a look at a little bit of a demonstration in the class first. उसके बाद आप देखिएगा board पे. If I am talking about passing a money bill, now the Government of India introduces a bill. If it is declared a money bill, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha has the power to certify a bill as a money bill. Okay, the final power to certify whether a bill is a money bill is given to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Since the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is naturally under the influence of the political party which is majority in the parliament, more or less the decision to identify or certify a bill as a money bill is with the political party which has a majority in the parliament. Okay, so let's start the procedure. The Government of India gives me a bill. I am the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. The party has told me I am the Speaker. I am under the influence of the political party in power in Lok Sabha. The party has told me to certify this bill as a money bill. So I have certified this bill as a money bill. This is supposed to be dealing with the provisions given under Article 110, Clause 1, A to F only. Clear? Now, if for example, let's say I ask the question, what is the procedure that I have to follow? Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Okay, just take a look at it step by step and then you'll take a look at the board and you'll memorize it in the class itself. The procedure to pass a money bill, step number 1 is that a money bill cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. A money bill can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. Right? So where do I introduce the money bill? Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha के सामने money bill आ गया. Now, लोक सभा की पावर मनी बिल में वही है जो बाकी सारे बिल्स में होती है. That लोक सभा can debate a bill, discuss a bill, have a argument over the bill, and then eventually pass the money bill. ठीक है. Once the Lok Sabha has passed the money bill shall be transmitted to the Rajya Sabha. The transmission, you understand? So the money bill, after having been passed by the Lok Sabha, is transmitted to the Rajya Sabha. Once the Rajya Sabha receives the money bill, here the procedure becomes slightly complicated. Okay, Rajya Sabha cannot vote upon a money bill in such a manner that it can fail the money bill. The Rajya Sabha does not have the power to fail a money bill. Okay, the Rajya Sabha has only one power under Article 109 of the Constitution, which is to create recommendations over the money bill. As I told you yesterday, the Rajya Sabha is a slightly lesser house of the parliament, and therefore the power of Rajya Sabha is not to veto the will of the Government of India or the parliament, but to fine tune it, to make it better, implementable. So in this case, the Rajya Sabha only can give the Lok Sabha certain recommendations. सुझाव दे सकती है बस कि आप इसमें ये चीजें ऐड कर सकते हैं, इसको इस तरह से कर सकते हैं, इसको उस तरह से कर सकते हैं. Only recommendations can be given by the Rajya Sabha over what are known as money bills. the Rajya Sabha has to give the recommendations to the Lok Sabha upon the money bills within 14 days of its receipt. तो मतलब मान के चलिए कि 1 जनवरी को मनी बिल लोकसभा से राज्यसभा में गया, अब 15 जनवरी तक लोकसभा तक वापस बिल पहुंच जाना चाहिए. Within 14 days the bill should be sent back to the Lok Sabha by the Rajya Sabha. अगर मान के चलिए 14 से 15 डे हो गया तो लोकसभा ये मान के चलेगी कि जिस प्रकार से लोकसभा ने राज्यसभा को बिल भेजा था उसी प्रकार से उसको पास कर दिया गया है. If the time period which is of 14 days is crossed, then the Lok Sabha will assume that the Rajya Sabha has accepted the bill and then it will directly sell the bill to the president for his assent. Okay, so again, a bill can be only introduced in the Lok Sabha. A bill can move from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, but the Rajya Sabha does not have the power to vote down upon a bill. The Rajya Sabha only has the power to give recommendations, and that too the recommendations have to be given within 14 days. And if it doesn't give the recommendation within 14 days, then it would be assumed that the Lok Sabha's version of the bill has been accepted by the Rajya Sabha and it would be sent for the presidential assent and will become a law if the time period crosses 14 days. Am I clear? After that, if for example within 14 days the Rajya Sabha has sent back its recommendations to the Lok Sabha, then it is upon the Lok Sabha to whether accept the recommendations or not accept them, which means to say that the recommendations made by the Rajya Sabha are not binding. Are we clear? It is upon the Lok Sabha to accept the recommendation or not accept the recommendation, but it is not binding upon the Lok Sabha. So, in this sense, what I am saying is, in this sense, you see the lowest power of the Rajya Sabha. You see, for example, compare Rajya Sabha to a National Commission of Backward Classes. It is exactly that in matters of money bill. It's a commission which is made of experts. The Lok Sabha can refer a particular matter to the experts. Experts can give some recommendations to the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha may accept the recommendation or not accept the recommendation at all. You see the point? And these recommendations are not binding upon the Lok Sabha. So, in matters of money bill, it is entirely up to the Lok Sabha whether to engage the Rajya Sabha or not. So, the Rajya Sabha becomes like a committee. It's like a finance commission or a CAG or a NCBC, which is not even a parliamentary legislative body but a group of experts who are only trying to make it better for the Lok Sabha to implement its bill, but the recommendations of these group of experts are not applicable upon you at all. Okay, and once you have either accepted or rejected the recommendations, then these recommendations would be sent to the President of India for his assent. President of India then will take a protocol under Article 111 of the Constitution to understand what kind of assent can be given to it, right? So just hold on at this moment and try to see, if I ask a question on money bill, there are two aspects to the question. The definition of a money bill. Go. What is the definition of a money bill? What is the definition of a money bill? A bill which is introduced under Article 1110 clause 1 A to F only, which is for example imposition of taxes, etc. etc. Okay, that is a money bill. The procedure for passing a money bill: step 1 cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Step 2 can be moved from the Lok Sabha to the Rajya Sabha, transmitted, but cannot be voted down by the Rajya Sabha. Can only be given recommendations upon within 14 days. If recommendations are not given within 14 days, Lok Sabha will not have any other option but to pass the bill as it is and send it to the Speaker. Recommendations, if given within 14 days, are not binding upon the Lok Sabha. Once the Lok Sabha accepts or rejects the recommendations according to its own wishes, it will send the money bill to the President for his assent, and the President, upon his signature upon the money bill, shall make it an act which can be enforced as notified by the Government of India. That's the procedure. Okay. One little thing about the money bill is that if I ask you, for example, a question, do you need to have a joint sitting in the case of a money bill? Why not? Why do you have a joint sitting in the first place? To overcome the Rajya Sabha. But in money bill, you don't have to overcome the Rajya Sabha because Rajya Sabha is not even binding. So one simple line about this is that there is no need for having a joint sitting in a money bill. So the President under Article 108 cannot have a joint sitting in the money milk. Do we understand this point clearly?
Which one of the following are correctly matched in terms of equivalent rank in the three services of Indian Defence Forces? The correct option is 3 only. That's a factual, Major, Squadron Leader and Lieutenant Commander. So that's a factual.
Question number 80. The Northeastern Council was established by the Northeastern Act 1971. Subsequent to the amendment of the NEC Act in 2002, the Council comprises which of the following members? Now, this is one of those questions which are slightly unpredictable. You can't really trace as to what is the logic that the examiner has used to give a question like this, and you always find questions like these in the UPSC. Nonetheless, the answer to this question with regard to the composition of the Northeastern Council, which was a statutory body created under the Northeastern Council Act 1971 for the economic and social development of the northeastern states. The composition of this council is the governor of the constituent states, meaning the states which are members of the Northeastern Council, the chief minister of the constituent states, 3 members to be nominated by the President of India, and the Home Minister of India serves as the chairman of the Northeastern Council. Right? So, point number 1, 2, 3 and 4. It was recently that the Home Minister of India, Mr. Amit Shah, had made statements with regard to the position of Northeastern India in India's integrity and special relevance of Arunachal with regard to India's sovereignty in the Northeastern Council as a chairman of itself. So therefore, this was in highlight to some extent. So the correct answer is 1, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3 and 4, point number D. Question number 91. How many delimitation commissions have been constituted by the Government of India? It's a very easy question. The simple answer is 4. The latest delimitation commission being constituted in 2002. Delimitation commission was somewhat in news because of what you can say the delimitation of Jammu and Kashmir constituencies and certain questions and controversies around it, and also with reference to Article 329. So the correct answer is 4. Question number 92 in set B. The Constitution's 71st Amendment Act 1992 amends the 8th schedule of the Constitution to include which one of the following languages? And the correct answer, the languages which were added were Konkani, Manipuri and Nepali. Again, a very factual, almost untraceable question as to why the UPSC is asking this question, but it's a matter of real luck if you can get a question like this right, if you happen to remember the right information at the right time, and you will have to be able to take some margin out for questions like these which are very heavily factual in terms of answering the question. So the question is correct 1, 2, 3. Maithili is the incorrect answer. It was actually in 2003 that Maithili was added to the 8th schedule as the official language, right? So you have the correct answer as 1, 2 and 3.
First option, the first pair as such, Bharatiya, you can call it a question of post-independence also, and the first option, that is Bharatiya Jana Sangh, the pair is correctly matched, that's Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee. But when you talk about the second option, that's Socialist Party. Now, Socialist Party was formed by Jayaprakash Narayan and also Acharya Narendra Dev, so that option is correct. Now, Congress for Democracy is correct. It was formed by Jagjeevan Ram and this was formed in 1977. But the last option, that is fourth option, fourth pair, that is Swatanta Party, was not formed by Acharya Narendra Dev, but it was formed by C. Rajgopalacharya and also N.G. Rangas. They were instrumental in the formation of Swatanta Party. So we can see that only 2 options are correct, first option and the third option. Only 2 pairs are correct, the first and the third.
Question number 94. Which of the following statements are correct about the Constitution of India? Again, a kind of a basic question from the text of the Constitution of India. Now, the examiners have sometimes played around with the chronology of the Constitution, and I hope that you again re-emphasize the trend that rather than focusing upon the heavier ideational points of the Constitution of India, the structure of the Constitution of India, the orders of things in the Constitution of India, the procedure of the Constitution of India has taken the highlight in this prelims examination, you see. And the effort that you have to put upon these things has become somewhat relevant for you to understand. It is not enough to understand the larger context of Article 21, right to life and liberty, and the procedure established by law and due process of law, but also the way that structuring of the Constitution has been done. Powers of municipalities are given in Part 9A of the Constitution. It is correct. The question sits with regard to parts of the Constitution. Emergency provisions are given in Part 18 of the Constitution. It is correct. Article 352 to Article 360 of the Constitution. And provisions related to the amendment of the constitutions are given in Part 20 of the Constitution. So the correct answer is 1, 2 and 3. Just take a look at this video as to how we have dealt with each of these parts with regard to taking the class on these subjects in the Constitution of India. To the panchayats. So in fact what happened was this, that Part 9 of the Constitution also added 11th and 12th schedule. Right. So Part 9 added 11th and Part 9A added 12th schedule. Part 9 talks about panchayats. Part 9A talks about municipalities. So Part 9 in the 11th schedule gave all the subjects to the panchayats upon which they can make laws by the permission of the state legislature. These are all the rural subjects which should be under the control of the village. And Part 9A in Schedule 12 give all the subjects which are urban subjects of the state to the municipalities to make regulations upon. Question number 95. Which one of the following statements is correct as per the Constitution of India? This is an intelligent question. You see, this is a question that you may not know the answer to directly, and also no mention of it has been found in the current affairs also recently. But if you use the elimination method, you can honestly come to the right answer. Now the question is, what subject has been given to the state and what subject has been given to the union? That's basically the question, right? Interstate trade and commerce is a state subject under the state list. You know for a fact that this statement is bound to be incorrect, because the GST is a law which is made by the union. And there is a part of the GST known as the IGST which deals with interstate trade and commerce. You see, so it is impossible that the Parliament of India can make a law with regard to GST if the subject of interstate trade and commerce doesn't lie with the Union of India, and therefore the statement is bound to be incorrect. This amount of reasoning you have to associate in the class, in the examination hall, to be able to attempt a question like this. So this statement is ruled out. Interstate migration is a state subject under the state list. Now of course it has to be incorrect. How can migration be given to states, right? Which means that two states can allow people to move into each other without the union having any say on that matter. And also, as a matter of fact, the state of Maharashtra can make anti-migratory laws for the people of Bihar to migrate into the state of Maharashtra, and the union just has to sit back. It is impossible to conceive of something like that in the Union of India, which has stronger unitary features than federal features. So necessarily, interstate migration cannot be a subject which can be given to state. It is just common sense. Take a look at point number D. Corporations tax is a state subject under the state list. One of the heaviest taxable items are corporations. You have seen so many times debates within the parliament of how the government has been accused of cutting down corporate taxes and giving more leeway to the industrialists, etc. Right? So all of this information should tell you very clearly that a subject like corporate taxes cannot be given to the state because it is too huge a basis and source of revenue, and that would be taken by the center in terms of taking the lion's share upon the taxes. And of course the current updates on how Adani, Ambani and all of these things have been going on in the parliament with regard to the slashing of the corporate taxes and the middle classes taking the burden of the income taxes. So corporate taxes are certainly not a state subject, which leaves you with only one correct answer, which is interstate quarantine is a union subject under the union list, right? So in this sense, even if you know nothing about the factual correctness of this kind of a question, you can use your intelligence to arrive at the correct answer. Okay, question number 95. Question number 96. Under which of the following articles of the Constitution of India has the Supreme Court of India plays a right to privacy? It's a very simple question and one of a question which has been repeated in the Constitution. Article 21, the K.S. Puttaswamy judgment. One of the previous years also had a question exactly on the same idea. So, Article 21 is the correct answer. Article 19 does not deal with privacy. Article 21 deals with privacy, and therefore right to privacy becomes stronger and becomes more similar to life and personal liberty, because it is protected not under the weak article of 19 but under the very strong article of article 21 of the constitution, the judgment given by the KS Puttaswamy by a 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court. Write the name of the judgment: KS Puttaswamy, K capital S capital KS Puttaswamy versus Union of India. KS Puttaswamy versus Union of India. Puttaswamy versus Union of India. A 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court. A 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court. A 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court declared that right to privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. Right to privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. Full stop. Privacy was understood as the intervening. Privacy was understood as the intervening space. Privacy was understood as the intervening space between the society and the individual. Between the society and the individual. Between the society and the individual, comma, which is the sacred space of the individual, which is the sacred space of the individual, sacred space of the individual that cannot be, sacred space of the individual that cannot be, that cannot be, that cannot be subjected to societal, that cannot be subjected to societal interference, that cannot be subjected to societal interference. Full stop. Privacy is integral. Full stop. Privacy is integral to realize the freedom of the body and freedom of the mind. Is integral to realize the freedom of the body and the freedom of the mind.
Now, in context of this, as you can see, different sets के जो numbers हैं. Now, this question that what are the duties of the CDS as head of the Department of Military Affairs? इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे, the statement 1, the permanent chairman of Chief of Staff Committee, and the third statement, principal military advisor to defense minister. अगर आप देखेंगे first and third statement ये दोनों right होती है, and second statement इसमें wrong आती है. Even if you see the duties and function of the CDS, इसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो इसमें आता है to function as permanent chairman of the Chief of Staff Committee, and this is basically this one. And if you want to see the third option, that is to act as the principal military advisor to the honorable defense minister, right? So 1 and 3.
Now come next question. Next question is operation under the army, undertaken by army towards upliftment of the local population in the remote areas to include addressing of their basic needs is called. Actually, it is a kind of army based initiatives, and literally very nice initiatives, and thanks to this army initiatives actually as the name of Operation Sadbhavna. Okay, it was scheduled this operation in Leh Ladakh area. Okay, actually to boost up the skill of these areas of the kids, children's school level of students and all. Okay, and this is the initiatives. So multiple welfare activities is a better word to describe the Operation Sadbhavna. Okay, because the army has started this project and to help to the local population in the remote areas. Okay, where the facilities cannot be easily accessible. In this remote areas, army has provided this kind of facilities. Okay, for the welfare of people, but it's a multiple welfare activities. Means in this activity, a lot of things are available, included. Okay, so here army goodwill schools. Okay, even running with the help of this infrastructure development as a part of it. Various project education tour system is the part of it in Ladakh regions. Okay, more than 2,200 students got currently studying in these schools. Okay, baki rest of other funding, etc. What is the part of it? In this fund, what about the contributions? So here, human resource, skill development, sports, healthcare, national integration, infrastructure, all will be the part of it. So here, the correct answers will be the C options.
Okay. Now we'll see a very interesting another question which is also in news many times. The longest border between any two countries in the world. Nobody usually see this. I think it is they have given to the student just to check their factual knowledge. It is a very unexpected thing, very factual things it is. You see, the Canada and USA total border length of Canada and USA it is 8891 kilometer, 8,891 kilometer. Canada USA. Geometrical boundary it is straight line like which is passing through the Great Lakes, Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie and Ontario. This is a straight line like east-west straight line, geometrical boundary you have. Chile and Argentina, two countries which always fight with each other, you know. Chile and Argentina, these two countries of South America also has a very long boundary from north to south. This is from east to west. Chile and Argentina have the longest one in the north-south category. If you see Chile and Argentina, it is 5308 kilometer. 5308 kilometer. China and India, you know, we have boundary, international boundary, China and India, we have 3488 kilometer, approximately 3488 kilometer, 3488. Okay, and Kazakhstan and Russia in Central Asia, we have 7644 kilometer. So definitely the answer for this one will be highest value 8891 Canada and United States of America. Second highest Kazakhstan and Russia. Third you have Chile. Fourth you have India. So this is the right answer here. Canada and United States of America is the correct answer. My friend, this type of question, these are like, you know, factual question. These are completely factual question it is. And it is no way related with any other concept or something. So this is something very interesting. So as I just mentioned about all these, like in the geography part which you have seen.
Last question in set B and in the polity profile is a question which is slightly difficult and it is not easy to crack, and a question inspired by the current updates. Again, the expulsion of Mahua Moitra in the cash for question scam or the breach of privilege and the involvement of the ethics committee. So the question is with regard to the parliamentary committee known as the ethics committee of the Lok Sabha. Point number one, initially it was an ad hoc committee. The answer is correct. You can read more details about this answer in the explanation that we are going to publish. Only a member of the Lok Sabha can make a complaint relating to the unethical conduct of a member of the Lok Sabha. This is not correct. Any person, whether that person is a member of parliament or a member of the Rajya Sabha, and of course a member of the Lok Sabha, can make such a complaint against any person with regard to breach of privileges, with regard to committing unethical activities. So this statement is incorrect. This committee cannot take up any matter which is sub judice. This part is in fact correct. There are what are called the rules of procedures of Lok Sabha, which have been amended by the suggestions which are given by the ethics committee to introduce part 20A, and part 20A, chapter 20A, within the rules of procedure of Lok Sabha do actually give a very clear points as to what are the procedures and protocols which have to be followed by the ethics committee in its operation. And it very categorically mentions that any person can file a complaint with regard to unethical conduct, and if a matter is sub judice before a court, that matter cannot be taken up by the consideration of the ethics committee. A matter being sub judice understands or implies that a matter is under the consideration of a court, right? If a matter is pending before a court in India, that matter cannot be a subject matter of the ethics committee as given by chapter 20A of the rules of procedure of conduct of business of Lok Sabha. This is an amendment which was given at the recommendations of the ethics committees. Now, this is something which has been given in the current updates. It's a very predictable question this time with regard to the Women Reservation Bill which has been passed by the Parliament, which also proposes certain amendments to the Constitution, instituting Article 330A and 332A in the Constitution with regard to giving women a right to seats within the legislative organs at the Union. You see, so take a look at this Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, the Women Reservation Bill, has 3 points in reference. First, provisions will come into effect from 18th Lok Sabha. Wrong. The provisions are dependent upon the readjustment of constituencies according to the census. The provisions are dependent upon the adoption of the census figures, the next census figures, and when the next census figures are adopted, then only the Women Reservation Bill and its what you can call procedural aspects are going to come into implementation. So, the cutoff is not the 18th Lok Sabha, the cutoff is the next census. Point number 2, this will be in force for 15 years after becoming an act. It is the correct option. Point number 3, there are provisions for the reservation of seats for scheduled castes women within the quota reserved for the scheduled castes. Now, this statement is also correct. As a matter of fact, this statement is directly taken from Article 330A, which is a proposed amendment to the Constitution under the Women Reservation Bill, which adopts the same formula as a Panchayati Raj institution with regard to giving scheduled caste women reservation within the larger pool of the scheduled castes, right? So, that activity has been instituted by Article 330A of the Constitution under the Women Reservation Amendments, and therefore statement number 3 is correct. So, the correct option to this is 2 and 3, a question which is inspired from the current updates. Take a look at the next part, which is question number 62. This is a question which has been discussed in the classes sometime and with regard to India-Sri Lanka relations. It is called the exercise Mitra Shakti 2023. Now, all of us are aware about the increasing presence of the Chinese in the Indian Ocean region and specifically the problems that the Chinese are causing to what are known as the unsinkable aircraft carriers around the Indian peninsula, Maldives and Sri Lanka, with the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka under the Chinese influence, with Maldives signing more and more contracts giving Chinese military spaces in its operating capacity. So, the exercise Mitra Shakti 2023 comes in the what you can call background and the follow up of India's help to Sri Lanka during its economic crisis. Extensively we have discussed the India-Sri Lanka relations with regard to Sri Lanka's economic crisis, and to that extent the rejuvenated relations have also become a strategic cooperation between India and Sri Lanka. So, the statement number 1 is incorrect because the joint military exercise is correct, but it is not between India and Bangladesh, but it is between India and Sri Lanka. It commenced in Aundh, Pune, which is also supposed to be the base of the what you can call the NDA and the AFMC, which are two large military training areas in India. So, this statement is correct. Joint response during counter-terrorism operation was the goal of this operation, especially in context of the Easter bombings in Sri Lanka, which was the inauguration of the radical terrorism from South Asia. The what you can call the radical jihadi terrorism made its inauguration into Sri Lanka with the Easter bombings. Otherwise, Sri Lanka has seen its own version of terrorism with the LTTE. So, this also makes Sri Lanka a stakeholder in counter-terrorist activities and mechanisms, and that's what is facilitated by exercise Mitra Shakti. And of course, point number 4 is correct. Indian Air Force was a part of this exercise. So, the correct answer over here is 2, 3 and 4. 1 is incorrect because it is not Bangladesh, but Sri Lanka. Take a look at the next question. This is a question from the Fundamental Rights, Article 32 of the Constitution, also 226. A writ of prohibition is an order issued by the Supreme Court or High Courts. 2. Now, we've covered the writ of prohibition very extensively in our classrooms. In fact, all of the writs, habeas corpus, mandamus, quo warranto, prohibition and certiorari have been covered. If you take a look at this question, you can approach this question two ways. Either you know what prohibition means, okay, so understand, for example, prohibition is a writ issued by the Supreme Court or the High Court in events in which a jurisdiction has been incorrectly placed upon a particular lower court. So if a case has been filed against me in a jurisdiction which is incorrect or a jurisdiction which is manipulated to my disadvantage, the Supreme Court has the ability to stop the proceedings of the matter in a particular court at the lower level by issuing the writ of prohibition is what is given under Article 32 of the Constitution. So that way the correct answer is point number C. But in the event you are not able to arrive at the correct answer, you can also use the technique of elimination of options to come to the correct answer. Let's take a look at this. A government officer prohibiting him from taking a particular action. Now, you know for a fact that any writ which is given to a government officer with regard to prohibiting him can either be covered into mandamus or possibly certiorari. You see, so the better answer for this one in terms of writ is going to be mandamus, as you understand what is called V command, right? Point number 2 or B, Parliament/Legislative Assembly to pass a law on prohibition. Now, of course, this statement is itself incorrect because there is nothing in the Constitution of India which gives the Supreme Court, which is an unelected body, which is a judicial body, which is an appointed body, any kind of a instruction or a direction to a legislative body to make certain laws. That was the classic definition of judicial overreach or judicial activism. The Supreme Court or High Court has no business telling the Parliament what laws to make because the Supreme Court or the High Court do not represent the mindset of the people. They are unelected bodies. The mindset of the people is represented in the Parliament. It can take no instructions from anyone else with regard to what laws have to be made. So, in and of itself, this statement is incorrect. Point number D, the government prohibiting it from following an unconstitutional policy. Now, this is a statement which can be slightly misconceived or misguiding in some certain cases. You can have government which can make unconstitutional policies, but please remember the fact that writs are not made under everything, or writs are not made against everything unconstitutional. Writs are specifically given under Article 32 and in 226 certain cases to enforce fundamental rights specifically, and then maybe certain legal rights under Article 226. So, the only kind of unconstitutionality that writs can remedy are the violation of fundamental rights and in certain cases the violation of legal rights. Not everything unconstitutional can be remedied by writs. So, being a generic statement with regard to unconstitutional policy, this statement does not stand on its own 2 feet and therefore is incorrect. Without giving reference to anything outside itself as a statement, this is incorrect. So, you can easily eliminate this statement and arrive at the correct answer, point number C. Please take a look at this video we have discussed in the class of understanding the concept and the questions of what is known as prohibition under Article 32 of the Constitution. तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ आपसे कि केस फर्जी है, हो सकता है केस ठीक हो, लेकिन jurisdiction फर्जी है. The jurisdiction in which the case is being tried is made in such a way that it is manipulating the outcomes of the case, because the police will do the investigation according to the influences and possibly the magistrate is going to do the judgment according to the influences. You see? So, in this case, the writ of certiorari or prohibition can be filed. You get the point? So, a writ of certiorari or prohibition are filed. I am making a technical statement over here. A writ of certiorari and prohibition is filed specifically to correct a manipulated or incorrect jurisdiction by the Supreme Court of India. If a case has been filed in a wrong jurisdiction or jurisdiction has been manipulated in some way or the other, or influence is being made under a particular jurisdiction, then the Supreme Court can interfere the matter and change the activities a little bit. अब Supreme Court क्या कर सकता है? पीलीभीत में FIR करा दी, ठीक है, अब वो बेचारा जा रहा है कार पकड़ के, कहाँ उसको पता भी नहीं मैप में कि कहाँ पर है पीलीभीत, right? The idea is to make sure that the person has to do a to and fro, and in that to and fro only is a person harassed. You see? So, the what you can call solution to this kind of a manipulation of jurisdiction are the writs of certiorari and prohibition. The most important part of what you can say both of these writs is to be able to point out that a complaint has been made against you in incorrect jurisdiction, definitely to be able to manipulate the result of a case in that jurisdiction. You know what I mean? अगर मैं अपने क्षेत्र में फाइलिंग कराऊंगा और अपने क्षेत्र में मेरे को वकील भी पता है, पुलिस भी पता है, एमएलए भी पता है, सब लोग पता है, ठीक है, और कोई बाहर का व्यक्ति मेरे क्षेत्र में आएगा तो मैं यहां पर चीजों को अपने हिसाब से कंट्रोल करके जजमेंट को भी अपने अनुसार ला सकता हूं. You get the point? In cases of divorce, this happens very much. That, for example, if the man is from one area and the woman is from one area, and if the marriage goes bad, then all forms of sections are filed against the man or the woman in their respective jurisdictions. क्योंकि पता है ना कि हमारा गढ़ है, ठीक है, वो बेचारा लड़का आ रहा है ट्रेन पकड़ के, शादी करी थी, डाइवोर्स हो गया, ठीक है, अब उसने लगा रखे सेक्शन 498A, वहां पे बेचारा जा रहा है, वो गढ़ है पूरा लड़की वालों का, ठीक है, वो ट्रेन पे देख रहा है कि कोई आएगा बेंत लेके मार के चला जाएगा. You see, so the terror that you feel basically is that you're entering into an area. पहले आपने सोचा था बड़ा रोमांटिक है, चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस खेलेंगे हम लोग, ठीक है, अब आप जा रहे हो उत्तर प्रदेश से चेन्नई ट्रेन में बैठ के, ये सोच के कि मारे कहाँ जाएंगे, right? So the idea is that when you're entering into the area of another person where language is different, culture is different, you don't have any connections whatsoever, you can be put under 1,000 pressures, including the fact that the local administration can be prejudiced against you, can be motivated against you by the locals. You see? So, anytime a complaint is made with incorrect jurisdiction or manipulated jurisdiction, the solution to that problem is the writ of prohibition and certiorari. अब इस केस में क्या होगा? Let's say for example in our case over here, Mr. A. Now Mr. A, what he has to do basically is he has to go to the Supreme Court of India under Article 32 of the Constitution and say that the filing of this case has been done deliberately to manipulate the jurisdiction. The jurisdiction is manipulated, which means that first of all, I was not present on that date when the FIR was filed. Meaning they said that the crime has happened, but I was not even present on that date. And second, these people have local control over this area. Therefore, the people, the police authorities, etc., are reasonably suspected to be acting in the interest of the local politicians or the local gundas, whatsoever. Okay. And now what he does is he files a writ of prohibition or certiorari with the Supreme Court, telling the Supreme Court that I am not against the fact that I should be tried. मतलब अगर कोई बोल रहा है तो मैं बोलने को तैयार हूं, ठीक है, आप केस फाइल करिए, मैं अपना पक्ष रखूंगा, अगर कुछ होगा तो निकल के आएगा, देख लेंगे. तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं आपसे कि केस फर्जी है, हो सकता है केस ठीक हो, लेकिन jurisdiction फर्जी है. The jurisdiction in which the case is being tried is made in such a way that it is manipulating the outcomes of the case, because the police will do the investigation according to the influences and possibly the magistrate is going to do the judgment according to the influences. You see? So in this case, the writ of certiorari or prohibition can be filed. You get the point? So a writ of certiorari or prohibition are filed. I'm making a technical statement over here. A writ of certiorari and prohibition is filed specifically to correct a manipulated or incorrect jurisdiction by the Supreme Court of India. If a case has been filed in a wrong jurisdiction or jurisdiction has been manipulated in some way or the other, or influence is being made under a particular jurisdiction, then the Supreme Court can interfere the matter and change the activities a little bit. अब Supreme Court क्या कर सकता है? सुनिए, prohibition में मान के चलिए, take a look at this. Let's say for example, if the matter is like this, ठीक, अब इसमें ना अलग अलग लेवल पे कभी कभी आपको पता चलता है. जैसे क्या होता है, कभी कभी FIR हो गई, आपके पीछे पीछे इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी हो गई, इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद चार्जशीट बन भी गई, चार्जशीट मैजिस्ट्रेट के सामने फाइल भी कर दी, मैजिस्ट्रेट ने ऑर्डर भी निकाल दिया, और तब आपके पास फोन आ रहा है कि आपके अगेंस्ट ऑर्डर आया अरेस्ट का. You see, so a lot of things may happen in the background, you not even getting to know. So what basically they do is कि they start formality के लिए आपको एक समन भेजना होता है, ठीक है, तो आपके एड्रेस पे समन भेज दिया, लेकिन किसी तरह से उसको मैनिपुलेट करके निकलवा लिया वहां से. So let's say you are supposed to send a letter कि आपकी इस कचहरी में आपकी डेट लगे, इस कचहरी में डेट आके लो. लेकिन इफ यू फॉर एग्जांपल फॉर्ज द सिग्नेचर्स कि मुझे समन मिल गए थे सारे, तो आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है कि इसको समन मिले थे, लेकिन आपने कभी समन भेजे नहीं उसको. So if you kind of put a forgery around it, a person may not even get to know that a FIR has been filed, investigation has happened, charge sheet has been filed, and even an order of the magistrate has been made against him. And they are telling over there that we have informed the person, but the person is not coming. Please continue with passing the order in his absence only, if he doesn't hold respect to the court of law. So sometimes you get to know it at a stage where it has already reached at the point of a trial. Let's say, for example, a judicial body is already listening to a matter in which you are not even able to make a representation. So in this case, for example, let's say if an FIR is filed, police doesn't tell you or tells you, but makes sure कि उसके पास document है कि हमने इनको phone किया तो उठाया नहीं तो हम क्या करें, ठीक? Or investigation has led to the charge sheet. Charge sheet has been filed before the magistrate, and people who filed the FIR are making a presentation before the magistrate. But I don't have any presentation क्योंकि मुझे पता ही नहीं. तो magistrate पूछ रहा है कि दूसरी पार्टी का है, तो पुलिस कह रही है कि हमने उनको समन भेजा था, वो आ ही नहीं रहा, तो हम क्या करें, ठीक? अब जाके अगर आपको पता चलता है, कोई गांव से बताता है कि आपके अगेंस्ट केस चल रहा है, तो तुरंत आपको क्या करना है, आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना है और प्रोहिबिशन फाइल करना है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बताना है कि ये सारी चीजें मुझे नहीं बताई गई थी और जुरिसडिक्शन को मैनिपुलेट किया गया है. यू सी द पॉइंट? If you file prohibition at this stage, then what the Supreme Court will do is, Supreme Court will immediately apply brakes upon the proceeding, which means it will prohibit the matter from moving any forward. You get the point? So when, let's say, the Supreme Court, what he will do is, he will tell this magistrate, I issue the writ of prohibition instructing you this matter shall not be heard any further unless I give special instructions upon this. So to in a way apply brakes upon a matter. अब मान के चलिए ना 3 दिन बाद सुनाई हो गई, सुनाई के बाद ऑर्डर आ गया. अगर एक बार आपके अगेंस्ट ऑर्डर आ गया तो आपकी जो मतलब फेट है वो एक तरह से सील हो गई. You know, if a police authority or even if a administrative authority, but especially if a judicial authority makes an order against you, then it is your fate. फिर आप बहुत कुछ कर नहीं सकते उसके बारे में, राइट? तो प्रोहिबिशन में कोशिश ये रहती है कि कैसे भी करके ऑर्डर ना आ जाए, ठीक है? तो ऑर्डर अगर आ गया जुडिशरी का, तो उसके बाद फिर मामला भले ही आपकी गलती ना हो, लेकिन फिर मामला टेक्निकल होके ही रहेगा, क्योंकि अगर जुडिशियल अथॉरिटी से ऑर्डर आया है तो वो कोई छोटी बात नहीं है. हो सकता है आपकी बात ठीक हो, मे बी यू आर राइट दैट द ऑर्डर हैज बीन मैनिपुलेटेड, बट टू प्रूव दैट यू आर राइट is going to be a very technical challenge, because to prove that a judicial body made under the constitutional provision has done something illegal is not easy.
Question number 64. Consider the following statements. It is the governor of the state who recognizes and declares any community of that state as a scheduled tribe. A question which is directly inspired from the events of Manipur. Right? Now Manipur, you know, Meiteis and Kukis are involved in a particular disagreement which has turned into violent protests and riots and problems around humanitarian concerns. The fact that the Meitei community was given the status of a scheduled tribe by the High Court of Manipur has raised constitutional questions around the identification and declaration of scheduled tribes. Now, the reference article to this is very simple, Article 342, Clause 2. Under Article 342 Clause 2, you very clearly state, you can very clearly see, Article 342 Clause 1, that the only authority which has any kind of a power to declare a community, a caste or a tribe as a scheduled tribe is the President of India, who works at the aid and advice of the Council Ministers. Right? Article 342 Clause 1. It does not give power to the High Court, it does not give power to the Governor, it does not give the power to the Chief Minister, no one except for the President of India, and then the list given by the President of India can be modified by the Parliament. So no other authority except the President and the Parliament can have the ability to enlist any particular set of people as a scheduled tribe, is what is given under Article 342 Clause 1 of the Constitution. Millen versus State of Maharashtra 2000, a case that we have discussed in the class, again was given by the Supreme Court to the Manipur High Court and the Manipur government, telling them that they have no business identifying a scheduled tribe. You see,
And that is the inspiration behind this question. So obviously the first statement is incorrect. The governor of the state who recognizes and declares any community of that state as a scheduled tribe. It is completely incorrect. The answer is president. And the basis for that answer is Article 342 Clause 1. Point number 2. A community declared as a scheduled tribe in a state need not be so in another state. This statement is absolutely correct. Article 342 Clause 1 says that the president may, in respect of any state. Now this statement itself is suggestive that each state can have its own exclusive list of scheduled tribes, which may or may not overlap with other states, making statement number 2 correct. Just one thing to note over here is that though the governor does not have any deciding authority, it is given under Article 342 Clause 1 that the president may consult the governor. But as you know, consultations in these cases are not binding. So that is a simple element of the power of governor given under Article 342. Statement number 1 is incorrect. Statement number 2 is correct. And the correct answer is B. Take a look at how we have discussed the concept of scheduled tribes and how the ways that the prelims questions are framed was in a way discussed in the classroom with regard to the same problems of the cookies and the metis and Article 342 Clause 1 in this video clipping. Politics is the basis of this kind of a activity. Clear? But please notice that the constitution was wise enough to not let politics be created out of this at the regional level. Which means to say the fact that if he wants to get himself listed as a scheduled caste in the state of MP, he cannot go to the chief minister of MP. The chief minister of MP, the state of MP, does not have any power with regard to listing scheduled castes. You get the point? So you know what I mean to say? The politics has been created, but politics has not been created at the regional level. Let's imagine a situation. For example, instantly, just imagine that there is a state in India, hypothetically speaking, that there is a state in India, let's say for example, in which you have a large population of people who identify themselves from a particular scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Let's imagine a tribal state in India. Okay, majority population of that state is a tribal population. Okay, now because they are the majority population of the state, they form the what you can call the political party in power. Let's say in this state, let's say 79% is of tribes. Right, remaining is what is of non-tribes. Now because it is a 79% population in a democratic setup, will they not come in power in the Vidhan Sabha, in the state legislative assembly? Will they not form the chief minister and the council of ministers? Right? Now imagine a situation in which after having come into power and become the chief minister and council of ministers, they identify themselves as a scheduled tribe for bureaucratic purposes. What does it mean? That the same tribe is going to sit in the political power and the same tribe is going to sit in the administrative power. You will have chief minister from the same tribe and you have IAS officers from the same tribe. What does it mean? That the entire state apparatus, the political apparatus and the administrative apparatus has been taken up by one tribe. Both the permanent and the non-permanent executive is one tribe. What do you think is going to happen in a case of a problem? This tribe may tomorrow pass a resolution that we want to secede out of the Union of India. You get the point? So if you are giving the states the ability to create reservations so that people local from that state can fill up the government, functioning of that state, and then that particular tribe also creates a control of the entire thing, then all the governance in that particular state is being controlled by one tribe or one caste. And that could create a kind of a homogenization, a kind of a centralization of power in the hands of one community of people over the state, which could also overpower the functioning of the union. Therefore, to avoid the caste politics, at least at the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe level, no power has been given to local or what you can call regional governments
state governments to identify caste as scheduled caste or scheduled tribes. Now, if a question comes to you very simply, because this is all current updates and this is going to be a question in my understanding, very simply. When I am taking a list of, I just explained to you the background of this, that the nature of enlisting scheduled castes and scheduled tribes is determined by politics, but it is not determined by regional politics. It is determined by national politics. Therefore, there is nothing in the constitution which remotely gives the power to the state government in matters of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes to enlist groups in these lists. Neither the state government nor the state high court, nothing. They don't have the power to do it. The only where the power exists is with the President of India, with the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Now, if this kind of a perception has to be created, then the question is, does the state government or the high court, for example the Manipur High Court, have any constitutional authority to make an order like this? If, for example, I take a look at the order made by the Manipur High Court. And for example, the Manipur High Court Chief Justice at that time, immediately in the next meeting of the collegium, he was transferred to the Kolkata High Court. And a judge from the Delhi High Court was made the Chief Justice of Manipur High Court immediately. M.B. Muralidharan, yes. Take a look at this. You see the point? That a petition has been made to restore the tribal status of the Methi community before a high court. Okay. Now let's go. Just read this sentence again. Clear? Okay. Now let's take a look at the order. The first respondent is the government of Manipur. The first respondent is directed to submit the recommendation in reply to the letter dated of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Meaning, the High Court says to the government of Manipur, directs the government of Manipur to send the recommendation for Metis to be listed as a scheduled tribe to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Okay. These are the words that set Manipur on fire. Now just try to think about it. If a news media takes up this sentence and writes something like this, High Court order Metis to be listed as a ST. And people don't understand if the High Court really has a power. And then there are political incentives for people to disinform that this is happening and you're sitting here and watching the game. And then riots are created out of that. That is exactly what happens. So you see the two sides of the political coin. Why is the judge of the High Court doing it in the first place? Kuch to piche se hoga na haath. And then why are the people trying to even more, rather than calming down the situation and informing people, even more trying to incite the judgment? क्योंकि फिर दोनों लोगों में ठन गई कि अब देख ही लेते हैं क्या होगा. एक इंसान ने बोला, one of the side said कि we are going to do this. Let's see what you can do. And the other one said, I'm going to show you exactly what is going to be done if this happens. And this is where the situation breaks down completely. Read this. Now the question is very simple. The High Court here says, the government of Manipur shall consider the case of the petitioners for inclusion of the Meitei community in the scheduled tribe list expeditiously, preferably within a period of 4 weeks from the date of receipt of a copy of this order in terms of the averments, etc., etc. Now, first of all, the first respondent is the government of Manipur. Government of Manipur is being told by the High Court of Manipur that you do this as soon as possible. Question: what does Article 342 say? Just take a look at Article 342 again. Now, just 1 second. Just correlate this to this and imagine the constitutional gap, that this power does not exist for the High Court. And that is what the Supreme Court is asking. What are you doing? Which means that we have to deduce that there is something else going in the background. What else can we deduce? Question number 65. Again a question from parliamentary procedure. With reference to the union budget, consider the following statements. The Union Finance Minister on behalf of the Prime Minister lays the annual financial statement before both the Houses of Parliament. Now, this is a question from Article 112 Clause 1 of the Constitution, which deals with what is known as annual financial statement, also known as the budget. Now, annual financial statement as defined under Article 112 Clause 1 says that the President of India on behalf of the Government of India shall present before the Parliament of India an estimate of expenditures and receipts for one financial year. So, the authority undersigning the annual financial statement is the President. But of course, since the President is a nominal head, the actual presentation of the annual financial statement is done by the Finance Minister, but it is done on behalf of the President, who is the head of the Union Executive, not of the Prime Minister, who is the head of the government. And therefore, the statement given over here with regard to the Prime Minister is incorrect. It should be replaced with President if it has to be correct. Therefore, the first statement is incorrect. Reference being Article 112 Clause 1 of the Constitution. Statement number 2. At the union level, no demand for a grant can be made except on the recommendation of the President of India. This statement is correct. And this statement is given under Article 113 Clause 1. Directly, it has been taken from the bare act of the Constitution under Article 113 Clause 3. You see, demand for grants is the non-charge expenditures which are given by the Constitution with regard to the ability of the Government of India to take money from the Consolidated Fund of India after the consent has been given with regard to it by the Lok Sabha. This format is known as a demand for grants, and a bill or a proposition for demand for grants cannot be presented before the Lok Sabha except by the recommendation of the President. Is a part of the annual financial statement procedure as given under Article 113 Clause 3, and therefore this statement is correct. You see, point number 2 is the correct answer. So you see the point over here, the questions in polity are not underlined as much about the ideational, the conceptual, the abstract points of preamble and secularism and freedom and liberty and equality and dignity, all of these things, but you see very technical, mechanical questions which are coming from detailed and meticulous understanding of the parliamentary procedures, and that kind of gives you an understanding that polity is not a subject which is made of only, abstractions and cloudy stuff. It has an engineering to it that you have to understand to be able to take care of these questions. So I am the Prime Minister, head of the government. Then there are ministers. You have the Minister of Civil Aviation, you have the Minister of Coal, Minister of Defense, Minister of Home, Minister of External Affairs, and under the ministers are all the ministries, and under the ministries are all the departments, and put together all of us are called the Government of India. I am the head of the Government of India. I am the ministers of the minister. I am the Prime Minister. There is a president who is a nominal head. He works at the aid and advice of myself and my council. Clear? We are called collectively the Government of India, or in political science terms, Union Executive. In political science, I am a Union Executive. In technical legal terms, I am the Government of India. Clear? I am supposed to be coming out of the parliament. So think of me not as a government but as a political party. I as a political party wanted to be a government estimate of receipts. Okay. Now take a look at this. The definition of what is known as an annual financial statement. Please take a look at the definition. Once you will understand it, forever you will remember it. The annual financial statement is presented by the President of India. Everything happens in the name of the President, okay? But ANA. Annual financial statement is a statement of estimates of receipts and expenditures presented by the President of India for the Government of India before the Parliament for one financial year. Do I make sense? Annual financial statement, this thing combined is called the AFS, is an estimate of receipts and expenditures presented by the President before the Parliament for one financial year. Do I make my point? So once I have allowed for what you can call, once I have arrived at a figure which I need to run my ministries, and once I have arrived at a figure that I need to put in the CFI, I can't do it automatically. Article 265 and Article 266 oblige me to have these cleared by the Parliament, right? So what is an annual financial statement or a budget? An estimate of receipts and expenditures which are presented by the President for the Government of India before the Parliament for one financial year. Article 112, Clause 1, if you have the copy of the Constitution. Article 112, Clause 1 on the board. You too, in a way, mug up the definition of, अब question पूछा आपसे इंटरव्यू में बजट की परिभाषा बताइए, तो ये मत बोलिएगा estimate receipt पूरा properly. Budget as technically defined under Article 112 of the Constitution is an estimate of receipts and expenditure presented by the President of India for the Government of India before the Parliament for one financial year. ये आपका आंसर होना चाहिए इंटरव्यू में, तब जाके नंबर मिलेंगे. Are we getting an overall picture also of this thing? So generally when we talk about a money bill or a financial bill, I am basically saying that if I want some money out of the CFI or into the CFI, I can do it as a money bill or a financial bill. Take a look at this document. केंद्र सरकार के अनुदानों की मांगे, demand for grants of central government 2024-25. This is exactly the document that we call the budget. If you take a look at the introductory part of it, I'm sure that you can now understand. अब आपको ना budget का पूरा जो basic apparatus है ना वो तैयार हो जाएगा. Now reading the budget is something that you can do easily, and you can create the concept of fiscal policy on the top of it when the economy classes happen. ठीक, ये जो पॉलिटी का जो बेस था वो बना दिया है. अब इसके ऊपर कैपिटल अकाउंट, रेवेन्यू अकाउंट, ये सारी चीजें आपकी इकोनॉमी की क्लासेस में हो जाएंगी.
First question, that who of the following is the author of the book India Way and why Bharat matters? The correct answer is Subramaniam Jaishankar. That's a factual, nothing to explain in this. Now,
Consider the following pairs. You have 1, 2, 3, and you have to see if the country is matching the description which is given alongside it. Argentina is going through its worst economic crisis. It is a matter of fact. Correct. Sudan, as we have seen, is a second mention in this prelims examination, and you also had a question on Sudan last year. So imagine how one simple item in the international relations itinerary has become so important in the prelims examination to have been thrice in recurrence in the last 2 years. It is a matter of fact that there is a war between the country's regular army and the paramilitary forces which have concerned Sudan, and also the Sahel region has been impacted by these developments in Sudan. Turkey rescinded its membership of NATO. This is incorrect. There is no way that Turkey will ever rescind its membership of NATO. Turkey gets a complete security guarantee from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and not even in the remotest possibility Turkey will be able to survive itself with the kind of aggression it is making and the kind of neighborhood it is surrounded by without the help of NATO. In fact, Turkey has, on the other hand, taken a position with NATO, even to the point of saying that if NATO decides to attack Russia, Turkey will support NATO, despite the fact that Turkey has very good relations with Russia bilaterally. So this is an incorrect statement, and therefore the correct statement is only two pairs, 1 and 2, which are Argentina and Sudan alongside their description. Okay. Basically, if you take a look at the first statement, is a strategic route for Persian Gulf oil and natural gas shipments to the European area. And Sumed pipeline connects the Red Sea with the Mediterranean Sea. Both of these statements are correct. And of course, statement 2 explains statement 1. Now, two things have happened recently. Number one, Europe has stopped purchasing oil from Russia. As you have understood that sanctions have been imposed upon Russia heavily by the European countries, and the largest commodity imported from Russia by Europe was oil and natural gas, right? Both these commodities have been put to a complete grinding stop, a termination, because of the sanctions which have been imposed by the Europeans upon the Russians. And therefore the Europeans are looking for a new supplier of oil, and naturally that is going to be the OPEC countries. Now, if you think about it logically, Europeans who have not been buying too much oil from the OPEC countries, if they have to reinvigorate the trade between themselves and the Europeans, between the Gulf countries, they need a point by which connectivity can be ensured, because Russia was supplying oil to the European countries by a very clear streamlined mechanisms of pipeline, the Druzhba pipeline, the Nord Stream pipeline, the Blue Stream, Turk Stream, the ones we have done in the classes, I'm sure you would remember. Now, what you look at is a new strategic possibility which connects the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea, which is basically opening up a channel by which the Gulf regions can open into the Mediterranean Sea. And that is the Sumed pipeline, and that is the reason why it has come back in news very predictably. You can take a look at this map. You have the Red Sea over here, you have the Suez Canal, you have Egypt over here, and what you see is the Sumed pipeline which is connecting the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. And therefore this connectivity of oil supplies which leads to Mediterranean Sea and further up into Europe not only becomes a very important economic alliance between the Persian region, the Gulf regions and the European regions, but also opens the possibility of their strategic, in a way, alliance on these areas. So statement number 1 is correct, but let's take a look at statement number 2. Sumed pipeline connects the Red Sea with the Mediterranean Sea, right? As you can see it very clearly. But also you see that the fact that it is making a kind of a oil connectivity to Europe is allowing Europe to find an alternative to Russia and creating a new strategic possibility for the Gulf country and the Europeans, in addition to the G7 and the Americans, to create a larger alliance into this area. So this geographical connectivity, if achieved, will translate into much larger and much core integrated activities between the two areas, and that is why it has been in news and it is in questions, right? So these are the 5 core questions of international relations. I'm sure you've done other questions around international relations which are associated with European Union, with UNESCO, etc., etc.
Now, one more question here, you see, it is also related with the area in news now, Red Sea regions. Friends, question here is, consider the following statement: the Red Sea receives very little precipitation in any form. Precipitation can be in the form of snowfall, drizzle, sleet, rainfall, anything. But very Red Sea regions is located in subtropical high pressure nearby. Red Sea, you can see here, Red Sea is located here. Let me draw the map and you will find out. In this Red Sea region, this area, this is the Red Sea here, rainfall is very less, or there is very little or no precipitation. Very little or no precipitation here, because here you have the subtropical high pressure belt is located. No water enters the Red Sea from the river. Yes, there is no such any perennial river. Here is a plateau, here is the desert, this side you have desert. So there is no such any major river. It is true. Both the statement are correct here. Red Sea receives very little precipitation in any form, very little, negligible, less than, it's around 6 centimeter of rainfall. 6 to 26 nearly. There are few areas where 60 centimeter also received, but very less rainfall or no rainfall you can say. No water enters Red Sea from the river. Yes, it is true. So both the statements are correct here. So statement given about correct one is both one. So C, Charlie, C is correct statement here among these answers. So Red Sea region is a dry area, and as you know, this side, if you will see the river, there is no river at all. Here it is Sahara desert, it is Sahara. This is Libyan desert. This is Nubian desert. Here it is Nubian, N-U-B-I-N, Nubian desert. This is Ogaden desert. And this side you have, you see Libyan desert, Sahara desert, Libyan desert, Nubian desert, Ogaden desert. This is the great Arabian desert. The Saudi Arabian deserts you have. Rubal Khali, Anna Food, Ardhana. The north of this in Iran you have Dasti Kabir, Dasti Lut. So many deserts are located. These are deserts here. So no perennial river. And this is the cause. Geophysically, it is an area with maximum deficiency of moisture and there is no river. I hope it is clear to you all. So this is correct answer will be both the statement are correct here. So C will be the answer. Right?
Next question. According to Environment Protection Agency, which one of the following is the largest source of sulfur dioxide? See, the answer is power plants using fossil fuel. And why this is correct option? Because we have discussed in the class that India is the biggest emitter of two gases in the world. One is ammonia and second is sulfur dioxide. And sulfur dioxide, why? Because the coal-fired thermal plants of India, they do lack desulfurization technology. So the coal containing sulfur when burnt would be responsible for emission of SO2, sulfur dioxide. Although we can see one option which has been mentioned here, ship using fossil fuel, would be also one of the biggest emitter. But the biggest emitter as such is power plants using fossil fuel. Among these options, the correct option would be the power plants using fossil fuel, and the reason is what? That the coal which is burned in the thermal plant, they contains sulfur and sulfur dioxide would be emitted, and India is the biggest emitter of SO2 in the world. We have discussed in the class. Two gases, one is SO2 and second is ammonia. And ammonia, why? Because India has one of the largest number of cattle. And urease is an enzyme which is secreted by the microorganism in the waste product of cattle. So it is responsible for converting urinary urea into ammonia, and that's why India becomes the biggest emitter of ammonia in the world.
Now take a look at this. Consider the following statements. Statement 1. There is instability and worsening security situation in the Sahel region. And statement number 2. There have been military takeovers, coups in several countries of the Sahel region in the recent past. right? Now that's the point. So one time UPSC asks a question on Levant. Last year there was a question on Levant, which was the area around Israel, Palestine, Jordan, the Transjordan area. This time UPSC has asked a question very similar, very close to the Levant region, which is a Sahel region, right? And just to be sure about the identification of the Sahel region on the map, you can see this is in North Africa, and overall this region is connected to what is known as the WANA, West Asia, North Africa. And you have countries which are incredibly in a transition: Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, Sudan, Eritrea. And these are countries which are going through a lot of turmoil in terms of their political organizations, right? And for example, Sudan, it is a matter of fact, has had a conflict in which the paramilitaries on one hand and the military forces on the other hand are fighting a civil war which has torn apart the country for some time now. Similarly, Burkina Faso itself is going through internal political turmoils which are taking a shape of the violent revolutions and resistance by the internal population. So you have a question over here from the Sahel region, which says there is instability and worsening security situations in the Sahel region, which is correct as a statement. Statement number 2 says there have been military takeovers in several countries of the Sahel region in the recent past. It is also correct, most prominent of them being Sudan and Burkina Faso. And also, the answer to this question is somewhat, as you can see, more complicated, because not only are the statement number 1 and statement number 2 correct, statement number 2 also forms as an explanation to statement number 1. So because there have been military takeovers in several countries of the Sahel region in the recent past, there is instability and worsening security situation in the Sahel region. It's a proper statement into itself, aligning cause and effect particularly. You see, so that's why the correct answer over here is point number A. This is from the question number 51 in set B. Again, following the pattern of the UPSC in the recent times about the relevance of remote disputes. Last year there was a question on the disputes in Armenia and Azerbaijan and also Myanmar. So just to make sure that you understand the pattern, that maybe the big giant players of international relations will only be limited to the main examination and possibly the interview. But the tiny dispute, the more ignored areas, but very worried areas, very concerned areas where political instability has become a real fact of life. These are all the gaps of the prelims examination. So therefore you understand a very clear pattern emerging in the UPSC in this area.
Consider the following statement. India does not import apples from the USA. Okay. Now, no doubt we import apples. Okay. Or you can say India allows, you can say, import of agriculture commodities. And even if you read the newspaper also, frequently you will see that most of our horticulture items, okay, are imported. Clear? So India import, you can say, apples from outside the country, and that include USA also. Now second is, in India the law prohibits the import of genetically modified food without the approval of the competent authority. Now here I can say that if you have read the topic of World Trade Organization, so in WTO you talked about one very famous or important agreement, that is sanitary and phytosanitary measures, SPS. So with respect to SPS, you can say any country can impose a ban on GM crops or GM products. Clear? So this we have, or I have discussed in my class. Okay, so you will get in the video. Okay, but the answer for this, if you see, the first statement is wrong. Okay, so if you see, go by elimination method also, A and B cannot be the answer. Okay, and if you see C also, okay, C cannot be the answer, so automatically the answer will be D. Okay, so if you go by elimination also, then also you can attempt this question. Clear? So with respect to the second statement, okay, with respect to this second statement, I have talked about in my class, that is when I covered WTO, that is SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So you can see in this video. So this is what you can say about SPS. Okay, so SPS, like right now for GM crop we don't have any evidence, so countries used to put a ban on that. So ultimately, as per this guideline, if you are putting ban, okay, so that is acceptable. Okay, but there are some unacceptable, like if you put a ban on the basis of shape of the product.
Question number 53. With reference to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, consider the following statement. A question which is coming from the points about parliamentary procedure. Okay. Now, just take a look at this. While any resolution for the removal of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is under consideration, this is covered directly from Article 96 of the Constitution. It is under Article 93 of the Constitution that the position of the Speaker is instituted, and under Article 96 of the Constitution, the point about the position of the Speaker within the Lok Sabha, when the proposition for the removal of the Speaker is pending before the Lok Sabha, how does Speaker enjoy certain powers or functions, or what powers or functions of the Speakers are cut down while there is a resolution which is pending in the Lok Sabha for the removal of the Speaker? That's the context under which Article 96 has been taken into account. Let's take a look at the options. In this kind of a situation, when a removal of the Speaker proposition is pending in the Lok Sabha, what happens to the powers of the Speaker? Point number 1, he shall not preside. Now, this is a correct option. Article 96, clause 1 very clearly says that the Speaker, while the resolution for the removal of the Speaker is pending, cannot preside over the House. He shall not have the right to speak. Now, it is not correct. Under Article 96, clause 2, it is very clearly given that the Speaker, though he may not have the right to preside over the House, can speak in the House, perhaps not as a member of, not as a Speaker, but as a member of the House. So this statement is incorrect. The Speaker does actually have the right to speak in the House, even when the disqualification proceeding is on. And she shall not be entitled to vote on the resolution in the first instance. This is also incorrect. He may not be able to cast or make what is known as a casting vote in the times of equality of vote within the Lok Sabha. But the vote of first instance, which is a right of every member of the House, that cannot be taken away from the Speaker, even when the proposition for the disqualification is pending. So, statement 1 is correct according to Article 96 clause 1, but under Article 96 clause 2, statement number 2 and 3 are incorrect. They have been written in the reverse order, right? So, the correct answer to this is point number A, 1 only. That's the answer to the question number 53, which is the maiden question from the subject of polity in the prelims paper 2024. Let's take a look at question number 54. Again, a procedural question from the parliamentary activities. With reference to the Indian Parliament, consider the following statements. A bill pending in the Lok Sabha lapses on its dissolution. Now, this is a direct reference to Article 107, Clause 5 of the Constitution. Article 107 to 117 is what is called the parliamentary procedure. As I have been highlighting, parliamentary procedure has been an important theme in the Constitution. This time, questions from conceptual and ideational basis have not been asked, but rather mechanical, technical questions from the parliamentary procedures have been more in frequency. And these can only be covered once you have a good, very clear understanding of how step by step things happen. A bill pending in the Lok Sabha lapses on its dissolution. It is correct. Article 107, Clause 5. Point number 2. A bill passed by the Lok Sabha and pending in the Rajya Sabha lapses on the dissolution of the Lok Sabha. This statement is also correct. And again, the reference to this is Article 107, Clause 5 of the Constitution. A very simple reading of this article tells you that while the Lok Sabha, if it is not in proper convention, a bill pending in the Lok Sabha or a bill passed by the Lok Sabha moving into the Rajya Sabha dissolves along with the Lok Sabha. That is given very clearly under the reasoning of Article 107, Clause 5. Point number 3, a bill in regard to which the President of India has notified his or intention to summon the Houses to a joint sitting lapses on the dissolution of the Lok Sabha. This statement is incorrect. This statement is incorrect by the virtue of the provision of Article 108, Clause 5. Now, Article 108 of the Constitution talks about the provision of joint sitting. For the ones who've done the classes with us, you know as a matter of fact that joint sitting is an instrument used by the Lok Sabha to bypass the will of the Rajya Sabha in cases of ordinary bills. And Under Article 108 Clause 5, it is specifically mentioned that the Lok Sabha, if for example the President has expressed its intention to summon a joint sitting in the case of a disagreement between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, mostly what happens is that Rajya Sabha rejects or proposes amendments to the Lok Sabha which the Lok Sabha does not agree with. So the joint sitting is an instrument given to the government and the Lok Sabha to bypass the will of the Rajya Sabha by using the larger majority of the Lok Sabha. Right? This is, I'm sure, a concept which is understood by you if you've done the foundation classes. And in the event of a joint sitting, if the President has convened a joint sitting and if the Lok Sabha dissolves, that does not imply that the bill which has been presented for the consideration of the joint sitting also dissolves along with it, which is given under Article 108 Clause 5. Therefore, statement number 3 is incorrect. And the correct statements are 1 and 2. You see? So, the correct answer to this one is 1 and 2. This is question number 54 in the, what you can say, the set B of the paper. Okay, let's take a look at question number 55. With reference to the Parliament of India, consider the following statements. Number 1, prorogation of a house by the President of India does not require the advice of the Council of Ministers. Now, it is incorrect. Article 85 of the Constitution gives the power to the President of India to prorogue, dissolve or adjourn a house. But like most of the powers of the President of India, this power is also dependent upon the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. And therefore, statement number 1, in which it gives a blank statement, it does not require the advice of the Council of Ministers, is incorrect. There are certain cases in which the advice may not be, needed or implied because you have, for example, something like a no confidence motion. But to say that it does not require as a blanket statement is incorrect. Prorogation of a house is generally done after the house is adjourned sine die, but there is no bar to the President of India prorogating the house which is in session. Right? Now, when we say, for example, prorogation, you understand prorogation sine die as a natural termination of a house. So, for example, you have a session of a house, let's say a monsoon session. The natural termination of the monsoon session is what is known as adjournment sine die. But to have a what you can call mid-session termination of a house is what is defined as prorogation. You see? And in both these cases, it is possible. Prorogation of a house is generally done after the house is adjourned sine die. But there is no bar to the President of India prorogating the house which is in session. So, this is a correct statement. Point number 3. Dissolution of the Lok Sabha is done by the President of India who, save in exceptional circumstances, does so on the advice of the Council of Ministers. Now, this is a perfect statement for the reason that it talks about exceptional circumstances. What do we understand by this? What we mean is that there are, of course, events in which the President is bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister in terms of dissolving a house. Please make sure that in this part we are not talking about prorogation, we are talking about dissolution, right? And dissolution of the house is like the end of the Lok Sabha, right? Lok Sabha ka bhang hona is what we call dissolve, which means elections have to be contested and a new election, new Lok Sabha would be formed, like the 18th Lok Sabha has been formed right now, okay? So, the dissolution of the Lok Sabha is done by the President on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers, generally speaking. But in certain exceptional cases, for example, you have a no confidence motion against the government and the government collapses. And if the Parliament cannot produce a majority to produce a government, eventually the Lok Sabha will have to dissolve and re-elections will have to be instituted. Now, in this case, when the Council of Ministers does not exist, it is impossible for the President to take the recommendations of the Council of Ministers. And for that reason, it is not necessary in all cases for the President to be bound by the recommendations of the Council of Ministers. That is what we understand with the exceptional circumstances over here. So, statement number 3 is also correct. C, 2 and 3 is the correct answer.
Now, this question, last one more that figures in your examination, said be question number 56. First statement is the European Parliament approved the Net Zero Industry Act recently. See, generally what we say that we would be looking into the current affairs of 1 year. This was passed very recently in April 25th, 2024. And the first option is correct option. Nothing is wrong. The second option, European Union intends to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040 and therefore aims to develop all of its own clean technology by that time. This is incorrect. Why? Because in class what we have discussed, we have discussed European New Green Deal. And European New Green Deal has been discussed under the topic what is called as the green pandemic recovery that we have discussed. And we have discussed in that Europe would become, under this initiative, Europe would become the first continent of the world to attain net zero by 2050. Before that, an initiative has been launched by Europe also, which is called as Fit for 55. Fit for 55 means that Europe would be responsible for reducing 55% of its emission by the year 2030. But the second option would be what? This wouldn't be 2040, it would be 2050 that we have. And a video link to this would be attached to the explanation as such that we have discussed in the class. So all these are the questions pertaining to environment. I'll discuss some questions which would be coming after that. So it include European New Green Deal. European New Green Deal. That's the first. And second, climate ambition. Climate ambition coalition. Climate ambition coalition. Clear? Now the former one is what? The former is to make Europe the first continent of the world to attain net zero by mid of this century. The former initiative is to make Europe the first continent of the world, is to make Europe the first continent of the world, to attain net zero, continent of the world to attain net zero by mid of this century.
57. Again, a question from Venezuela, a South American country. Recently, Venezuela has achieved a rapid recovery from its economic crisis and succeeded in preventing its people from fleeing, emigrating to other countries. Now, somewhere or the other in current affairs, fleetingly you must have heard about the incredible economic crisis of Venezuela. You see a massive inflation, you see a balance of payment crisis, you see forex reserves being depleted, and you have seen that because of the economic downturn of Venezuela, you see immense amount of migration outside Venezuela. We're moving away from Venezuela. Venezuela is known for its history of accepting more and more migrants, but now it is moving outside, and it is a matter of fact that this possibility exists in terms of its crisis. Statement number 1 is incorrect because though the statement acknowledges there has been a crisis, it does not make the correct assertion in saying that the crisis is rapidly solving. No, the crisis is no near to a solution, and the migrant problem specifically persists in these points. So the statement number 1, though assumes the right facts, entirely is incorrect. So we will mark it as incorrect. Statement number 2, Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. Now this is an absolutely correct statement. Venezuela does have the world's largest oil reserves, right? This is part of your human geography also, along with international relations. Therefore, it is a relevant point to understand it as a matter of fact. So the current statement is, statement number 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. And statement 1 and statement 2 are not related with each other in causality at all, right? Take a look at question number 58 from set B, but you can match your own sets. With reference to the Digital India Land Records Modernization Program, consider the following statements. Okay, so the scheme that we're talking about is Digital India Land Records Modernization Program. Now we have seen a lot of talk about the Digital India
program under the newly formed Government of India 2014 onwards. Digital India has replaced the national e-governance policy. You have frameworks of e-Kranti and the whole aspects of the 3 pillars of Digital India and the 9 segments of Digital India. And the land records digitization program is one of the key features of the Digital India program. 2016, when the Digital India campaign was launched, one of the things which changed about what you can say the land records digitization program was that before that, erstwhile, land records digitization program was a centrally sponsored scheme. Now, most of you have done classes in governance. Do understand the difference between centrally sponsored scheme and central sector scheme. So, you have, for example, the understanding of centrally sponsored scheme is that they are operating in a cooperation between the center and the states, right? So, for example, you have, let's say, Article 282 of the Constitution, which allows the center to make expenditures for public purposes upon any subject in the Constitution without any reference to 7th schedule. So, it is under Article 282 of the Constitution that the concept of a centrally sponsored scheme is born, where the union government can make a welfare scheme on any subject, whether or not that subject falls under the union list of the 7th schedule. So, till 2016, the digital land record program was a centrally sponsored scheme. In 2016, under the Digital India framework, the land record modernization program was converted from a centrally sponsored scheme to a central sector scheme. And that is what gives the validity to statement number 1. Central sector scheme means that unlike the centrally sponsored scheme, in a central sector scheme, the central government takes 100% of the funding of the particular scheme. And that's what basically statement number 1 says. So, it is correct. Point number 2, under the scheme, the cadastral maps are digitized. These are maps which are supposed to be made with reference to understanding the master plan and interior infrastructure of houses and towns and cities. And the specific reference which has been given to cadastral maps has made enormous difference in terms of accessing and understanding the positioning of houses in terms of their digitization of records. So, it is correct. An initiative has been undertaken to transliterate, which is to change from one language to another without any transitional errors, the records of rights from local languages to any of the languages recognized by the Constitution of India. Even this statement is correct. So, the correct answer to this is 1, 2 and 3. It is a very simple specific question taken from one of the key government schemes, which is clubbing with ICT, information communication technology, creating a kind of a revival of the e-governance kind of questions in the prelims examination. We have seen a lot of reference of e-governance in the main examination, but this time you are also seeing a repeat of that in the prelims examination. Then take a look at the next question with reference to the Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Maitritva Abhiyan. Now, this is a scheme, as the name itself indicates. Maitritva Abhiyan means the possibility of taking care of a woman who is undergoing a gestation period, who is about to become a mother, the Maitritva Abhiyan. So, the government scheme, which basically identifies a particular stakeholders of pregnant women and tries to give them some benefits in terms of their natal care, is what we are looking at. Let's take a look at the statement. The scheme guarantees a minimum package for antenatal care services, right? Natal care services to women in their 2nd and 3rd trimester of pregnancy, and 6 months post-delivery health care service in any government health facility. You see? So, the statement over here that I am crossing out is incorrect. The remainder of it is correct. There is no mention of a 6 months post-delivery health care. It is only gestation period health care, which is the objective of the scheme, and it cannot be given in any government health facility. It can only be given in designated government health facilities. So here's a little bit of a trick applied by the examiner to kind of put a little confusion around it. This makes statement number 1 incorrect. Clear? Statement number 2. Under this scheme, private sector healthcare providers of certain specialities can volunteer to provide services at nearby government health facilities. What does it mean? That private sector healthcare providers can volunteer to serve the antenatal stakeholders in terms of providing them care at any government facility which is nearby to them. This statement under the Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan is correct, and therefore the correct answer to this is 2 only, option number B. Question number 60. With reference to the Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Man Dhan Yojana, which is PMSYM, consider the following statements. The entry age group for enrollment in this scheme is 21 to 40 years. Now, it's like a, what you can say, a Shram Man Dhan Yojana is a pension scheme for the laborers. That's the objective of the PMSYM. And the particular details of this scheme are discussed in these statements. However, they have been slightly, twisted to create confusion. The entry age group for enrollment in the scheme is 21 to 40 years. This statement is incorrect only with regard to one aspect, that the entry age is 18 and the exit age is 40 years. You see, so that's the only difference in terms of making the question slightly tricky by the UPSC by changing one particular fact. Second, age specific contribution shall be made by beneficiary. It is correct. A person who is older in age will be expected to be earning more and therefore will have to make a higher contribution, and a person who's younger in age will be expected to work more but earn less and would be making a lower contribution. And as you increase in ages, your contributions are going to increase. But overall, at the end of the period, your pension incomes are going to be stable. That is the arithmetic of that particular part. So each subscriber under the scheme shall receive a minimum pension of rupees 3,000 per month after attaining the age of 60 years. Yes, but as I am pointing out, that the contribution in this scheme of pension plan is to be made incrementally according to the increase of age. So lower aged people would make a lesser contribution, higher aged people would make a more contribution, and it adds into an aggregate towards the end to calculate a minimum of 3,000 pensions, which can go upward depending upon your contribution. This is a part of the scheme. So statement number 3 is correct. So statement number 2 and 3 are correct. Family pension is applicable to the spouse and unmarried daughters. Now again, there's a bit of a twist that the UPSC has done. It kind of makes one of these questions very tricky sometimes. The details of the schemes apply to spouse, but they do not cover unmarried daughters. This part of covering unmarried daughters is incorrect, and that is what makes this statement incorrect. So question number 60 in set B is with regard to a government schemes, Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Man Dhan Yojana. Point number 1, statement number 1 and 4 are incorrect. Statement number 2 and 3 are correct, which brings you to the right answer, which is point number V, 2 and 3.
With this, we have come to an end of this session. Before I sign off, I would like to thank everyone, all the faculties, the content team, the technical team, the admin staff. सब लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की है आप लोगों के लिए, so that you get the most authentic answer key, and आप सब लोगों के लिए पूरे KSG ने effort दिया हुआ है. All the faculties tried to show the videos of their classes in terms of, it's a different concept we wanted to try to show that explanation उन questions का जो already पहले discuss हो चुके हैं classes में. We have not touched any other material. We only showed you the discussion, what we had done in the classes. If we add up the material, the textbook, the current affairs material, the test series, then बहुत सारे और questions आपको हम दिखा सकते थे. However, we just wanted to concentrate on the classes. So, in terms of the cutoff, आपके जो भी कट ऑफ आ रहा हो या whatever the calculation you might have done, and according to that you may be getting 80, 85, 90, 95. I'm saying ये इस रेस में मत भागिए कि कट ऑफ कितना होगा. I would suggest prepare for your mains. Do not lose time. Every day is crucial. Agreed. Today you can take off. In terms of आज आप रेस्ट कर सकते हैं. However, then irrespective of what you are getting, you have to start your preparation for the mains. This is Raza Hamid signing off.